Imagine watching an adventurer casually erase monsters and then checking his rank. Not a typo, not a joke, just F rank. What nobody knows is this guy already lived multiple lives, one as a legendary sword saint, another as a magic emperor. After ruling worlds, he's done with titles and responsibilities. So now he's just chilling as a low-rank adventurer, while accidentally fighting like the final boss of the entire game. Can defeat dragons. Can't understand why people keep freaking out. Let's see. The story begins with a huge monster, heavily damaged, calling MC a monster. He only laughed at this, and he asked for an answer and asked, for what purpose did they come here? He came here suddenly and mercilessly killed his relatives. He said with a calm expression that nothing special, no reason at all. The monster became very angry because of this, loudly insulted him, began to attack, and he raised his sword and thought that this was such a shame. He jumped and thought that a dark lord like him would understand his feelings. The highest power is the root of their desolation. For him, a dark lord whom many fear, he rejected him, calling him a monster. Then he thought that he would understand. The monster tried to attack him and loudly cursed him, and he swung his sword, called him a friend, and said that they would see each other in the afterlife. With a very strong blow of the sword, he cut the monster in half and thought that maybe this was his last battle. He landed on his feet after that and saw an SSS rank reincarnation crystal. He approached this crystal left behind after the monster's death and thought that it had been so long ago. Now he was finally free from the creatures that contained and tamed him. He used this crystal, began to reincarnate, and thought that he would finally be able to reincarnate in the distant future. He remembered his past and thought that it was just a dream. He was just sleeping. His name is Aizawa Yuri. He is just an ordinary office worker who was born in a country called Japan. According to his memories, the first time he reincarnated into another world was when he was over 30 years old. In his first life, it was incredibly interesting to use magic for the first time in a fantasy world. Anyway, he was very happy that he could do magic. That's how he tried to learn different types of spells. When he finally realized what was happening, they already called him the Emperor of Magic. In his second life, since he had already reached the highest level of magic, he decided to try his hand at fencing. He wanted to become the strongest swordsman and defeat the terrible creature that people called the Dark Lord. When he once again realized what was happening, they already called him the God of Swords. Although many people may consider this life perfect and fulfilling, the truth is not always what it seems. Day after day, fighting for others, he could not find the slightest sign of joy in his life. In the end, people began to consider him a monster. That's why he decided that in his next life, he would live only for himself. In the present, he found himself in a dark space, destroyed the barrier, and then found himself in a new body, which was in ruins. He looked around and wondered, what kind of place is this? More importantly, who is he, and why was he sleeping here? He doesn't remember anything at all. He saw his reflection in a puddle, and thought he remembered how he got here. Tired of fighting in countless wars, he used the reincarnation crystal. Luckily, everything worked out just fine. This place looks like the ruins of a building. A huge monster approached him from behind and loudly asked, who the hell is he? The protagonist looked at it and thought it was a B-rank goblin lord, a 2-meter-tall creature. He looked to the side and noticed E and D-rank goblin lords walking towards him. He became wary because of this and wondered if these ruins were a goblin lair. The huge goblin pointed a finger at him, called him an intruder, and said that he should listen to him. It was quite brave of him to invade their territory. He looked at these monsters with a worried look and thought that he really didn't mean any harm. The goblin asked, is he really going to fight all of them? What can he do when he doesn't even have a weapon? These words caught his attention, and he thought that if he thought about it, in his previous lives, people called him the God of Swords because he could use any type of object as a sword. I wonder if there's anything here that he can use? He found a stick on the floor next to him and picked it up, surprised by what he saw. A system window appeared in front of him, which said that an advanced fencing skill had been acquired. He thought that all he did was pick up a stick. Also, his previous experience was returning to him. The Goblin Lord loudly ordered to grab him, and many monsters ran towards him. MC, unexpectedly for himself, with incredible ease pierced the body of one of the goblins who ran towards him. He looked at this in surprise and wondered if his body had acted on its own. Several more monsters ran towards him, which he killed with quick strikes of the stick. He thought with a small smile that his feelings were starting to return. This was good. The Goblin Lord loudly said that they should all retreat. They would regroup and come back later. He turned to him and thought that the memory inside him was telling him that he couldn't let them get away. He jumped towards him very quickly and asked, where was he going? He was surprised because of what he just did, and thought that now he remembered. Back when he was the God of Swords, there was a move he used often. He called it Flash. The Goblin Lord turned to him, but at that same moment, he plunged a stick into his throat. The goblins saw this, became very scared, and began to quickly run away from him. He squeezed the stick in his hand and said that they couldn't escape from him. He defeated all the monsters nearby with strong and fast strikes and thought that although there were only 4 of them left, If even one of them left and called for reinforcements, the situation would become unpleasant. He asked with a calm expression, "Is this really all they can do?" A system window appeared in front of him, saying that he had the passive skill, Memory of the Magic Emperor, and Memory of the Sword God. Active skills, Advanced Swordsmanship. Memory of the Magic Emperor, SSS rank, magic learning speed will increase by 100-fold. Memory of the Sword God, SSS rank, swordsmanship learning speed will increase by 100-fold. He read this and thought that it was because of his passive skill, Memory of the Sword God, that he was able to learn advanced swordsmanship just by holding a wooden stick. Being both the Sword God and the Magic Emperor, it feels like experience follows him. Wait, being able to wield these two abilities at the same time. Isn't that very rare, even for this world? After defeating all those goblins, he borrowed many items from them, including dried meat and some supplies. He also found this sword. He took this old sword in his hand and wondered if it could still be used. It's almost identical to the stick he used before. The system notified him that he had acquired the analysis skill. This caught his attention, and he wondered, what is it? It would be better to just try using it. He activated the skill, and the system notified him that it was a bronze sword, rank F. The sword was suitable for beginner adventurers. Condition G, difficult to use, difficult to repair. He also saw a description of a bird flying nearby and a tree standing nearby. Yuri was surprised, saying that it was a very convenient skill, but it was annoying. He thought there were only grass and trees here. It would be nice if there was at least a hint pointing to a city nearby. He heard rustling coming from a bush nearby, and a slime crawled out, which he immediately pointed his sword at. The creature was very scared because of this, and he asked if he should kill it. He lowered his sword, sighed, and said that it was better not to do that. It didn't seem hostile. He started looking for something and said that it should be here. He took out some dried meat, handed it to the slime, and asked if it wanted to eat. It started eating, and he looked at it and thought that after all, it really wasn't an enemy. A system window appeared in front of him, saying that he had acquired the advanced taming skill. He stuck his hand through the system window and thought, by the way, this status screen is pretty strange. Can this be used as a shield? It said that advanced taming, rank B, allows communication with various monsters. He imagined this and wondered if taming allows him to communicate with monsters. He started to walk away, but the slime began making happy sounds and jumping after him. He turned around and asked if it was just his imagination, or if it didn't want to part ways. It seemed like it could understand his feelings, thanks to the taming skill. He sat down next to it, pointed at the monster with a small smile, and said that from now on, its name was Lime. Does it want to go with him? The slime jumped up happily, made a sound, and he thought that, although he wasn't sure in what situations a slime could be useful, it was undoubtedly his first companion in this world. When night fell, the protagonist tried to make fire with a branch, but it was unsuccessful. He thought that from his memory of his previous life, he thought he could make fire by doing something similar. Later, he finally managed to make fire and was very happy about it. A system window appeared in front of him, which said that the advanced skill of fire magic had been obtained. Lime crawled towards him from the forest, made a sound. He turned around, thanked him for his help, and asked if he wanted to eat. He quickly hopped towards him with happy sounds, which made him laugh. He fried several pieces of meat over the fire, tried it, and said that it turned out well. He turned to the slime and asked if he liked it too. He made a sound. It amused him, and he said that he understood. His attention was attracted by several birds flying out of the forest. He turned around and asked what they were. He heard a loud cry, which made him wary. He began to peer into the distance, into the depths of the forest. In the distance, he saw a beastman running away from a monster and loudly said that he should stay away from it. He was a little surprised by this, used the analysis skill, and the system notified that the shadow was a -F rank monster, weak against magic. Pancho Panther, male, lycanthrope, 32 years old. He thought that shadow monsters were weak to magic. Maybe he should save him? Wait, maybe he was running to fulfill some conditions for obtaining a new skill? MC ran up to him very quickly and said hello. He was very surprised by this, tried to ask something, and he calmly apologized for the suddenness. He stared at him, which made him tense up, and he loudly asked what he needed. He calmly asked, maybe he needed his help? He loudly asked, can he see it? He must do something faster. Hearing this, he turned around and fired several fire bullets, which exploded violently upon hitting the monster. Pancho was very surprised by this, and he calmly thought that he made a mistake, using too much power. He started running quickly and loudly said that it was another monster. He quickly caught up with him, asked him to wait, and said that he had many questions for him. He was scared when he saw him, and he thought that he had finally managed to meet at least someone. He couldn't let this precious source of information get away. He started running even faster, but Yuri quickly caught up with him and tried to talk, which really scared him. He fell to the ground due to fatigue, breathing heavily, asking for forgiveness and for his life. After that, they came to the fire and he asked, so he's saying that he didn't run for this? Pancho loudly agreed and said that he was obviously running away and had just almost lost his life. What else could it be? He calmly asked if the conditions for obtaining a new skill were met, perhaps. He was very surprised by what he heard, and loudly said that there were no skills that could be obtained so easily. As a rule, you need to train for many years to learn at least one. He thought that, so that's how it is, that it's really thanks to the memories of his previous life that he can learn skills so easily. He said that judging by his facial expression, he really has no idea about it. Who is he really? He's been an adventurer for almost 10 years, but this is the first time he's met someone as powerful as him. The protagonist looked at his hand in surprise and thought that he realized that his magic was top class in this world. He had no idea about the standard level of magical power in this world. He asked, by the way, why was he wandering here at such a late hour? Poncho was angry because he remembered this and said loudly that he was set up. He clenched his hand into a fist and said that it was as if he would wander here of his own free will. He was a porter in a squad led by a man named Zack. There was a fair amount of trust between them, but the moment they faced a formidable opponent, Jack's attitude changed. They all started to run away, but he fell and his comrades abandoned him in this dungeon. Currently, he said that in order to save the party, or rather to save himself, he used him as bait. He listened to him, looked up and asked if the strong monster he was talking about was something like this. He looked in the same direction and saw a huge B-rank basilisk. He was very scared because of this and screamed loudly in fear. An MC asked him to stop being so boring and thought that he tried so hard to pretend that he didn't notice. This monster definitely realized that they could see him now. It looked like he was going to attack them after they fell asleep. The basilisk quickly flew towards him and he wondered what he should do. Fire magic is not guaranteed to hit him at the speed at which he was falling. He took his sword and Poncho loudly asked what he was thinking. What can he do with this broken sword? He ignored him, channeled energy into the blade of the sword, swung it, and released a powerful wave of energy. With this, he threw the huge basilisk very far away. He was very surprised by what happened and loudly asked, what even just happened? The sword in his hands broke, and the system notified that the advanced skill, magic enhancement, had been acquired. He thought that this was very bad. Even though it took so much effort to get this sword, it couldn't be helped. He had hit it instead of cutting it. He turned around, was about to say something, but noticed that he was gone and asked, where did that guy go? He hoped that he would lead him to the city. After some time, he came to the basilisk's body and began to collect useful things from this monster. Lime made a sound. He turned to him and said that he should wait a little longer. He thought that yesterday, after killing the basilisk, he dragged the corpse to where he first saw it. Now he was collecting useful things. If he roasts its meat with fire magic, he can use it for emergency rations. However, after yesterday's fight, his sword broke, and he's been chopping it with a sharp stone since early morning, and is finally almost done. By the way, when he woke up this morning, he saw that the skill non-elemental magic at novice level had been acquired. He thought that it seemed that if he continued working with this new body, he would automatically acquire new skills. He doesn't know much about this new skill, but he's sure there will be time to use it. He cut open the monster's body and saw a large B-rank fire magic stone. It's a large magic stone imbued with the power of fire. He took it and thought that he would probably sell it for a lot once he got to the city. He heard Lime make a sound and asked, does he want this stone? He agreed, handed over this crystal, and thought that it doesn't really matter. Maybe he won't sell it for a high price. Does it absorb the magic stored in the magic stone? Unexpectedly for him, the slime grew very large before his eyes. He looked at it and asked, did it get bigger and that's all? He thought that if it was just that eating a magic stone only makes it bigger. He was very surprised when this slime began to change and turned into a basilisk, whose stone it absorbed. He asked in surprise, so it can transform to look like other monsters? Unexpectedly for him, it took off, and he thought that it didn't just look like another monster. It imitated the entire skeletal and muscular structure of the original. He sat on it. They took off, and he thought with a joyful look that now that it had evolved, it was time to go to the new city. This way, they would quickly get to the village. Later, he called him and asked if he needed a break. He made a sound, and then he said that then he should not lose speed and they would soon reach the city. They saw the city, began to descend, and he said that they cannot fly to the city like this. He's pretty sure people will be terribly scared by the basilisk's appearance. He has to land here for a while. They landed, and he asked if he could return to his original size. Lime turned into a very small slime, jumped on his shoulder, and he asked if he could even shrink. It's very convenient. He laughed and thought that it was also compatible with him. He pointed to his breast pocket and asked him to get in there. After which they went into the city. He thought that this was the city that long-eared guy had talked about, the trading city of Rydiel. He looked around and wondered what was going on here. Why did the city look so sad? He heard a girl say that cold water was being sold for only 300 giln. He went to her and thought that, by the way, he hadn't drunk anything since yesterday. He apologized and said that he wanted to buy some water. She greeted him and said there were 3 sizes of glass, large, medium, and small. Which one did he need? He really wanted a drink of water and thought that although he wasn't sure of the value of this world currency, it seemed like it should be enough. He took out the coins he had taken from the goblins and asked if she could sell him as much as he needed. She placed a very small glass in front of him and said that was all he could get. He looked surprised by this, and she asked, it seems he came from far away, right? She pointed to the side and said that he should look. There was a well there. In Redial, the sun shines all day. That's why the price of water rises day by day. However, thanks to this condition, those who can use water magic, like her, have an excellent chance of making a lot of money. Customers came to her, and Yuri thought that now it was clear why the people in the city looked so lethargic. He drank the water he bought and thought that it was not enough. A few drops of water would not help at all. The system notified that the advanced skill water magic had been acquired. The saleswoman looked at him with a smirk and asked, "How are you doing? This small cup is not enough, right? By the way, his clothes look rather strange. If he gives her these clothes, she will give him the biggest glass of water. What will he say? Doesn't he think she is being too generous?" He turned away and said that he seemed to be fine, so he would go. He went to the well and said that he just had a solution to the problem of water shortage in this city. She became indignant and asked loudly what he just said. He thought that this was the first and last time in his life when he buys water. He used magic and released a powerful stream of water into the fountain, which greatly surprised the people nearby. People were very happy about this and could not believe what was happening. People went to collect this water, and the vendor tried to stop her customers. She got angry at him, and he turned around and said that as she saw, he was just using magic. She can use it too, right? He thought that it seemed she would be happy. After that, he walked down the street and thought that he had an empty stomach and no money. Even the strongest reincarnated person can't do anything. He was so tired of eating basilisk. It took him so long to get to the city, but he had no money. A little later, he came to the man and saw that the system window said that it was Alex Rodriguez, race human, gender male, age 33. He looked at him along with the other workers and asked, did he need a job? The protagonist asked, are they still hiring workers, right? He thought about it and said that, unfortunately, he is not in the mood for it now. He pointed to a large stone lying on the road and said that it was a problem. He is a carpenter, and they were going to build a house on a vacant lot. However, 2 days ago, this stone suddenly fell right on this spot, and he can't do anything but postpone all his plans. If this continues, the nobleman who entrusted him with responsibility will be very angry, and it seems better for him to ask someone else to find a job for him. He asked, so he wants to say that if he removes the stone from this place, he will provide him with a job, right? Alex was surprised by this and asked what he just said. He looked at him with a smile and said that it was quite fair. He walked up to the stone and used the magic enhancement skill, decreasing durability. He watched it from the side and asked what he was doing. MC said with a calm look that it was some kind of spell. He continued using magic, heard the stone crack, and thought that this should be enough. He turned to the workers and said that this place would be dangerous, so he advises them to stay away from here. He asked, did he just tell him to stay away? He is really busy. If he wants to play, then he should leave here. He hit the stone with his finger and destroyed it into small pieces. They were very surprised by this, and he said loudly that it was cool. This giant stone was broken in just a second. It's incredible. He looked at them and thought, does this mean that in this world they don't know about magic enhancement? Alex said that, fortunately for them, he appeared and they can continue their work. He is very grateful for that. Right, he's looking for a job, right? If he's already that strong, how about trying to become an adventurer? Or can he assign him carpentry work? Yuri thought with a surprised look that he actually recalled some memories from his past life about this. An adventurer earns money by fulfilling guild requests, from a request to simply find a lost cat to slaying monsters. In conclusion, an adventurer is very different from a mage and a swordsman. He doesn't need to obey any commands. He will be able to freely do whatever he likes. He became interested in this. Alex noticed it and said that if he didn't mind, he could take him to the guild. He bowed, thanked him, and asked him to treat him well. He called him over and said that if he wanted to be an adventurer, he advised him to stop speaking so formally. You shouldn't underestimate the work of an adventurer. That's why usually none of the adventurers speak so politely. He also needs to get rid of that pretty face. He's very strong and can't always bow to someone and act too formal. Otherwise, he'll never move forward, even one step. He extended his hand with a smile and said that he understood him. Then he would speak more casually. He shook his hand, laughed, and said that this is a real adventurer. After that, he led him to a luxurious adventurers guild building, and they said goodbye. The protagonist went inside and thought that a lot had happened while he was getting here. However, his journey through the new world begins right now. After he persuaded him to become an adventurer, he asked him to take him here. On the second day after his reincarnation, he finally moves forward, becoming an adventurer. He entered a huge hall where there were many different people and thought that he didn't know why, but this atmosphere reminded him of something close. The adventurers addressed him as a skinny guy and asked, judging by his appearance, he was a newbie, right? What a coincidence. They are currently looking for a porter. Does he want to join them? Of course. The price after the mission will be divided equally. Isn't that good? He was really lucky. Opportunities like this don't always come along. This way, he can earn much more money instead of doing tasks on his own. He should just agree. He took his hand and thought that he shouldn't underestimate the career of an adventurer, Now he understands everything. He waved his hand and tossed him in the air, and with a serious expression, said that with all due respect, he refuses. He started to walk away from them, and thought that he had decided that, in this life he would live for himself, on his own. He would never serve anyone. Another adventurer looked at his partner, who had just been tossed in the air, and asked, were his muscles just for show? He arrived at the guild counter and saw a system window that said Tiffany Grace, cat race, female, 17 years old. She greeted him, and he apologized for bothering her and said he wanted to work here as an adventurer. She asked if he wanted to register, right? Could he show her his rank? It had become more difficult to register as an adventurer lately. They wouldn't accept anyone without a prior adventurer rank. That's why he had to talk about some of his accomplishments. MC thought that even though he was a magic emperor and a sword god in his previous lives, he didn't have the slightest proof to make them believe him. She said they would also accept any rare skills he might have. He wondered, could magic analysis and enhancement be listed as rare skills? Since he had only been in this world for 2 days, he didn't know what was rare and what wasn't. He said in a confused voice that he probably didn't have any rare skills. She said that it would be very difficult for them to accept him. He asked to wait and thought about what the carpenter had said, that being an adventurer is a job that people come and go for every day. Anyone can register. A man came to her and asked what was going on. She called his name and he saw a system window that said Galileo Figaro, race human, gender male, age 41. She looked confused, asked him to wait, and went to him. He was indignant at what she said and loudly asked how they could accept a person like him. It would seriously affect the glory of their guild. She agreed and said that, however, they couldn't let him leave like that. He looked at Yuri and said that in that case, he had an idea. They came to a large device and Tiffany said that she apologized for keeping him waiting. He looked at the device and asked what it was. She said it was called the magic meter. This device allows them to measure his capabilities and convert it into a number. He just needs to add his magical power to it, and this device will automatically display the relative number. If the number is greater than 30, then he will be suitable for being an adventurer. Over 50, he has talent. Over 100, he can immediately register to be an adventurer. The people crowded nearby said that it looks like this guy is going to try this device. Amazing. He missed this. He used it a long time ago. He looked at them and thought, what did he see? All the groups here definitely complement each other. Only the strongest can survive. To sum it up, it seems like a reading of strength. Quite interesting. He said he had a question. This device won't break if the measurement exceeds 100 points, right? She laughed and said that it was no problem. The maximum is 9,999 points, so he doesn't need to worry. He doesn't need to worry about things like breakage. Galileo asked if he could worry as much as he wanted, but shouldn't he first get over 100 before saying such things? The protagonist placed his hand on the device and said that in that case, he was going to try it right now. The device started making loud noises, and he was surprised by this and loudly asked what was going on. The device showed over 3,000 points, and the number continued to rise rapidly. Everyone was very surprised when the device broke with a loud sound. He said that he was very sorry, but this device was definitely broken. Tiffany fell to the floor and said that this couldn't be happening. He picked up a gear from this device and thought that it was incredible. It just couldn't be happening. He turned to them and asked if he could now become an adventurer. He threw the gear away and said that, judging by everything, he was qualifying for participation in the tournament. He should follow him. He started to leave, and MC looked at him with a puzzled expression and wondered, didn't they say that if he got more than 100 points, he could become an adventurer? They walked along the long corridor of the guild, and Galileo said that it was just in time. The official competition would start in a few minutes. He looked at him and thought, the carpenter said that his last registration was 10 years ago. Had the information changed now? He just needed to pass this test, and then he would finally become a real adventurer. He opened the door, went out to the square, where several people had already gathered, and said that they had arrived. He followed him, calmly looked at these people, and thought that, by the way, he was just in time. He reached these people and said that they should prepare. The exam would start in 5 minutes. Yuri thought, so this bearded man is also a judge? It seems he is not very strong. Everything will be fine, right? No, he can't judge a book by its cover alone. In his past life, he heard that subjectivity is a person's greatest enemy. A girl approached him, apologized to get his attention. He turned around and saw in the system window that she was Philly Arnett, human race, female, 15 years old. She introduced herself and asked if he looked like this was his first exam. Was that right? He also introduced himself, and she said that his name sounded strange. She had never heard such a name. He was surprised to meet her and thought that adventurers would be like Alex, or not those who monitored the test of magical power. So everything is not always as he imagines. He called her and asked if she had participated in this exam before. She laughed, agreed, and said that in fact this was the 7th time she took part. He asked why she was participating for the 8th time. Did she really like taking tests? She laughed at this and said that he was so interesting. The reason for this was obvious. She fell to her knees and said with a depressed look that it was because she failed all 7 times. He was a little confused by this, looked away, and thought that judging by what she said, the path of an adventurer seems difficult. The tests for adventurers are clearly different from the others. She looked away and said that, however, this exam became even harder after they changed the examiner to that old man. He should be more careful with him. He agreed, looked at him and wondered what this bearded man would do. He was the one who asked to use the magic meter. What was he planning? Galio said loudly that the time had come. The exam officially begins right now. The first test is swordsmanship. It's a very simple rule. Whoever can impress him with their skills will pass. Don't they think it is not very easy? The first participant must step forward. The guy stepped forward, agreed with a wide smile, and said he would try his best. The employee waved his hand to signal the start, and the guy immediately jumped towards him and struck with his sword. He blocked all of his quick strikes and began to retreat. People watched their battle in surprise and said it was so cool. It turns out the judge isn't that terrible. However, the protagonist watched this with a more serious expression, and at that same moment, Galileo dodged the test subject's attack. He was confused by what happened, and he laughed and asked, "Where is his energy?" He ran towards him, and he looked at them, used the analysis skill, and saw the system windows, which said that the shock sword B rank can spread its effect upon contact. Bronze sword F rank, a normal sword used by adventurers. He thought that the power between the two was relatively equal, but the quality of the swords. At that moment, he struck hard with his sword and broke the blade of the test subject's bronze sword. He pointed his sword towards the others and said that he would be next. The guy with black hair should approach him. Everyone immediately looked at the MC he was addressing, and he thought, "Isn't next number 2? He felt a little embarrassed and thought that he didn't bring his sword with him. This is not good. He is taking a fencing test, but he didn't bring his sword with him. He apologized to Feely and asked if the opponent forgot to bring his sword, what would happen then? She was very surprised by what she heard, and he stepped aside and had an idea. He went to the losing test subject, apologized and asked if he could help him a little. He was breathing heavily due to fatigue and asked what he needed. He pointed to his broken sword and asked if he could lend him that sword for a few minutes. He agreed and asked, however, what did he want to do with this broken sword? He thanked him, took it and went to the examiner. Galio looked at it, laughed and asked, is he really going to use this broken sword? He has a warning for him in case any accident happens. Yuri said in a calm tone that he shouldn't feel guilty or anything like that. He should just hurry up and start right now. This touched his pride. He called him a bastard and said that he shouldn't regret it later. He jumped towards him, swung his sword to attack, and a frightened Feely called out his name loudly. He flew close enough to strike, but became very scared when he saw his very frightening gaze. He immediately stopped his attack, stepped back and asked, what just happened? He looked at him and thought that he heard about it. Not only people, but also animals have a habit of freezing when they are scared. He asked in a calm tone, is everything okay? He seemed to be unwell. He jumped at him with a very frightened look, screamed loudly and struck him with a sword. At the last moment, the protagonist dodged this attack and stopped behind him, and he was surprised by this, and it seemed to him that he disappeared. He put the blade of the broken sword to his neck and asked if he wanted to continue. He threw his sword on the ground and admitted his defeat. The other participants were very surprised by this and ran up to him and started saying something with happy faces. It was only then that he learned that the fencing examiner was replaced by someone else due to Galileo getting sick, allowing everyone to pass without the test. Later, the examiner said that he congratulated them on passing the first stage of the test. He thanked them and asked how much time was left until the second stage began. He asked, will it be in about 10 minutes? He thought the first stage was over, despite some flaws. Now he just needed to pass the second stage, and he could officially become an adventurer. Feely ran toward him, waving her hand and calling out to him in a joyful voice. She started crying with happiness and said that she did it, finally passed the first stage. She knelt in front of him. He congratulated her, and she said that it was all thanks to him. He didn't understand this, and she said that after he passed the first stage, the judge suddenly felt ill, so the competition could not continue. Also, because of this unexpected situation, they all passed the first stage. He wondered how she could call this passing the first stage. She said that, however, he should be careful in the second stage. If the rumors are true, the next will be a magic test. At that moment, Magnifigaro's human race, male, age 43, came to them. He said that they will move on to the next competition. MC looked at him and thought that the chances of him passing the test are getting lower. After that, they came to the basement of the guild, the training area. He was eating food from a bag and said that now he will explain the rules of the second stage. He pulled the lever and something flew up in the air a long distance away from them. He said they could only use magic, and whoever could break this thing would pass this round. The deadline was before sunset. It's pretty simple, right? All the test subjects were very worried about this, and he calmly thought that it was easier than he thought. Magne called him the black-haired guy and said that he was grateful that he took care of his brother in the first stage. However, in this stage, he wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning. he would make him feel pain. He calmly thought that, so this judge and Galileo were brothers. He announced the start of the test, and he turned around, called Feely and asked, "The reason everyone looks so shocked is because it's very easy, right?" She, looking very worried, loudly denied it and said that this stage, everyone thinks it's impossible to pass from the start. He thought that it didn't look like she was lying. In that case, maybe this thing is made of some special material? One of the participants used the fire step skill and hit the device, but the attack had no effect. The other participants also started attacking with magic and said that they couldn't do it. From this distance, they couldn't even hit the target. What should they do? Magni called him again and asked with an arrogant smile, why was he just standing there? What happened to him? Why doesn't he hurry up and use his magic? It's because he can't do it, right? Such a level of swordsmanship that he can even defeat his brother. He's almost sure that he didn't have time to practice magic, right? Humiliating his brother made him happy, didn't he? Isn't he right? Of course, as always, in this place, he is the law. If he can't use magic to destroy this thing, they will all fail. What's the matter? He should say something already. He cast the fireball spell with a calm expression, launched a small cloud of fire, which crashed into the device and caused a powerful explosion. Everyone was very surprised by what happened, and he asked, what was that? He never thought that the day would come when he would see the legendary inferno here. Yuri didn't understand him and thought he was mistaken. The magic he used was just a fireball. Besides, he just accidentally fired it, so the power must have been relatively low. Magni was very scared because of what happened, and he turned around and asked, "Is that enough?" He looked at him in horror, knelt down and loudly said that he begs for forgiveness for his mistake. He asks for forgiveness for this. He said with a calm expression that he just wanted to know whether he passed the test or not. He said loudly that of course they all passed. All the participants were very happy about this and loudly said that they did it. Now they are adventurers. Feely came up to him, called out to him happily, and said he was so strong. He turned to her and said that it wasn't like that at all, that it was nothing compared to his previous life. She laughed at this and said he was such a strange person. After that, he came to the counter in the guild. Tiffany said that she congratulated him on passing the test. She handed him a card and said that it was his adventurer's license. He took it and said that this is what it looked like. He smiled and thought that, although he was only an F rank now, he would increase his rank by completing some quests. She said that if he wanted to take the quest, he should wait a little. When he accepted the quest, she didn't have time to finish, because Feely crashed into him at high speed and loudly called his name. They rolled away a long distance, and she, with tears of happiness, said that she was very grateful to him. She thought back to the past and thought that after all, realizing that no one would be able to pass this test, the judge reconsidered and changed the test. As a result of lowering the test's difficulty, more than half of the participants eventually passed it. She said with a happy expression that she barely managed to pass the test, but she was really very happy. She touched his breast pocket, walked away from him, and asked if he was really a girl. He denied it, called Lime, and said that he could come out. The slime got out of his pocket. He called his name and said that something happened and they were friends now. She was very surprised by what she heard and asked loudly if he really knew how to tame monsters. He tried to explain, and the man sitting on the couch asked loudly, "He tamed the slime, and what's the big deal?" The guy sitting next to him called him Zach and said that he should relax. They would leave soon. He didn't need to be so angry. This caught the protagonist's attention. He used the analysis tool and the system window showed Zach Barbal, human race, male gender, and 22 years old. He remembered Poncho and thought that the guy with dog ears was talking about him. Philly called him and asked if he was okay. He agreed and thought that maybe he was mistaken, but he didn't think he needed to be noticed. She said that they definitely should find a place to celebrate becoming adventurers. There wasn't much money, but you could make some quick money in the guild. The next day, she quickly ran into another room, opened the door, called him, and wished him good morning. He woke up, called her name, and asked if it was her. Did something happen? It was still very early. She was very surprised when she saw him lying on the slime and loudly asked, "What kind of bed is that?" He looked at her and said that this bed was too uncomfortable, so last night he asked Lime if it could be his bed. Her eyes lit up and she asked if she could touch him a little. He was a little confused by this, but still agreed. After that, she took a deep breath, quickly jumped towards him several times, jumped up, and spun in the air. The slime was worried about this, and she just fell on top of him. He was confused by this and wondered why she didn't use this move during the test. She was very surprised at how soft it was, and he asked, by the way, why did she come here? She sat down on a chair and said that actually, the guild in this city has such a thing as a cursory inspection. He thought that judging by her words, at the moment their status in this guild is just an apprentice. According to this, if they do not raise their level, their licenses can be taken away at any time. She said that's why they just have a temporary license for now. So, she's gonna take the quest. Does he want to come with her? He noticed something, went to the window, agreed, and said that however, first she needs to let him do something. He noticed a small sparkle in the foliage of a tree that was a long way away from him. He used the fire bullet skill, fired there, hit the tree, there was an explosion, and several people fell out. They, with surprised faces, said loudly that this was impossible. They were 100 meters away from him. The mission had failed. They had to retreat. MC used the analyze skill and saw a system window that said that it was a telescope, D rank, a device that can observe distant objects. He realized that they were watching him and Lime, and she called him and asked if something happened. He turned to her and said that nothing, there were just a few insects outside. He turned to the window and, with a displeased look, thought that this was annoying. He can't imagine who in this life would try to spy on him. I wonder who it could be. Do they really need his power? Feely called him and said that he should hurry or she would leave him here. After some time, the two of them were walking through the forest. She pointed her finger to the side, called him and said that they should go this way. Lime noticed a rabbit sitting on a tree branch, pretended to be tense and scared this animal. He laughed with a smug look. He looked at it and asked what happened. She turned to them, laughed and said that he was so lucky. Requests to collect herbs are always popular, so they are accepted immediately. Herbal requests are one of the less dangerous missions without a big threat to life, so people accept them right away. He even had to wait in front of the building before it opened. Yuri called out to her and asked if they were sure they were on the right path. She turned to him and asked, did he say the right path? He pointed to the side and asked if their mission was herbs. Then wouldn't it be better if they went to the eastern forest? She looked surprised by this and puffed out her cheeks with a displeased look. She asked him to listen to her and said that he must promise to never enter the eastern forest, even if he got lost. He asked why she said that. She made a cross with her fingers and said loudly that no matter what, they couldn't go there. The monsters in the eastern forest were not the kind that F-rank adventurers like them could handle. He remembered what happened earlier and thought that where he woke up was the deepest part of the eastern forest. Now that he remembered, the Goblin Lord's rank was B rank, so he was lucky to have survived that battle. She said that this forest is also called the area of dark magic. There are many powerful monsters there. He said that right. There was a basilisk there. She said that's right. It's the most terrible bird in the world. Wait, what did he just say? He said that he killed a basilisk there. She laughed and said that he was definitely a funny person. That was a good joke. No matter how stupid she is, she can't be fooled that easily. Later, they came out of the forest into a clearing and said that here they have arrived. This is a place in the northern forest where they can gather herbs. The herbs in this place are used for healing and antitoxin potions. Most of them are flaxgrass and lococo grass. She became very worried when she looked around and said that it was impossible. There was not a single herb they needed here. Their attention was drawn to Zach, who said that unfortunately for him, a newbie, they accidentally collected all the herbs here. He apologizes. Basically, the one who works the fastest is the winner, right? He went to them and asked, as far as he knows, the two of them just have a temporary license, right? They collected too many herbs. Maybe he should share some of them with them? She was happy about this and thanked him. He threw the herbs on the ground, and when she knelt down to take it, he started stomping on it with his foot and asked, did she seriously think he would give this to her? Why on earth would he share this with newbies like the two of them? She doesn't mean to say that she thinks the people in this world are kind, does she? She is so innocent. In this world, the strongest survive, especially with an adventurer's career. They can do whatever they want, including taking other people's jobs. They started to leave. He called them idiots and said that if they understood everything, they should leave. The protagonist looked at Feely and she said in a displeased tone that these people were so evil. He agreed and said that now that she mentioned it, he thought she was right. She got even more angry about this, started waving her hands and loudly asked, did he just think of this now? He turned out to be much calmer than she thought. It's only because of these freaks that they now have to get their licenses back. Lime was also unhappy about what happened and jumped off his head. He increased in size and made a calm sound, thanks to which she calmed down. He disintegrated into many smaller slimes and ran in different directions, and she loudly asked what he was doing. He realized what he was going to do, called her and said that he could not distinguish one herb from another. Could she help him? She was happy about it and agreed. Lime started collecting many different herbs from a large area of the forest, and she drew on paper what the herb they needed looked like. They also went to the forest and started collecting herbs. After a while, he brought a big pile of herbs, and this surprised her very much. MC looked at him with a small smile, thanked him, and thought that it seemed like he had the ability to find herbs. She looked at the grass she was able to find with a slightly dissatisfied look, and said that she tried so hard, but this is all she could find. He pointed to the pile of herbs and asked if this belonged to them. Maybe they could collect it together? She was happy to hear this and asked if she really could. She understood something, refused, and said that she couldn't take it. He asked if she didn't need it. She said that she really needed it, but she didn't collect it herself. She should complete this task herself. After all, she was an adventurer now. He agreed with this, and they went on collecting herbs. After some time, Feely noticed that Lime jumped on her head and asked what happened to him. The other slimes jumped on her too. She was confused by this, called Yuri and wanted to ask something about it. He laughed and said that she should just look. She noticed that he removed the dirt from her clothes, thanked him and said that it was amazing. All her clothes were clean now, she could start searching again. He pointed to the ground and said that not yet, the coolest part has not yet begun. She looked at her feet, noticed a lot of slimes, and was surprised by this. They gathered together, and he began to massage her body, and she said that it was amazing. She thought that it felt like the fatigue in her body was disappearing. She remembered something, abruptly stood up and said loudly that they should wait. How can she concentrate on her work with this thing? He asked. Can't she do it? She blushed with embarrassment and said that when they returned, he should tell Lime to do it again for her. He must promise her to remember her words. He agreed. After which the two of them went into the forest to look for herbs, and he said that it should be here, but it was not here. She said that they could not find anything at all. The system notified that he had received the skill magic without mid-level attributes. He thought that he had received this skill when he woke up not long ago. It seems that this skill can be obtained if you just live normally in this world. He heard Lime's voice in his head and wondered, is this telepathy? What happened to him? He was running away from the wolf and making loud, frightened sounds. He saw what he saw and thought that this was the habituation skill. If he gets high-level skills, he will be able to use communication to communicate with monsters. An E-rank wolf was running towards them, and he thought that it wouldn't even be a fight if he was separated. The protagonist called him and said that he should go back. He wondered if his separation made him so weak that wild animals were chasing him. There shouldn't be anything good or bad about it. She looked away with a worried look, called him and was about to say something. They saw a wolf chasing a slime. She was very scared because of this and said that they need to quickly run away from here. He called Feely and asked why she didn't try to kill this monster. She was very surprised by what she heard, looked at him and asked what he just said. They dodged the wolf's attack and she said loudly that she can't do it. He knows that they are still at F rank. He asked, is that the only reason? If she destroys this monster, won't she get an achievement? She thought about it, gathered her determination, took out a dagger and said that she understood everything. She can do it. He looked at the monster and said that he was coming. She agreed, but was scared when she saw the monster's gaze. She jumped aside with a very scared look, and he called her and said that she can't take her eyes off her enemy. When she took her eyes off him, she would die. She plucked up her resolve again and looked at the wolf running towards her. She dodged his attack and thought that she could dodge him. She stabbed him with a dagger, but he jumped aside and thought that if this was the only attack, it could be dodged. Should she increase her weapon? No. When he dodged her first strike, she could hit him again. MC looked at her and thought that as he thought, out of the 6 people in the guild, her skills were the best. The wolf dodged Feely's attack and she thought that it was time for the finishing blow. She ran towards the direction where the wolf would land, but tripped over a tree root and began to fall. Lime reached out to her and grabbed her back to steady her. This kept her on her feet and she held her dagger out in front of her, and the wolf ran towards her, growling loudly. She stabbed him with her knife, hitting him in the head, and fell from exhaustion, saying that she had done it. She called out to him, but he was looking away and said that it was not over yet. She also looked around and was surprised to notice several more wolves surrounding them. The wolves were getting closer, and he thought it was strange, even though these wolves were E rank. Wolves were smart enough to hunt together. Then their rank must be higher than this. Even if they use one of them as bait to surround them, isn't that too much? If that's the case, then there's only one reason. Their leader must be somewhere in this forest. He leaves it to Lime. He made a sound of agreement, and he ignored the wolf attacking him and mentally said that he should look from a high tree. She noticed it, warned about it loudly, but the wolf had already attacked him, and she was very scared when she saw the flowing blood. He pierced the monster with a sword with a calm expression, and she was surprised because of this and asked loudly, "Is that an ice sword?" He swung the sword and threw the wolf aside. He called her and said that she should move back a little. He started to fight against a crowd of wolves and thought that if there were only a few of them, he could deal with just an ice sword. But if this continues, everything will become even more difficult. He pointed his hand at the sword and used reinforcement magic, increasing durability and strengthening the blade. He delivered a very strong blow with the sword and cut through all the wolves that stood around him. She praised him, and he saw a group of wolves and thought that the number of enemies was not decreasing. Most likely there would be even more. As he thought, he would have to kill their boss. He heard the sounds that Lime made and mentally asked, did he find their boss? He really found him, and it turned out to be a D-rank silver wolf. He fought against the monsters and thought that this was really their leader. He pointed his hand towards him and used an accelerated fireball. He controlled this fireball, but the wolf noticed this and dodged this attack. Yuri noticed this and thought that, as he thought, killing him in this terrain was too problematic. He had an idea. He jumped back to Feely. She called him and loudly said that there were too many monsters here. He raised his hand above his head and created a huge magic circle with flames escaping from it. He mentally called out to Lime and told her that he had to run away from the forest quickly. She was holding back one of the wolves, noticed this, and was about to ask something loudly. He pointed his hand towards the boss and used advanced fire magic, Firestorm. The monster was very surprised when he noticed this, and he burned a very large area of the forest with this spell. She was shocked by this and loudly asked, "What is this?" He calmly said that he simply used fire magic. "This is normal, isn't it?" She loudly said that this was not normal at all. That night, they returned to the guild, and she joyfully said that she had to see all this. A guild worker saw several non-elemental magic stones and asked in surprise, "Are these stones from the wolves?" She couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe that they destroyed those wolves during their first quest. She laughed and said that this is what happens when you rely on her. She said that then she will accept her as an F-rank adventurer and asks her to register in the guild. She congratulates her on this. Feely started jumping for joy, thanked him, and said that she did it. The guild worker called him and said that now it's next, he should give her his card. What did he bring? He pointed his hand to the floor and said that this is what he brought today. He used non-elemental magic, spatial storage, and took out everything he collected from subspace. He said that he found several medicinal herbs and magic stones, so he asks for an appraisal. The other workers also noticed it, ran to him and asked, "What is this quantity? What happened here? It's amazing. There's so much stuff. Is it really possible for the apothecary to buy so much stuff?" It's a wind stone. The system announced that it was a medium-sized C-rank wind stone, a medium-sized stone with wind magic hidden inside. They asked in surprised voices, "Is this an elemental stone?" If he remembered correctly, that was the drop condition for this stone. Did he really defeat the silver wolf in the northern forest? The protagonist wondered what that meant. The silver wolf was a famous monster. He agreed and asked if he could become an adventurer with this. The employee politely asked if he could ask him to wait a minute. He turned to the other employees and loudly said that they should evaluate all these medicinal herbs. He should go to the pharmacy and he would go upstairs and talk to the bosses. He became a little worried about this and wondered if he was really panicking. Was everything okay? The two of them sat down on a bench and he asked if he could register as an adventurer. Filey loudly agreed and said that he was so strong. With his strength, it wouldn't be strange if he got an E or D rank. It's extremely rare to see a 2-rank promotion, but she'd heard of it before. Most importantly, it was thanks to him that she was able to become an adventurer, and she was grateful to him for that. A worker ran up to them, called him, and said that he apologized for the wait. They would make an exception and raise his rank by 4. They would like to register him as a B-rank adventurer. She was very surprised by this, congratulated him, and loudly said that it was amazing. Another worker called the leader and asked, "Is this true?" He said that after completing the morning's search and killing wolves, and defeating the silver wolf, making him a B rank would be no problem. Now, although it might be tiring, he should come here so he could start re-registering him as a B rank adventurer. MC asked him to wait and said that he really didn't intend to do something like that. They should keep him as an F rank adventurer. They were surprised by this, and she loudly asked, "Does he at least understand that this is a B rank?" He said in a calm tone that he had heard this before. Strong adventurers are given high ranks and they have to do things they don't want to do. The worker said that this was true, but high-ranking adventurers receive titles and honor, and the rewards are also an order of magnitude higher. He took his F-rank card and said that he wanted to live freely without any restrictions on his freedom. The workers asked him to wait, and one of them asked the leader if it was okay to let them leave. The leader said that he had been working in this guild for 20 years, but this was the first time he saw an adventurer with such a desire. They left the building, and Yuri said that from now on he would be an F-rank adventurer. Feely asked, "Is everything really okay?" After some time, he walked down the street, looked at his wallet, and thought that he had managed to sell the magic stone and medicinal herbs. He successfully registered as an adventurer, so he would rest today. He looked around and his attention was drawn to the adventurer's bar. He went inside and thought it was quite a nice place. The bartender was about to greet him, but it was Pancho, who was very surprised to see him and loudly asked why he was here. He looked at him and asked who he was. He gave his name and said that they met in the Eastern Forest. Does he really not remember anything at all? The protagonist asked, by the way, why is he dressed like that? He chuckled and said that he had already logged out. He had to carry all the luggage as an adventurer without complaining. However, when he saw how he killed the basilisk, he knew that this was the end. However, he must understand him correctly. Now he has been hired by the bar manager and is planning to start a new life. Later, he brought him a dish, apologized for the wait, and said that it was his specialty, spaghetti nero. There is a wonderful sea in Radial where you can catch some special fish. This one has a fresh taste from the sea and he used squid ink as the base of the dish. He tried the dish and was surprised to say that it was very tasty. He laughed and asked, "That's right, isn't it?" He asked, "Did he learn to cook somewhere?" Pancho laughed and said that he had a long road to the position of head chef. He wasn't very good at fighting, so he did some experiments. Besides, he heard that he was able to register as an adventurer. He agreed and asked, "That happened just recently. How does he know?" He said that it was a hot topic now, that he broke the magic counter and almost killed the examiner. He thought this story had gotten out of hand. He leaned towards him and said that he should be careful, however. If he was too confident, a man named Zach would notice him. He looked at him and asked, "What exactly is wrong with this guy?" He said he heard that he had a goal to destroy the careers of all adventurers and kill them. MC asked why he needed that. He said that their job was only to deal with monsters that were multiplying too quickly. If the number of adventurers decreased, the reward amount would increase. Lately, he heard, there have been adventurers who prey on newbies. That's why he should too. He pushed Pancho aside and loudly asked why he did that. He also jumped aside, and at that very moment, someone hit the counter next to them with an axe very hard. He jumped back onto the table next to him, and he looked at him and continued eating, and thought that the bell didn't even ring, and he approached silently. "What's wrong with this guy?" This guy laughed and said that he would kill him. He looked out from behind the counter and said that it was the Joker who cuts people. "Why is someone so famous here?" He pointed his finger at him and said that he would cut him into pieces. He struck with a strong blow with an axe from a long distance, but he jumped and dodged this blow. He laughed again, started spinning his axe, and said that it was amazing that he could dodge. He struck with an axe again, but he jumped and touched the axe. He started swinging the axe over his head and said loudly that he had beautiful moves, they should have more fun. He finished eating, put the plate on the floor, thanked Pancho for the food, and said it was delicious. Perhaps he would take some more wine. The Joker began to laugh loudly and said that he should dance. He jumped towards him very quickly, struck with an axe, but he used the flash skill to appear behind him. He swung a bottle of wine and used impact diffusion magic. He began to strike, but he stopped the blow with his axe. He laughed, turned to him and said that he saw him. He calmly looked at him and thought it was surprising that he noticed his magic. He was different from the people he had fought before. He knocked the bottle out of his hand with his axe and then abruptly began to strike. Yuri watched this closely, put his hand in front of him, and broke his axe. He screamed loudly in surprise when his axe broke into many pieces. He thought that when he touched the axe, it took some time for the effect to take effect. Since he used the magical enhancement durability reduction, it was easy to break the axe. He used the advanced water magic, ice shackles, and bound his legs with ice. He said goodbye to the Joker and a wine bottle fell on his head. He thought that the wine bottle had strengthening magic used. That bottle hit his head really hard. Pancho looked out from behind the counter and asked, "Is it over?" He was very surprised by what he saw, and he apologized and said that he seemed to have made a little mess. Sometime later, in a dark alley, Zack asked with a surprised look, "Was the Joker killed?" His partner agreed and said that even he didn't have a chance. He said loudly, in a dissatisfied tone, that they had so much money at stake and everything just evaporated. He kicked a barrel and said loudly that these guys were useless. A guy came up to them, laughed, and said that it seemed like he was in a pretty sticky situation. He turned to him and asked who he was anyway. They both immediately took out their weapons, pointed them at him, and he asked who he was and where he came from. He was very surprised when this guy disappeared right in front of them, and it scared him a lot. He walked towards them and politely said that they should put their weapons away. He came to make a valuable exchange. He took out a crystal ball and said that he should take a look at it. An image of the protagonist walking down the street appeared and asked if he knew that he felt hatred towards him, right? He agreed and they began to quietly discuss something. They finished talking. Zack grabbed his head and started screaming loudly in pain. His ally became worried about this, called him and asked what happened to him. He raised his head and loudly promised to kill him several times. His ally tried to bring him to his senses, and the mysterious man disappeared, and he thought that he would give him a test. MC was walking down the street, stopped in front of a building, and thought that this is the place where, according to Pancho, there are good weapons. He entered the store, started looking around, and thought, this is a pretty good weapon shop. His attention was caught by a girl who loudly said that she had told him 1,000 times. He looked in this direction and asked what happened. Rico Glanis, human race, 16 years old, female, loudly asked what he was going to do with this sword that she bought here. Hugo Mantle, dwarf race, male, 53 years old, asked her to shut up and asked if she was too young after all the work he had done. She was still yelling at him. She was indignant because of this, and loudly, what was with his behavior after he sold her a faulty sword? How dare he talk to her like that? She was sold a faulty product and is asking for her money back. He said loudly that his work was perfect. No matter how many times he did it, the result would be the same. Yuri looked at the sword she brought, used the analyze skill, and the system notified that it was a D-rank steel rapier. Status F, currently broken and cannot be used. Material F, made with low-quality materials. Quality A, made very well with the provided materials. He thought he now understood what was going on. The shopkeeper's technique was good, but the materials were not. All the other weapons and shields were of poor material, but of A-rank quality. He felt he should go to another shop to buy new weapons, but solving the mystery of this shop would bring him more merit. He went to them, apologized to get their attention, and said that as far as he understood, there were no problems with the quality of the weapon. She was indignant about this, and Hugo chuckled and said that he had told her so. He also said that, however, the material he was using was not very good. He said that from what he could see, he had very good eyes. Rico asked loudly, what did they mean by the materials being bad? He said there was nothing he could do about it. It was practically impossible to make a great sword in this town. No one around could make a good sword. She asked, what was behind that? He said that this story began about 2 months ago. In this town of Rydiel, ore is mined from the northern mountain to make weapons and shields, but a clan of golems made it their home. Of course, they sent a request to the guild, but never received an answer. So they go to the neighboring town and get the ore there. And this sword he made for her costs 20,000 giln. Of course, since he made it, he would give her a partial refund. Even if the material is that bad, it can't break that easily. After all, he made it. She became indignant about this and asked loudly, "Does he mean to say that she's not good with a rapier?" The protagonist asked calmly, in other words, all he has to do is destroy those golems, right? Hugo was surprised by this and asked, will he really do it? He was counting on him. He agreed and started to leave. Rico followed him and loudly asked him to wait. She introduced herself and said that she was also an adventurer and saw that he wanted to destroy those golems. Could he show her his license? He agreed, showed his card and asked, "Is that okay?" She was very surprised when she saw this and loudly asked, "Shouldn't he do such a stupid thing? Or does he want to die?" He asked with a puzzled look, "Isn't he allowed to do that?" She loudly agreed and said that F ranks should only do farming quests. They are called potato rank. Adventurers of this rank get dirty farming quests. That's why they are called that. He asked, however, why is she so worried? Even if he dies, it has nothing to do with her, right? She was confused by this and said loudly that she would feel bad if someone died because of her, but she would still follow him. After some time, they reached the right mountain, and she said that this was their goal for today, the northern mines. She looked down and said that besides, he bought this old sword without any hesitation. The system announced that it was a D-rank iron sword, a sword made of well-crafted iron, F-rank material, not made of the best material. He said with a smile that any weapon can be used. It seemed to him that even such a sword could help in this case. Rico said that she had never heard of anyone fighting golems with just a sword. They entered the mine, and she said that, however, she didn't think he was that kind of person. She came here because she had an argument with the owner of the weapons store. He looked at her and said that she wasn't like that. She followed him because she said she was worried. She was embarrassed by this and said loudly that she had explained this before they came here. She stopped because they met a D-rank golem. He looked at it with a calm expression and thought that it was much bigger than he thought. She ran towards the monster and said loudly that she would show him how she fights. She wants him to watch her movements carefully. She quickly ran up to the monster and easily dodged the golem's first attack. She jumped behind it and delivered a powerful blow with her hammer. The monster swung its fist, but she jumped up and delivered a very powerful blow to its back. MC looked at this and thought he understood everything. Golems have quite high attack and defense power, but they have low speed. So she waits for the right moment and looks for an opportunity to attack the golem's back with her hammer. Rico jumped back to him and asked, "How was that?" This is how she fights. She will get behind the golem and attack it, but he just has to stay here and defend himself, okay? Unexpectedly for her, the golem stood up, roared loudly, and threw a lot of stones at them. He noticed this, quickly drew his sword, stood in front of her, and with quick movements destroyed all the stones that were thrown at them. He deflected one of these stones, which threw it at the head of the monster. He fell to the ground and Rico called out to him and asked what he just did. He said that all he did was deflect his attack back. Is there something wrong with that? She said out loud, in surprise, that there was definitely something wrong. What kind of reaction was he having? The monster was making sounds and she noticed it and said that the golem was still alive. He walked towards it and asked if she could leave it to him. She became worried about it and said out loud that he should wait, and that if he was going to fight, he should use that hammer. He asked her not to worry and said that that sword would be enough. He thought that it didn't matter what kind of stones it was made of. The main thing was its hardness. He didn't have to fight by the rules now. There were many ways to defeat the golem. Using the method she used wasn't a bad idea, but it would take too long. He quickly ran towards the monster, and she became worried about it, and asked out loud what he was doing and where he was running. He must dodge his attack. He channeled energy into the sword with a calm expression, used special magic, strike strengthening, and thought that even if golems have great strength and defense, their speed is still low. He is very slow. He delivered a very powerful blow with the sword, cutting the golem's body in half, and its body collapsed and fell to the ground. Rico was shocked by this, fell to the ground, and loudly asked, "What was that?" After that, he quickly defeated many more golems, which surprised her even more. He stood on a mountain of stones and said that he had to kill all the golems. It seemed there were none left. The task was complete. She agreed, looked at the stone, and saw a perfect cut left from his strike. The system announced that it was rank E iron ore, an ore that is often used to craft equipment, a non-elemental, rank D minor magic stone that possesses non-elemental power. He thought that these items could be useful for crafting equipment. He needed to give the remaining magic stones to Lime. She approached Yuri, called him over, and asked who he really was. He killed the golem with one blow, and used a sword she had never seen before. He turned to her and said that he was just an ordinary F-rank adventurer. She loudly asked him not to make fun of her, and said that she was asking this seriously. He looked away with a confused look and thought that he wasn't joking or anything. He noticed something strange and asked if these stones were here before. She denied it and said that she didn't think so. He asked, "This is the exit, right?" Zach was walking towards them with his group and said, "To think that he defeated all the golems. He defeated the Joker and the golems. It's so annoying." He saw him and was about to say something, but Rico stood in front of him and asked in a serious tone, Did they have some business with her friend? He said that she should get out of here. If she was going to get in their way, he would kill her. She grabbed her hammer and said loudly that she would see to it. He mentally called Lime and ordered him to protect her. He immediately stood between them. She crashed into him, and he bound her with slime. She was confused by this and loudly asked what he was doing, and what was this. He ordered him to find an alternative route and escape from here. When they escaped, he asked if he could ask him one question. Why was he getting in the way of adventurers like him? Zack seeked in displeasure and said loudly that he was in his way and just an eyesore. They all irritated him. They tried so hard to become adventurers themselves, but when they tried to join the guild, they were crushed by higher-ranked adventurers. They are used as bait to search for monsters. To them, they are just tools, although new adventurers appear every year. In this world, the fittest and only the strongest survive. If that's the case, then it doesn't matter what the powers that be offer them. When they cornered this adventurer, the expression on his face was magnificent. However, then he appeared. A guy they hadn't seen before started to destroy everything. He completed a task that no one else could and received so many medicinal herbs. On top of that, he was recommended for B rank. He hates guys like that. That's why an F rank adventurer, he must die. His party members ran to him, and the protagonist thought that even if he understood them, it still didn't make any sense. However, doesn't that mean they are just as weak? He delivered a few quick punches and defeated them all. Zack used the Windblade skill, began releasing waves of wind with the swings of his sword, and loudly declared that his opponent was him. He easily dodged his attacks and was about to use advanced fire magic, but stopped, thinking that using it in the cave would be dangerous. Suddenly, his teammates stood up and ran towards him again. He found this strange and thought that he should have knocked these guys out. The system notified that he was in an abnormal berserk state, with enhanced durability, pain resistance, and low intelligence. This caught his attention, and he wondered if he had done something wrong. Wait, he was in an abnormal state too. So who did this? His attention was drawn to the system notifying that he had acquired the advanced wind magic skill. Several people grabbed him, and Zack got into a fighting stance, called him an adventurer, and said that he was attacking. He folded his arms, released a strong stream of wind, used advanced wind magic storm, and threw everyone away from him. He was standing at a large distance, but he was still sucked into this storm, and he screamed loudly in surprise. He finished using magic, looked to the side, and asked, "There is another person here, right?" The guy Zack met earlier came out of the shadows and said with a smile that he exceeded his expectations by noticing him. It was a pleasure to meet him. His name is Nero Nightmare. He would like him to remember that. MC looked at him and thought that this man who appeared from the shadows was very different from the other guys. He clapped his hands and said that it was obvious that they would not do anything to him. He was amazing. He examined him, put his hand on the hilt of the sword, and thought that it is clear. It seems that this guy was the one who made Zack and the others go crazy. If so, should he attack him right now? He called him with a wide smile and said that he had two options: join their clan or be killed right now. He doesn't have to worry. He has enough talent. He watched him with his own eyes. He thought that the more this man talks, the stranger he feels. He has some kind of strange feeling. He remembered something with surprise and wondered, is he from his previous life? He remembered him and said that he is a substructure person. He thought that when he was a swordsman, he remembers that he had a lot of trouble being in a clan with these guys. Nero said that he doesn't understand what he is talking about right now. He asked in a calm tone, what is his number? He remembers almost nothing, but when he sees him, these words pop up in his head. He said with surprise that he didn't expect that he remembers about these numbers. However, he can't stand this name. The main one, they risk their lives for the organization. He took off his glove, showed the number on his hand, and said that this is proof that they are unique and that he has his own name in this organization. Yuri looked at his hand and thought that he remembered. On the hand of each member, there is a number that does not disappear. Since he was reincarnated here, this should not happen. He took off his glove, showed his number, and Nero was very surprised when he saw 0. He said loudly that this is impossible. 500 years ago, this number should have disappeared. He was also surprised by this and thought, he knows that number 1 is the strongest. Then what does it mean? He laughed and said that he understood what it means. He understood that he wants to stop them, then he must kill him. He ran very fast next to him, created his clones, and said that now he will look for a place to hit him. He was surprised by his speed and thought that those guys were nothing compared to him. He tried to hit him with a dagger, but he couldn't hit, and he jumped and thought that it doesn't matter. He will have to use some magic to stop him. He pointed his hand at him and released a fireball. He dodged this attack and immediately used Windblade magic. He landed after this attack, noticed that he threw everyone back, and he thought, maybe he miscalculated his strength? However, since it seems that the berserk effect is wearing off, everything was successful. Nero stood on his feet. His arm was hurt and he asked how he did it. To think that he could do something like that. He managed to notice that he used water magic under his feet and immediately jumped to the side. However, he was still caught by this attack, and he said loudly that it was incredible that he mastered 3 different elements. He did not answer anything, raised both hands and used wind and water magic at once. Ice storm. He directed it at his opponent and loudly asked him to stop. His body was completely covered in ice. He walked towards him and said that these past few days, thanks to all the troubles they caused, they made him and many other people experience pain. Then, he appeared in front of him and stood in his way. He did not understand what he meant, and the protagonist attacked him with his sword and said that all he wants is to live his quiet life. He does not want anyone to stand in his way. Riko said that somehow they managed to get out. She thought she was a little slippery. After that, she asked, wondering if Yuri was okay. At that moment, she saw him and called out. She asked him if he was okay. At that time, Hugo was forging a sword. He apologized to MC for the wait. Then he showed him the sword and asked how he liked his work. Yuri looked at it with delight in his eyes. Sword Destroyer, rank B, sword, made of high-quality metal ore, status A, condition new, close to unused, material A, made of very expensive materials, quality A, made using complex techniques. MC thought, what is it? He thanked him and said that he would take it with pleasure. How much does he need to pay? Hugo laughed and said that if he took money from him, his forge would be disgraced. He doesn't need payment, he just needs to take it. Then he tossed it to Yuri. MC caught the sword with delight and thought that he was being rather reckless when he threw away the expensive sword he'd just made. Hugo laughed and said he hadn't worked like that in a long time. Yuri asked him if he was really sure. This sword wasn't made only from the materials he brought, but from what was already here. There was so much of everything. Hugo told him to shut up, okay? Hugo shouted at him that if he was telling him to take it, then he should just take it. MC responded positively and said that he would accept it then. After this, Yuri was about to leave, but Hugo called him and said that he should do his best. He smiled and gave him a thumbs up. MC responded positively with a smile. After this, he thought that the wind outside was wonderful. Since he got a new sword, he might as well do the same. After this, Yuri exhaled, and at that moment an information window appeared. Skill, swordsmanship, master, acquired. MC, walking around town, wondered if he'd gotten this skill from swinging his sword with all his might. Just then, Riko and Feely called out to Yuri. Feely told him he had to guess. Thanks to him, she could now defeat the wolves on her own. Riko said that thanks to him helping her out of the mountain, she was able to obtain several new weapons, and she couldn't wait to try them out. After that, the girls looked at each other and simultaneously asked, who? Feely thought she was shocked. He liked girls with huge breasts. Riko asked, surprised? What? She and MC don't have that kind of relationship. Feely said she thought she was very suspicious. Riko replied that she was too, acting as if Yuri were her father. MC reflected that there were times when he thought everything was going wrong, but the life of an F-rank adventurer isn't so bad. He wants to protect this peaceful and free everyday life. A month has passed since he was reborn in this world. Now he has friends, adventures, and battles. Yuri responded positively and said that he thought they had only eaten fish lately, so they should go on an adventure. Gradually, he began to get used to this city, and somehow he is doing well as an F-rank adventurer in this world. A quest from the Ridial Adventurers Guild. Tiffany called MC. Tiffany Grace, race, feline, gender female, age 17. She said that she had been waiting for him for a very long time. Yuri apologized and said that today he was looking for work. Tiffany asked him what kind of work he was looking for today. MC replied that it was an enslavement quest, and he would like to fight more monsters. She asked him, how about this? Yuri looked at the documents and asked, is it goblin extermination? The document said, goblin extermination, requiring an F rank. The goal was to defeat 10 goblins. The reward was 20,000 gil. She answered affirmatively. MC figured the place he was staying at cost 4,000 gil a night, so if he defeated 2 goblins, he'd have enough for one night. Tiffany apologized and asked if he'd ever done a goblin extermination quest before. Yuri thought the first monsters he fought when he appeared in this world were goblins, although this was his first time doing such a quest. She said that if this was his first time, she'd recommend him forming a team and completing the quest. MC repeated after her, team? Tiffany answered affirmatively and said that usually a lot of accidents happen when doing such quests. For people doing these quests for the first time, it's safer to form a group and support each other. Yuri thought he got it. After that, he approached the information board. He thought, this is so much. It looks like this is the group for him. He saw that one of the sheets wrote, Goblin Subjugation Quest, Participant Trip, 1 person, Battle Requirements, someone who can fight with a sword, Meeting place, in front of a water fountain. MC headed towards the fountain. They should be somewhere around here. At that moment, Yuri heard Emily tell Rit that they needed to hurry up and go. It was normal to go with 3 people, but he knew. Rit apologized and asked, but could they wait a little longer? Muzel said that he knew that if they didn't hurry, the request would be taken by another team. Emily said that he was always so worried. Rit asked, she never had to worry about him, right? Muzel said that the goblins were nothing against the 3 of them. At that moment, MC approached them and, apologizing, said that he came here on request. Rit noticed his sword and thanked him for coming. He could see he was a swordsman. He'd be perfect. He had an excellent sword. He was the team leader. Rit. Emily said she was a sorceress. Musel introduced herself. She was pleased to meet him. Rit said that since they'd introduced themselves, they should go over the rules. First, they had to split the reward fairly 4 ways. If they got a rare item, they'd go to the pawn shop and sell it all, fair and square. Yuri said that sounded good. After that, Rit finally asked him if he could show him his adventurer's license. There had been cases where the person who joined them was simply a robber. MC answered positively and handed him the license. Rit asked, what, F rank? Seeing such a low rank, The guys turned around and started walking away from Yuri. Rit told him to disappear. They didn't need F-rank trash. Emily told him that if he held something like that, he would get dirty. Rit agreed with her and said that she was right. After that, he threw away his license and said that he had forgotten something. He apologized to him for it and said that his hand slipped. Well, they should leave him. Let him wash himself. It will be good for him. They need to go. At this time, Riko was also walking to the fountain. She said that in front of the fountain with water, there it is. Noticing Yuri, she said that it was him. She saw him looking for something in the fountain. She asked him what he was doing there. The northern forest. MC said that he was offended. If not for her, he would have gone on this journey alone. After that, he thanked her. Riko asked him what he was talking about. It was thanks to him that she did not need to go on a quest with such a team. Yuri asked her if it was considered rude if an F-rank adventurer tried to join the team. She replied negatively and said there was nothing wrong with it. It was just that those people were very rude. It was simply because the required rank for the goblin extermination quest was F-rank, meaning any switch seeker could do it. She would tell him something about quests. She entered teacher mode and said he should listen. There were two types of quests. Special quests that required a certain rank, and normal quests that anyone could do. This time they had a normal quest, but it wasn't uncommon to encounter a strong enemy during normal quests. They had to make sure they were on guard at all times. According to the guild, it seemed goblins were living in these parts. They said that ever since the forest's leader, Silver Wolf, was defeated, the goblins were now attacking everyone, so he had to be on guard. MC replied that he understood. After that, they heard some sounds. Riko asked, "Already?" At that moment, some guys appeared from the bushes. One asked, "What's going on?" The other replied that there were no goblins anywhere. After that, he noticed the guys and asked them if they were also looking for goblins. Yuri answered positively. He said that there were no goblins here. The other said that it looked like other adventurers had gotten ahead of them. They should go somewhere else. MC replied that he understood. After that, he thanked him. He asked Riko if she knew another place. She answered positively and said that he should wait a little. She looked at the map and said that they needed to look. There was one place here, but it was 2 hours away. Yuri thought, 2 hours? Lime answered something, and then turned into a large flying monster. MC sat on top and asked what happened. Why doesn't she sit behind him? Riko was shocked. She asked, "Is that a basilisk?" After that, it grabbed her and sat her down next to Yuri. Riko asked it, "What is it doing?" "What?" MC replied that it was good. She should hold on tighter. After that, they flew into the sky. Riko asked, what was going on? They were flying away on a giant bird. As they flew, Riko kept screaming. She asked, can it fly a little slower? And also, he shouldn't look at her. Yuri thought that they were already flying quite slowly. They couldn't fly any slower. He mentally asked Lime, can it hold her? Riko was shocked to see her skirt lifted up. She asked, what? That can't be. Western plane. After they landed, MC thanked it. Riko held on to the ground and said that he was amazing at that speed. After that, she felt a little sick. Yuri asked her, is she okay? They should take a break. He thought that these people didn't seem to be very good at handling fast things like this. It was like a fun roller coaster ride for him. After a while, Riko tried to come to her senses. Then she looked ahead. She said that it was a very wonderful view. She heard about this, but this place was even more wonderful. At that moment, MC noticed something and thought, 10, no, there are more? Amazing. They don't have that much strength, but they use their small bodies to hide. Riko told him that he should look at it. He would never see something like this again. Yuri told her that he advised her to draw her sword. At that moment, someone attacked them from the bushes. Riko asked, what? MC thought he saw them. They were hiding in the shadows. It was the perfect place to attack adventurers. Riko apologized. After that, goblins appeared in front of them. Riko asked, what are they? Yuri answered positively and said that this place had already become a goblin home. The goblins began to attack MC and Riko. Yuri moved very quickly and reflected every arrow the goblins fired. Riko thought that she would never cease to be amazed by his speed. MC asked her if he could ask her to go forward. He would support her with magic from behind. Riko answered positively and moved forward. Yuri used magic. He grants activation magic, acceleration, and strengthening. After that, Riko began to run faster and more reliably. She asked, what is this? Her body is so light. She will succeed. After that, she began to attack the goblins. She thought it was amazing. Then she said that here are the last goblins. However, the goblin that was in the tree wanted to attack her from behind. However, MC used advanced water magic, Ice Needle. He attacked the goblin sitting in the tree. After they fought everyone, Riko ran up to Yuri and asked what he did to her body. MC replied that all he did was just use his magic to strengthen it. That's normal, right? Riko wasn't sure, but she answered positively. She said it wasn't normal. Yuri thought that since they had completed the goblin extermination quest and were heading off to meet new adventures, his sword technique was also good. Riko was breathing heavily. MC asked her if she was okay. She replied that he didn't have to worry about her. Yuri thought that even if she said that, something was clearly wrong with her. She replied that he shouldn't worry. She was fine. After that, she apologized to him and said that she needed some rest. She fell down. MC looked at her status and saw that there was a slight poison in her. He thought, poison? When did this happen? He asked her if the goblins had hit her. She replied positively and said it was just a small scratch on her left ankle, but it was just an arrow that grazed her. Yuri asked her if she could show him her wound for a second. She said she was fine with it. MC looked at the wound and thought it was a strange color, and he realized it looked like the goblin's arrows were poisoned. He said he assumed there was some kind of poison in that arrow. Rico asked him, poison? It's incredible to think that goblins use poison. Yuri asked, is it that rare? MC thought, right? The goblins used weapons that required a lot of intelligence. Perhaps these goblins have a higher IQ than the rest. Rico said that she was still surprised. She didn't have any poison cure with her. It would have been nice if they met adventurers on the way, but she was really sorry. All she was doing was dragging him down. She was really sorry. Yuri said that he didn't think it was a problem. After that, he asked Lime if it thought it would be able to suck out the poison. After that, Lime sucked out all the poison from her leg. MC asked her how she felt, and Rico replied that she felt better already. Yuri told it that it helped. He was grateful for that. After that, an information window appeared in front of MC. Skill, he received Holy Magic. Skill, he received Holy Magic. Intermediate. Skill, he received Holy Magic. Advanced. Yuri thought that it had been a long time since he received a new skill. Rico said that she was worrying him. He asked if she could show him again where she got hurt. Rico replied that she didn't mind, but after that, she showed him the wound. MC used Holy Magic, Beginner, Healing. Rico asked in surprise, is that healing magic? After that, the wound was completely healed. Rico stood up and said that it was amazing, simply amazing. Yuri answered positively and said that everything seemed to have gone well. Rico asked him, however, where did he get this rare skill? MC asked her if healing magic was rare. Rico answered positively and said that holy magic was the rarest of all skills. Yuri apologized to her and said that he only now realized it. Rico asked him, just now? After that, they were attacked by goblins again. They dealt with everyone, and Rico said that they seemed to have taken care of most of the goblins. MC answered positively. He told Lime that he would leave it to this again. Afterwards, the slime transformed the goblins into attributeless stone. Yuri thanked it for taking care of everything. Rico said it was strange. MC asked her if something was wrong. Rico picked up an axe and said she wanted him to take a look at it. It was a stone axe, rank E. She asked him if he didn't understand anything. Yuri replied that he would look at it. He thought it was a pretty good weapon for a goblin. Rico responded positively and said that this weapon was too complex for goblins to make. Goblins sometimes fight with weapons, but they're mostly rocks and sticks. However, these goblins have bows and arrows, axes, and even prepared poisons. That's really strange. In other words, there might be a goblin boss in these parts who runs things. MC thought he got it, meaning boss. He asked her if the boss was some kind of goblin lord or something. They say the goblin lord is the most powerful type of goblin. Yuri thought this meant that the goblin chief he recently killed was an unusual monster. Rico said that she was surprised, however. She didn't think he knew about the goblin lord. She didn't think he knew so much about monsters. MC replied in the negative and said that the goblin lord was simply the first monster he defeated. Rico replied that there was no way he could defeat the goblin lord alone. After that, she realized what he was saying and asked him if he really defeated the goblin lord. Yuri answered in the affirmative. Rico asked in shock, that can't be true. Is it possible that the MC? Yuri said that if the boss was nearby, how would they detect it? Rico said that was the problem. These goblins were pretty smart. She didn't think they'd let them track them that easily. MC then said he understood. They had to track them. He then looked deeper into the forest and thought he'd found them. He mentally asked Lime if it could do this. After that, Rico asked him what he'd done. Yuri said that to track them, he'd asked Lime to place a small part of itself on them. Great, they should get started. Rico hesitantly answered yes and followed MC. Having received the task of exterminating the goblins, she and Rico set off for the western forest. The goblins in this area are good at group combat. After learning of their boss's existence, they attached a tiny lime to a goblin and tracked them. Rico told him they should be a little quieter, and they entered that cave. Yuri thought the entrance was small, but inside, it was spacious enough, making it a good place to hide from enemies. Rico said she had no doubt the goblin boss was here. At that moment, Rit appeared behind them. He asked him what he was doing here. He told them they should see who was here, an F-rank potato digger. What was he doing here? There was no potato field here. Emily asked why he was even here. He said maybe he got lost in the field. After that, he laughed. Rico asked MC if that was the guy he'd talked to. He answered yes. Then Rit said to them, since they were both here, shouldn't they tell him that they were also going to enter the nest? Yuri answered positively. Rit asked him in surprise, what? He told him that he should listen. He would stop saying nasty things, but it was too reckless for an F-rank to go to the nest. At that moment, Emily ran up to MC and asked him, he's Yuri, right? If he really wanted to enter, why didn't he take her luggage with him? They had been traveling for so long, and her shoulder and back hurt so much. That's why she asked him to carry her luggage. Rico watched all this and thought in shock. Why is this woman standing so close to MC? Emily said that if he carried it, then maybe later she would do something nice for him. At that moment, she pretended to take off her top. Yuri replied that he didn't care, but he wasn't sure if it was a good idea. Emily took his answer as consent. She asked him, really? After that, she thanked him. At that moment, Rico stood between them and shouted a negative. She should stay away from MC. After that, she asked Yuri, what was he thinking? This shouldn't happen. Does he like this? MC answered negatively and said that he didn't know what was going on inside the nest, and she had already suffered before. After that, Rit said that, in any case, they would go inside first. They shouldn't delay them. He asked Emily, why she took him with her? Did her shoulder really hurt? Emily took his arm and said that it really hurt and they could use it as a shield if something happened. That's what she was thinking. After that, everyone entered the cave. Emily asked why the goblins hadn't appeared yet. Musel said that she was already tired of walking. Rit said that then they should make a rest. After that, they took out the food, and Musel said that it looked very appetizing. Emily said she made it for Rit. Musel said she did it just to make him happy. Rit replied that he was very happy. He thanked them both. After that, they started feeding him with a spoon. She said that he should try her dish too. Rit laughed and asked why they both came to a picnic. Rico sat dissatisfied and said that they were shameless. She can't stand this. After that, she also started eating. She called Yuri and offered him a sandwich. MC asked her if she was giving it to him. Rico blushed. After that, Yuri took a bite. Rico asked him if he liked it. After that, she screamed and said that something was coming here. Everyone jumped, and Rit asked what that smoke was. Emily said that it smelled bad. MC told Rico that she should hold on to him. Yuri used advanced wind magic, Wind Strike. After that, he opened his eyes and saw that the wind had no effect on the smoke. He thought the wind hadn't blown it away. Emily said it was really useless, it did nothing. MC then used Analyze. He saw an information window. Dark Fog Class E. Magical fog generated by curse magic. Yuri thought, curse magic? Rico called MC and asked him what it was. He replied that it was a magical attack from the enemy. Emily ran up to Rit and asked him what they should do. Rit replied that she needed to calm down first. Goblins couldn't use magic. It was probably the boss. As long as she stood behind him, he would work hard. He patted Musel and Emily on the head and said that he would make sure to protect them both. After that, goblins appeared in their path. Goblin elites, rank D. Rit asked what kind of goblins they were. Yuri thought the elite goblins he'd fought before weren't all that numerous. They were in a rampage, had low stamina, didn't feel pain, and had low intelligence. He thought they were all in a rampage. Emily asked Rit if he could take care of it. Rit hesitantly replied that it was just a goblin. However, he thought he'd never heard of such a thing. Aren't goblins small? Then he stood in front of the goblin, trembling with fear. He swung his sword and wanted to strike the goblin, but the goblin grabbed his sword with one hand. Rit asked if it stopped his sword. Then the goblin threw the sword aside and struck Rit in the stomach. Rit fell to the ground in pain, and the goblin stood right in front of him. Then Rit became frightened and ran away screaming. He pushed Emily and Musel out of the way. He shouted at them, "What are the two of them doing? They have to protect him." Rit ran off and left the girls alone. Emily yelled at him to stop. Then a goblin stood in front of them and grabbed Emily by the hair. Another goblin grabbed Musel and started dragging her somewhere. Emily yelled that it should let her go. Musel yelled that it should get its hands off her. Rit sat on the floor next to MC and Rico and said that it wasn't his fault. He didn't do it. The girls yelled that someone should help them. Yuri called out to Rico. She told him he shouldn't worry about her. He should just go. She was a swordsman too. She would defend herself. MC then told her that her sandwich was delicious. Could she do it again once the task was over? Rico was confused by his words and answered positively. After that, Yuri accelerated and headed towards the goblins. The goblin continued dragging Emily somewhere. She yelled that it should let her go. She said it should let her go. Where was it taking her? Then the goblin threw her aside and approached. She asked, "What?" Then she thought of Musel and looked away. Then, seeing that she wouldn't help her, she covered her mouth with her hand in horror. At that moment, the goblin attacked Emily and tore off her clothes. She screamed at it that it had to stop. At that moment, MC arrived and chopped off the goblin's head. After that, he chopped off the head of the second goblin, the one holding Musel. He asked her if she was okay. Two more goblins ran out from behind Yuri. MC thought that even though they were goblins, it would be difficult for him with just a sword. After that, he used intermediate wind magic, Wind Shield. He used the shield to defeat the goblins. However, there was one surviving goblin behind him, but Rico fought it. Yuri called out to her and said she saved him. Rico looked at him questioningly and replied that she thought he was a goblin. MC said he was surprised she could see so well and fight in the dark. She replied negatively and said that she saw something moving and thought it was an enemy, and then attacked it. She thought that if it were him, he would have simply dodged her sword. At that moment, a goblin shaman came out to them. He said that they were insignificant people. They dared to come to his house again and again? Goblin shaman, B rank. Rico thought, is this a goblin who speaks human language? This goblin is bad news. She doesn't think she can defeat him with such enormous magical power. She thought she was scared. Her body wasn't moving. MC noticed she was shaking with fear and told her it was okay. She shouldn't worry. The goblin boss he'd fought earlier was much stronger. This goblin leads the other goblins and has quite a high intelligence level. Rico, in fear, called out to Yuri. He told her to calm down. He was stronger than any other goblin, but even she was stronger than him. His words calmed her down. MC then asked her if she could help him. Rico assumed a fighting stance and declared herself ready. After that, the goblin shaman shouted that they should capture them. At that moment, Yuri and Rico were fighting several goblins at once. As the battle progressed, MC thought it was strange. They were barely putting up a fight. The goblins he fought earlier on the Western Plateau were stronger, so why him? At that moment, the goblin shaman said they'd made a mistake killing them. At that moment, a multitude of white light appeared from the dead bodies of the goblins. Yuri looked at it and thought something was coming out of the dead bodies. MC tried to eliminate this white light with a fireball, but it was unsuccessful. The white light reached Yuri and covered his entire body. He thought his body was burning. At that moment, Rico called out to MC. Yuri used analysis and saw that it was an exhaustion skill, rank D, which drains the target's strength. MC thought that maybe the cursed fog was related to this magic. The shaman said there was no fight, he would show him all the horror with his magic. Yuri thought this couldn't be true and lost consciousness. An information window appeared. Skill, acquired curse magic, beginner. Skill, acquired curse magic, intermediate. Skill, acquired curse magic, advanced. Rico asked MC if he was okay. Yuri answered positively and said that everything was fine now. The goblin shaman asked him what he was saying. After that, MC used spell reflection. He thought since he liked magic, he should curse. He pointed his hand at the goblin. The shaman asked him, "What? How come? What did he do?" Yuri thought he'd reflected the spell back. He used the reflection skill. The light that had previously covered MC shifted to a new target, the goblin shaman. The goblin started screaming and after a while fell to the ground. Yuri said that he would experience the full horror of curse magic. Sometime later, in the city of Port Lydia, MC was sitting on the pier, fishing. It was a busy adventurer's break. After he and Rico completed the goblin extermination quest yesterday, they split the reward. Rit ran full speed toward the cave exit, and the girls were shocked at Rit's betrayal. Right now, he's working on a fishing quest. Yuri saw that he was starting to get a bite, and asked if he could catch this one. He caught a rainbow fish, rank D, as he thought it was like a game. At that moment, Baptiste approached him and greeted him. He said he felt determined today. Coming closer, Baptiste said it was a rainbow fish. He was very lucky. Baptiste Rhodius, male, feline, age 55. Baptiste said that rainbow fish move quite quickly, so catching them with a net is quite difficult. Doesn't it seem like it would be very cheap? He replied that it might be, and apparently they are quite rare to catch. MC thought that this man named Baptiste was a good person, and he had been teaching him how to fish for the past few days. Apparently, he was an adventurer some time ago, but since getting shot in the knee, he simply stays in the harbor and hangs out with fishing adventurers. Afterwards, Baptiste picked up a fishing rod and said that he would fish there, so if anything happened, he should call him. Yuri responded positively and thanked him. Left alone, MC thought that he sometimes thinks about the past. In a past life, he lived in a country called Japan, and every day he went to work. He seemed to have had a rather difficult life. He thought that what he wanted most in his past life was some freedom. At that moment, Yuri had another bite. MC started to reel in the fish and thought it was hard. He activated his power-up magic, increasing the strength of his fishing rod. Baptiste asked him what happened. Yuri replied that it looked like he'd underestimated the fish. Baptiste approached him and said that it looked like he'd done a straw fishing. MC asked him what it was. Baptiste replied that it happens when he has something on his line for a while, and a larger fish devours a smaller fish already on his line. At first glance, it looks quite large. If he holds onto the rod too long, it will break. He must reel it in immediately. Yuri replied that he understood. After that, he applied a little force and pulled the enormous fish out of the water. It was a huge shark, rank C. All the fishermen screamed in fear that it was a monster. MC thought, why on earth are there monsters here? At that moment, the shark fell right on Yuri with its mouth open. MC took the sword and threw the fish away. Everyone was shocked. What? Yuri calmly said that there was no blood left now. An information window appeared in front of MC. He had gained the fishing skill, beginner level. He thought that he didn't even know there was a fishing skill. At that moment, Emily and Musel approached him. They sat down next to him, and Emily said that their hearts had changed, as they knew it was bad to choose someone just because of their appearance. Musel continued for her and said that they realized that someone strong like him was their type. Yuri exhaled and said that now he understood. Emily told him that he was in the middle of a quest, right? He answered positively. She asked him if there was anything they could help with. Musel said they would do anything for him. MC said that then could they put some bait on his fishing rod? The girls answered positively. After that, Emily said that the bait was it. She took the box with bait in her hands and opened it. Musel said that it was unfair. However, when the girls saw the bait, they got a little scared. Emily threw the box away and ran away screaming. She said that she can't, she's going home. Musel also ran away screaming that she was going too. Yuri said that they had scattered everything, and he just thought that finally he had someone to do this task with. He wondered what happened. He thought it was good that the girls weren't feeling unhappy. After some time, MC was sleeping at home. Feely tried to wake him up and asked him if he was awake. Could he please wake up? Yuri woke up and said that it was just her. What happened so early? Feely said he shouldn't ask her what happened. Hadn't he heard anything about today's training? His face, he really didn't know anything. Feely said that all aspiring adventurers like them undergo special training once a month. This book is called Adventurer's Guidelines. MC asked what would happen if they didn't go to this training. Rico replied that he should wait a bit. She thought it was somewhere around here. Yuri wondered if she was going to carry this book around all the time. She said that she found it. It seemed that any adventurer who continued to skip this training would have their license revoked. MC replied that he understood. That was very bad. Rico was about to leave and said that now that everything was decided, they should go. Yuri answered positively. After that, he opened the window and said that before they left, could she please give him a minute? MC looked through the tree and thought that the last time they were spied on, there was only malicious intent. But this time he sensed something else. He sensed killing intent. Yuri used a sniper fireball and shot at the tree. Feely asked him what he did. MC replied that he did nothing special. There was just a beetle on the tree. He thought, who the hell was that? At this point, the man said that he didn't expect this person to notice their presence. Of course, number 928, he was able to dodge. After that, he turned to Zach and asked him if he could hunt him. Zach replied that he should put jokes aside. Did he really think he would lose to a mere human? He didn't even need to meet him. The pets he raised could take care of him themselves. The guild's back garden. Feely shouted at Yuri that he should be a little faster. MC responded positively and apologized to her. At that moment, Ayesha told him that he should get out of the way. He said that he couldn't believe it. It was Ayesha. Yuri asked, was she famous? Feely asked him in surprise. Didn't he know her? It was Ayesha. She was one of the 10 B-rank adventurers in this city who rose up on their own. The 10th ranked B-rank adventurer, Ayesha. He had to remember her. She said that they listened to her. She would train them. Today, she only came here to teach them how to train. In other words, she would simply remake them so that they would turn into something better. At that moment, one of the adventurers asked her, did she really think he could stand by and listen to this? Who did she think she was? She was still a child. She was the worst of all the B-rank adventurers. She just glared at him. He shouted that she shouldn't look at adults like that. He didn't have time to finish as Ayesha pushed him aside. She said that she hated being spoken to like that. So today, she would train them in close combat. They should show her their strength. However, everyone stood there terrified. She angrily said that she told them they should come to her. After that, all the adventurers rushed into battle and said they would show her. However, they failed, and she managed to defeat them all. After that, she said that there were more than 2. Then I greeted her fearfully. She said that they didn't say anything to her. Ayesha said that they looked good. She was proud of everyone that they didn't attack her after seeing her strength. MC thought that wasn't really the reason. He just didn't want to fight. Ayesha said that she liked them. She would teach them how to handle a sword. Yuri answered her negatively and said that they weren't really interested. Ayesha said she thought they were afraid of her, but they shouldn't worry. She'd accepted them both. Now they should follow her. Northern Forest. Feely, MC, and Ayesha were walking through the forest. Feely asked if it was okay for her to be here. Ayesha asked her what she meant. Feely replied that she simply thought she wasn't doing much in the way of training. Ayesha replied that it was okay. Most new adventurers who participated in training grew up like scum, which is why her mission was to break their pride, which misunderstood everything. In fact, newbies who didn't see their weaknesses were likely to die. And she had to teach these people their weaknesses. They had to come here. They came to a place where large trees grew. She handed them a sword and said they should take it. An iron sword, F rank, a common sword that anyone could use. Feely asked what they would do. Ayesha said that first, they should take a look. This was the very sword she had given her. She would show her an example. Then she swung the sword and chopped the tree in half. Feely was shocked and said it was amazing. So this is what it means to be a B-rank adventurer. Ayesha said it was her turn. Feely wasn't sure, answered negatively, and said she couldn't do it. Ayesha pointed to a tree and said it was difficult at first, but if they kept doing it constantly, by the time they cut down the tree, they should be able to learn the intermediate swordsmanship skill. After that, Feely stepped forward and said that now she understood everything. She would try it. She swung her sword a few times, trying to imitate Ayesha's move, but the tree only left scratches. Ayesha said it was Yuri's turn. MC thought this was a great opportunity to test out this skill, but if he swung with all his might, it would break. He didn't want to break a weapon he borrowed from someone else. After that, Yuri swung his sword lightly, and a crack appeared in the ground. That it was good that this time, without destroying the weapon, he was able to adjust the power. Ayesha stood there completely shocked. MC looked at her and said that he did what she told him to do. Is there something wrong? Ayesha awkwardly replied that he had passed. That's enough. Yuri replied that it was great. It was better than nothing. Feely said that this was clearly not normal. MC asked her, seriously, but all he did was what she showed them? She asked him, shocked. What? Ayesha said that the next stage is learning magic. After that, she pointed to Yuri and asked what he said his name was. MC replied that it was Yuri. She asked him if he had been taught magic before. He replied negatively and said that he didn't think so. Ayesha laughed enthusiastically and said that that was right. When it came to applying the laws of magic, he was a beginner. MC thought, is there something good about that? Why is she acting like this? She said that this mountainous area is perfect for practicing magic. Nothing around will burn, even if they use powerful magic. If they want to learn swordsmanship, they should go to the forest. If they want to learn magic, they should go to the mountains. In other words, this place is perfect for learning magic. Feely said that she understood her. She would write it down. Ayesha said that she would show them the power of magic. They should stay there. First, they should begin chanting the spell. She cast the spell, a fiery spear. It should crawl along the ground, dance in the sky. It should pierce the heavens. She used advanced fire magic, a fiery spear. Feely and Yuri were amazed by her skills. From her strike, a large hole appeared in the mountain. She said something like this. Feely said that it was amazing. Ayesha said that if they were B-rank adventurers, then this was nothing. MC thought that compared to other adventurers he'd met, she was truly special, as he'd expected from a B-rank adventurer. Ayesha said that the most important thing when using magic is imagination, that there's no shortcut to improving your magic, and that repetition is key. Yuri thought that was true. He remembered something like that from his past life. Ayesha said it was his turn now. He shouldn't worry if he didn't succeed. MC replied that he understood. Feely told him he should give it his all. He stepped forward, holding a sword. Ayesha wondered if he'd drawn his sword. Was there something like that? Then Yuri used fire magic, a fire funeral. The wall in the mountain completely collapsed under his impact. The girls were shocked and asked, "What?" An information window appeared. A skill, acquired superclass fire magic. MC thought it was great. He even learned superclass fire magic. He was glad he came to training. At that moment, the destroyed wall began to move. Feely said that something was coming. It was a landslide. The girls were scared and grabbed each other. Meanwhile, MC used intermediate magic. He created an ice wall, but it failed to hold back the landslide. MC thought this was bad. He should do something about it, but that was it. After that, he decided to use his other hand. She told him that he shouldn't do that. He should just run away as quickly as possible. MC replied that he couldn't do that. It was the problem he caused. He was fine. She shouldn't worry about it. She wondered what this guy was doing. Yuri thought that he wouldn't let the two of them get hurt. After that, he tried to stop the landslide with magic. After he succeeded, an information window appeared. The skill acquired superclass water magic. MC thought it was great. He learned a new skill again. Feely ran up to him and said that he saved them. Ayesha was shocked and asked, "What is that?" After that, she called Yuri and said that he just had to tell her the truth. "Who is he?" MC simply smiled back. After a while, Yuri walked into the bar. Pancho greeted him and said that he could come in. After that, he saw MC and said, "Oh, it's him." He thanked him for waiting. It's his special dish, bull carpaccio. Yuri thought it was the same fish he caught last time during his search. It would be his first time eating it. Pancho proudly said that bull tasted superior, but it was too expensive. It was difficult to cope with. But fortunately, the price has dropped recently. A good fisherman has appeared. By the way, this is part of Ayesha's training program. This girl is really amazing. He can't believe how quickly time changes these days. MC asked him if he knows her. He replied that they see each other often, and that she's always been proud of her skills. You could tell she's a very proud person. Yuri asked him, "So that's how it is, right?" After that, the door opened, and Pancho greeted the guests again. After that, he saw that it was Rose. Rose greeted Pancho and said that the establishment seemed to be thriving. Pancho thanked him and said it was like a dream. The customers in the establishment were shocked. He said that he should see if it was Rose because of the iron ingot. He answered positively and said that it was him. Rose asked MC if he could offer him something to drink. Wine, for example. Rose asked him if he could sit here. Yuri answered positively. Rose said that he had recently been on an expedition, and it had been so long since he had a proper meal. He ordered Baku roast meat and also salad and salami, and dried fish, and something on the side. After that, Rose asked, "Is there a guy named Yuri here?" Yuri was sitting next to him. He thought, it seems like they haven't met before. After that, he answered that it was him. Rose looked at him in surprise, then said that he heard about him from Ayesha, so he was the new one? Yuri pointed at him with a fork and asked him if he knew Ayesha. Pancho, seeing this, asked in shock, "What? He's an idiot. What is he doing? He has to put that thing down. Does he have any idea who this person is?" This person is Rose. He is also called Iron Ingot Rose. He is the strongest A-rank adventurer in this city. That's too much of an increase. But as Ayesha said, he's a good man with a kind heart. The reason he's looking for him is because he wants him to help them with their mission. MC asked him what the mission was. Rose replied that it was dragon slaying. Could he help them with that mission? Pancho asked in shock. What? Isn't that too much? It's unreasonable for him not to say anything. He's just an F-rank adventurer. Rose denied it and said he was serious. He'd only just met him today and was confident in it. Yuri's abilities were on par with them, A-rankers. After that, he asked Pancho if his rice wasn't ready yet. Pancho replied in the affirmative and said it was ready. At that moment, someone was sitting in the corner of the establishment, watching them. The man said they had to hurry. The mages and medics had already taken action. 5 people were unconscious. Unfortunately, it was too late for the rest. The guild staff should carefully review the mission again. They must freeze all quests within 50 kilometers of the western plateau. They must notify all nearby villages and towns as soon as possible. At that moment, Tiffany called out to the president. She said it was Captain Lanner, a C-rank adventurer. When questioned, he replied that it was a dragon. Rose said it happened yesterday, and the person who survived seeing it lost everything. Pancho said that it was a C-rank adventurer who lost his arms and legs. If what he said was true, then MC asked if he knew anything. He replied that he knew very little. It happened a couple of years ago. The region where the evil dragon appears often changes the ecosystem and environment, and low-ranking adventurers who had a hard time began a battle over several hunting grounds. Rose asked Yuri what he would say to this. It would be great if he helped them get rid of the evil dragon. At that moment, Chloe said she didn't think so. He wants such a weak-looking person to join the squad? Has he completely lost his mind? He needs his eyesight checked. Is he asking for help from an F rank? Everyone will laugh at them. A ranks. MC asked him who she was. Rose replied, she is. Chloe interrupted him and said she was Twilight Chloe. She'd also heard about him from Ayesha, the third ranked B. She didn't know what tricks he'd used, but she'd tell him that even in 1,000 years, an F rank wouldn't join their group. Yuri thought he'd figured it out, so she was on the evil dragon quest. Rose called out to her and said he'd already told her that adventurers weren't just about rank. It was a terrible habit to measure someone's abilities by rank. She'd never met a talented F-ranker before. How about playing with her? MC asked her. Play? She replied that he shouldn't worry. It wasn't that hard. At that moment, she dropped his fork on the floor. Yuri thought it was his fork. She said that she would send it flying with 30% of her power if he could block this attack. Then she would acknowledge him. MC stood up and asked her if he lost. She replied that then he should never appear in front of her again. After all, an F rank is just an F rank. He should prepare himself. After that, she threw his fork at him. Yuri thought that was very fast. Despite this, Chloe smiled at first, and then her expression changed. She saw that MC stopped the fork. She asked, "What? He stopped this one?" Yuri thought that gathering magical energy like this, now it's her turn to show him how she would block it. After that, he threw the fork back where Chloe was standing. She stood there and didn't move. The fork stuck into the wall. Chloe said that it was impossible. Rose said that it looks like the last participant has already been decided, right? Chloe didn't respond to this. Rose asked MC, "So what about it?" Yuri thought he didn't really like it, but if he refused the offer of an A-rank adventurer, life in this city would become even more difficult for him. After this, MC responded positively and said that he would join them. Rose said that then they would see each other tomorrow. They must get rid of this dragon. Pancho looked at the fork in the wall and said with horror that it was his tavern. Yuri awkwardly said that he would pay for the damaged wall later. The trading city of Lydia, Westgate. MC said that he told him it was somewhere around here. Rose approached him and said that it seemed like the main star was here. Ayesha said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Yuri thought that 1 A rank and 2 B ranks. Come to think of it, that was a good group. Rose noticed Lime and asked why he needed that slime. MC replied that it was his friend, Lime. Chloe said that taming is a rare skill he possesses. After a while, they were on their way. Rose apologized and said that he could only find a small carriage. It was a bit cramped, but they should be patient. Yuri wondered what it was. All 3 of them were sitting and barely fit. Ayesha said that he shouldn't move. It's too cramped in here. Chloe said that's why she told him to leave the F rank. MC thought she was taking up too much space. He felt a surprising pressure from those 2. She shouted that she should move a little more. She shouldn't push him here. Ayesha shouted that it was because her chests were taking up too much space. She apologized and said that if she was small, Ayesha asked her what she said. At that moment, Yuri felt something and thought it was a feeling. At that moment, their carriage exploded. They landed on the ground and saw dragons. Rose said, "What is this? What the hell is going on here?" A C-rank wyvern tamed status was flying in the sky. MC wondered if they were tamed? Was someone controlling them? Chloe used basic water magic, and Ayesha used basic fire magic. They launched ice arrows and fireballs. Yuri thought that, as expected of this B-rank adventurer, they were much stronger and faster. Rose said that that's not all. He turned to MC and Chloe and said that the 2 of them should take on the enemies on the left, while he and Ayesha would take care of the ones on the right. Yuri asked her how they could defeat them. She replied that he shouldn't call her so casually. He didn't have to do anything. He was just delaying her. Rose may think highly of him, but she still didn't acknowledge him. After that, she used basic water magic and ice arrows. She launched them at the monsters, but they dodged. After that, she used intermediate water magic and ice rain. Having defeated the monsters, she said that it was done. MC looked up and said that it was not over yet. A fire wyvern was flying in front of them. Rank B, status, the highest type of wyvern. Chloe said, "That means it's the boss, right? It must die." The attack enraged the monster and released a fireball. Chloe was surprised and asked, "What?" Yuri mentally called out to Lime. It flew up and completely absorbed the fireball. Chloe asked in surprise, "It's slime. How so? What the hell is this slime?" MC told her that she must act now. She hesitated answered yes, and then used intermediate water magic, ice spear. She said that it was not enough. Yuri replied that it was quite enough. After that, he used special magic, strengthening the body. He jumped high into the air and slashed the fire wyvern with his sword. MC landed on the ground, a monster falling behind him. He stood on the ground, trying to catch his breath. Chloe looked at him in shock, asking, What did he do?" Yuri calmly asked her, "What did he do?" "He just jumped like usual and killed that flying wyvern." "Wasn't that normal?" She shouted that it was completely abnormal. After a while, they approached Ruslan. Rose told them that it looked like they were done too. MC thought they'd defeated twice as many as them. There were even 2 meteor wyverns. Ayesha told him he should take a look. Yuri responded positively. He thought it was B rank, Ayesha's 10th ranked, and this man named Rose. He was very strong. Rose said they needed to hurry now, but there was one problem. If what he thought was true, those wyverns were being controlled. Ayesha said that was impossible. Chloe said to control B rank monsters. MC replied negatively, saying Rose was right. He felt the same way, as if those monsters were being controlled. Rose said that, come to think of it, Yuri also had the taming skill, maybe something resonated with him. MC replied that it was something like that. He thought he learned this from his analysis. Rose replied that he understood, but there was another problem. Their horse was seriously injured. Rose said that the attack almost killed their horse. Aisha looked ahead and said that was a problem. If they walked, it would take at least 2 hours. Yuri thought about asking Lime to transform into a basilisk, but it would be difficult for it to carry all 4 of them. After that, he asked if he could take a look at the horse's wound. Rose asked him if he had an idea. As he had mentioned earlier, the horse was in serious condition. He could try, but he thought it was impossible to heal. Chloe said let him try. Rose called her name. Chloe replied that there was something about him. At that moment, MC approached the horse and used holy magic, intermediate, early healing. The wound on the horse healed. Chloe asked in surprise, is that holy magic? Recovery magic? Ayesha, isn't that an urban legend? Rose said that couldn't be true. It really was healed. Yuri said that it seemed like everything was fine. Rose called MC and said that he didn't know he could use holy magic. Yuri asked him, really? Rose said that he shouldn't tell anyone that he knew holy magic. And MC thought that now that he thought about it, Rico was also surprised by holy magic. After that, he asked why. Was there any special reason? Rose replied that holy magic was rare. It could attract a lot of unwanted attention. At worst, people would hunt his body and use it to wage war, so it would be better for him not to use this power in public. Yuri thought he understood him. He was really worried though. He said it didn't matter if he saw him get hurt, no matter where it was. He would use it as many times as he wanted. Chloe asked Ruslan how he could be so carefree. Rose said she shouldn't ask him about that, because he was thinking the same thing. After a while, they were on their way on horseback. Rose said they should hurry. Something was happening. MC replied that he understood him. Coming out of the forest, Aisha asked what it was. They saw a clearing that was completely burned. Rose said they should leave the horses here. From here, they would go on foot. He didn't know when they would meet the evil dragon, so they should be on guard. Everyone simultaneously answered positively. As they continued on, they fought small monsters. Chloe said, this is it. Rose said, this is the place. Ayesha said they were crazy to go up against Ayesha. Yuri thought he'd expected adventurers of rank B and above. He didn't have to do anything, because the monsters were E and D ranks. Rose said that the demons were abnormally bloodthirsty, perhaps due to the influence of the evil dragon. He said that everyone should be there. However, he didn't have time to finish because they heard a loud howl. Rose asked what kind of pressure was that? Chloe said that she was really having a hard time. Then Rose looked up and said that something was from above. Looking up, they saw the skeleton of an A-rank dragon under the influence of taming. Rose asked if this could really be the evil dragon. Although it was unlikely, the pressure shouldn't be that strong. Chloe said how could this be? It's just ridiculous. MC thought Rose was weaker than this. Is this evil dragon the most powerful in the A rank? Rose shouted that everyone should prepare for battle. The next moment, the dragon decided to attack the guys. She asked what it was. Yuri looked at his hand, which was trembling. Roar, B rank, makes the creature weaker and shocks it. MC thought the roar was very powerful. Did such a skill exist? If they were a novice adventurer, they would have fainted immediately if they were affected by this skill. Rose asked in shock, what kind of attack was that? Chloe said she couldn't move. What was that? Yuri thought this attack wouldn't be enough to break them, right? At that moment, Yuri looked up and saw Zack standing at the top of the cliff. He laughed and said that adventurers of this era were as boring as small fish, but he didn't think he would come here. Zack called Yuri's name. He asked, 926? No, 928. Well, anyway, that was a small fry in the organization. Did he manage to defeat him? MC thought the number was 928, Nero. Yuri said he had a number too. Zack laughed and said he liked that look. He could enjoy his eyes one last time, but first he needed to kill those who were in their way. Rose still couldn't move, saying his body wouldn't obey him. At that moment, MC approached the dragon. Rose called him. Yuri activated magic, boosting his attack and increasing his strength. He rushed to attack the dragon. He said that wasn't all. After a while, MC defeated the dragon. Zack said that it would be difficult for an ordinary person to do this. He didn't think it would break his pet. Well then, they should start the second round. At that moment, Yuri turned around and asked what was that. He saw another dragon appear. He said it was quite dangerous. While fighting the dragon, MC thought it was an evil dragon. In other words, a dragon that doesn't die. Its regenerative ability is too amusing, and its attack is very strong. What should he do? After a while, Rose asked the girls if they could move. Chloe answered positively and said that she could move a little. Finally, Rose said it was dangerous here. They needed to leave. At that moment, he didn't see Yuri fighting the dragon. MC thought this was very bad. He used basic holy magic, heal wounds, to heal his comrades. At that moment, the dragon roared. Yuri looked at this and thought, is he afraid of holy magic? Something similar happened in his past life. Skeletons and ghosts were afraid of sacred objects there too, if that's true. After that, MC used advanced holy magic, full restoration. The magic completely absorbed the dragon, and it crumbled. Yuri thought that was good. It seemed to work. At that moment, Zack laughed loudly and said that he managed to win with this magic. They should start the third round. At that moment, Zack jumped off the cliff and said that they should start the third round. They stood opposite each other, and Zack laughed. He said that he shouldn't look so menacing. He knew what he was going to do, right? The adventurers of this era are completely worthless, but they think too highly of themselves, which is why he is irritated when he sees an adventurer like him. He wants to kill him. After saying these words, he swung at Yuri. Yuri thought he was quite strong, but he was very slow. MC easily dodged his attack. He thought that in this case, Nero, whom he defeated earlier, was much faster. At that moment, Yuri saw that the attack caused many cracks to appear on the ground. Yuri thought in horror, what kind of power is this? Zack said that he was disappointed in him. MC was running away from him. Zack said that he must die. After the powerful attack, Yuri thought that the wind pressure from the attack, if he had been hit, he would have suffered greatly. He needed to get closer to it, this overwhelming mysterious power. Zack laughed and said, what happened? Is he afraid of him? After that, he laughed again and said that if that's the case, then first he will destroy his friends. After that, Zack jumped towards his comrades, shouting that they must die. At that moment, MC quickly stood in his way and used magic activation. Strength increased 3x, full strength 3x. After their fists touched, a huge explosion occurred. Zack laughed and said that it was good. He was on par with him. But still, for a moment, it surprised him. Yuri thought, what's wrong with this? What kind of strength does he have? Isn't his magic still not enough? After that, he told Lime that it should divert everything for safety. After that, Zack asked him, what was he looking at? He must die. He tried to attack him anyway, but MC dodged. Yuri thought that if he can't defeat him in a direct confrontation, then he'll attack him from behind. After the attack, MC thought, that's it. Zack said he was weak. He shouldn't be an idiot. He's sorry he's so weak. Yuri was holding the sword with the last of his strength. He had used basic magic. Recovery was early, and it was taking a long time to fully recover. MC thought he understood. He had used up quite a lot of mana today. He should use it more carefully. Zack asked him what had happened. Had he given up? After that, Yuri looked at him, then closed his eyes and began to glow. He thought that now was not the time to hesitate. Zack approached him and said that they should have some more fun. MC thought that he would use all his knowledge for this strike. There was nothing that couldn't be cut with this technique. He needed to get the timing right, shift his weight, choose the right stance. He used strength enhancement, strengthening, and impact diffusion simultaneously. In an instant, he had to swing the tip of the sword. After that, he used the Holy Blade skill. With such a strike, he severed Zack's arm. Zack screamed or asked, how did that happen? After that, breathing heavily, he said, a normal person? No, this can't be. How so? This sword. This is a technique. Isn't this guy's technique? Yuri thought, that guy? Zack snapped his finger and said he had fun. After that, he sat on the dragon and said that he remembered it. Someday he will repay him in kind. After these words, he flew away. MC said that he could forget about it right now. He used a special fire magic, Fire Tornado, to attack in the air. Zack asked, what? After that, Tornado absorbed him, and Zack screamed. After the battle, Yuri sat on the ground and thought that he was tired this time, but the mission was successfully completed. After a while, the guys woke up, and Rose asked, what is it? MC said that it seemed like they woke up. They called him. After that, Rose asked him, did he defeat the dragon? He can't believe it. In his opinion, this evil dragon should have S-rank power. Yuri thought, is it really that strong? He was able to defeat the evil dragon by accident with holy magic. Some time ago, he used advanced holy magic to defeat the dragon. After that, MC asked, how should he divide it? Yuri used non-attribute magical intermediate space compression. After that, a dark magic stone appeared in his hands, a very large A-rank magic stone, a magic stone with the power of darkness. MC said that when he defeated the evil dragon, this fell out of him. How should he divide it into 4 equal parts? She asked, is this a magic stone? Rose said that he was surprised. He had never seen a magic stone like this. He said that, unfortunately, they have no right to take it. This magic stone is his. Aisha agreed with him and said that it is his. Chloe said it was true. He should take it, but he had to be careful. Rose said that this magic stone would either increase the country's power or ruin it depending on how he used it. Yuri thought he understood, but it was okay. He planned to use this magic stone as a booster for Lime. After that, MC answered positively. Thus, the group completed the quest and went home. But something happened the next day. Yuri opened his eyes and thought that the floor was very cold. He had slept on Lime. MC called out to it. After that, he saw a girl in front of him. Yuri rubbed his eyes, but he still saw it. He thought, who is it? Lime jumped on MC and hugged him tightly. Yuri thought about this voice, this strange smell. He asked, is it Lime? Lime screamed enthusiastically. MC thought, why does it look like this? He was leaving the dark magic stone here. That is, he wants to say that. After that, Yuri asked this one, it ate it, didn't it? MC thought that after eating the dark magic stone, it had acquired a human form. After that, it called Yuri. MC wondered if it had spoken. Lime called Yuri by name and tried to get up. MC thought it was dangerous. It failed and fell. Yuri thought he had never seen anything like this before. He said it wasn't bad, but he was having a hard time determining whether it was good for Lime that it had become closer to humans. After that, MC told it that it didn't need to imitate them. After that, he patted it on the head and said that it was quite good as it was. After that, Lime closed its eyes and turned back into slime. Yuri said that they needed to go. They needed to work a little. MC thought that Lime had eaten the dark magic stone and turned into a humanoid. And this morning, he was in a hurry to find a new task. But Yuri was walking around the city. After that, he approached the information board board. He thought he should look at today's quests. Goblins, wolves, wolves, goblins, and more goblins. These quests aren't very good. At that moment, Dutch called out to MC, calling him his black-haired brother. He then jumped down from above and stood in front of MC. Yuri asked him what he wanted. Dutch extended his hand and said he should wait 30 seconds. MC thought his legs clearly hurt. Dutch said he had kept him waiting. His name was Dutch. He was a C-rank adventurer, ranked 8th. He was a very skilled rare monster hunter. Yuri wondered who this old man was. At that moment, Leon stood next to Dutch and said he was Leon, his assistant. MC thought that was amazing. He understood him. He thought he was as smart a monster as Lime. Dutch asked Yuri if he was looking for a quest, right? MC answered positively. Dutch asked him if he wanted to work with him today. He's a newbie, right? This isn't just any quest posted on the bulletin board. It's a special quest. Yuri thought he didn't really like being asked like that, but he didn't think there were any other good quests. After that, Yuri responded positively and said that if that was the case, he'd go with him today. Dutch said he knew he'd agree, he'd take care of him. After a while, they were on their way. Dutch said that meant he was a new adventurer. MC responded positively and said that, frankly, he didn't know a lot, so it would be nice if he could share some information with him. Dutch said he should listen to him. As an elder, he'd teach him a lot. At that moment, Yuri looked back and saw Leon talking to Lime. They'd been sold a bad carriage. He'd complain when they got home. Dutch asked, by the way, does he have a contract with the slime? There are many types of slime, but this one is clearly a common one, right? MC asked if there were other types of slime. Dutch answered yes and said that blue slime was the weakest among them and monsters. It was a bad idea to make a contract with a weak monster. He wouldn't say anything bad to him, but he should make a new contract with another monster. If he didn't mind, he could recommend monsters to him. Yuri answered negatively with a smile and said that he didn't think it was necessary. Even though Lime looked weak, it was his sword. Dutch laughed and said that he shouldn't lie to him. MC replied that he hadn't lied to him. Dutch said that if this slime was really that strong, he should give up his title of rare monster hunter. The next moment, their carriage hit a rock, and part of the carriage broke. This sent the guys flying into the air and began to fall. Yuri mentally addressed Lime. After that, Lime increased in size. Thanks to this, everyone landed safely on Lime. MC was grateful. He asked Dutch if he was okay. Dutch asked in surprise, what was he hiding? He had never heard of a slime being that big, so he signed a contract with an unusual slime. Was he right? Yuri asked him, didn't he just say that blue slime was the weakest? Dutch hesitantly answered yes. Dutch, a C-rank hunter, invited him to join his party, and the two of them set out on a quest. The horse-drawn carriage broke down, but thanks to Lime, they were unharmed. Then he decided to take another break. MC asked, Dragon Valley? Dutch asked, what? He doesn't even know about Dragon Valley? Dragon Valley is a holy land. Didn't he know that? Yuri thought, Holy Land? Dutch replied that dragons with terrifying fighting power and overwhelming energy live there. The valley where such dragons gather became known as a holy place. MC replied that he understood, so it was a holy place. Dutch looked at him in surprise and asked, does he really know anything? Catching a dragon is a man's dream, so he asks him to help him find a young dragon. Yuri said that was an amazing goal. Dutch said that it was certainly dangerous work, but he shouldn't worry. He had a great idea. Now that dragons nest, they tend to be quite dangerous. He had lost his skills and didn't have half his former strength, but if he caught a young dragon, he could sell it for a high price. MC said in surprise that, as he expected, he knew a lot. Dutch laughed and answered positively. He had great potential as his assistant. He could tell him heroic stories. After some time on the road, he said that the success of his work had thus spread throughout the country. A dragon hunter, that's what they called him before he knew it. It's amazing, isn't it? Yuri said that, as expected of him, he really is a great hunter. Dutch laughed and said that it was indeed so. After that, MC asked him. He was curious. He has so many merits, but why is he in 8th place in the C rank? Dutch sighed and said that it was indeed amazing, but in fact, it wasn't very appreciated, and he didn't want to stand out. Yuri replied that he understood him, just as expected of him. Dutch laughed again and said that it was so. After some time on the road, Dutch said that they had arrived. This is the Valley of the Dragons. To see the dragons, they must climb this mountain. MC asked what they will do. Dutch said that this is where he appears. He said this while pointing at Leon. He tied a rope to his back and said that it needs to be done like this. After that, he said that he should go ahead. Then Leon deftly climbed up the mountain and tied the rope to a rock. Dutch knocked him down and said he was doing well. After that, he climbed onto the rope and said they should climb up it. Yuri thought they were perfect partners. He had a lot to learn. After they climbed up, Dutch asked MC if he was tired. They had certainly walked a bit, and he still had plenty of energy. Yuri replied that he was fine. Dutch said that if that was the case, then he didn't need a break, right? Then they should move on. He walked, and while saying all this, was breathing heavily. However, at that moment, 3 wolves appeared in front of them. He asked what kind of monsters they were. Kobold, D rank. Dutch said they were kobolds. Quiet, friendly, and humanoid. This can all be understood by their appearance and behavior. MC thought it would be easy to befriend them, but he felt that they were rather hostile towards him. Dutch said that as an elder, he would explain everything. There are 2 main ways to tame them. The first is to fight, The second is to use food to build friendships. Yuri thought he understood him. When he tamed Lime as a companion, he used dried meat. Dutch said that it was better if they used food. After that, he took a piece of food from his bag and said that the best dish for them is dango. He cooked it last night. MC held his nose and thought, "What is this? It looks really bad. The smell is just disgusting." Dutch grinned and said that this is the best bait. After that, he shouted at the monsters that they should become friends. He handed them a piece of food and asked if it wanted it. "It's delicious, isn't it?" However, the monsters didn't seem pleased and attacked Dutch. He screamed, "What?" After that, he called for help and hugged Leon. At that moment, Yuri stood in front of him and blocked the blow. MC thought that for a D-rank monster, they are surprisingly fast. It's amazing. They think quickly. He is convinced that they are smarter than D-rank. After this, Yuri decided to show them all his abilities. The monsters looked frightened. MC thought that, unlike people, monsters seemed to understand their opponent's abilities. Yuri told Lime that he was leaving them to it. After this, Lime attacked the monsters. MC praised it and said that it was well done. Dutch asked what it was. Did it capture all the monsters? Dutch and Leon hugged each other and trembled with fear. After a while, the wolves sat in front of Yuri. He said that it was obvious that the kobolds were forced to live like this because of the dragons. He thought there was a dragon nest further up this cliff. If everything was okay, could they show him the way? At that moment, Dutch asked him if he understood the language of monsters. MC answered yes. Dutch, surprised, said that he couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe that someone understood monsters. How could that be? Yuri asked, "Don't hunters understand the language of monsters?" Dutch laughed and said he'd get in trouble if he offended them. He doesn't know the monster language, so he'll give up the name of a rare monster hunter. MC thought he got it now. Dutch was an amazing person. Then the wolf growled something. Yuri answered yes and said that then it should show the way. Dutch said they should go. MC asked him if he was worried. Dutch asked again, "Worried?" Then he laughed and answered no. Following the wolves, he said that it looked like they were still a long way to the top. Dutch said he was tired. Yuri told the wolf that it should keep showing the way. MC named it Vankichi. Dutch asked him again, "Vankichi?" Yuri asked, confused. "What?" He replied that he had a unique skill at giving nicknames. Well, it seemed like it liked it. Then MC answered yes and said that its name was Vankichi. The wolf growled happily. Dutch said it was full of enthusiasm. After that, he saw that it suddenly started running very fast. He said that it was more difficult than he thought. From now on, he should be more careful. Yuri answered positively. The next moment, the ground beneath Dutch crumbled and he began to fall. MC saw this and shouted his name. Dutch was falling and screaming that this couldn't be. At that moment, Leon jumped after him. Dutch called his name. Yuri mentally called Lime. At that moment, Leon grabbed Lime, who took the form of a rope. Leon tried with all his might to hold Dutch with one paw. After a while, they managed to save him. Dutch thanked Leon and said that he had already seen the light. Then he thanked Lime. Lime exclaimed joyfully. After a while, they heard a howl in the distance. MC said that it seemed like they were a little closer to the top. Dutch answered positively and said that it looked like that. He asked what happened. The next moment, they saw a large stone in the path. Dutch ran up to it and asked, "What kind of stone is this? Why is it in such a place? They have no other way." He doesn't want to go back over the cliff. If they have to go back, he will definitely die. After that, he told Yuri that he should look at this. This is his special guy. He summoned a golem. MC thought he remembered. This is a technique. He often used this when he was a mage emperor. It's summoning magic. Dutch said that this is his golem. A golem, rank D. After that, Dutch ordered the golem to move this stone out of his way. However, even the golem couldn't do it. Dutch saw this and together with Leon decided to help it. He said that they should try again. They don't have enough power. After that, he turned to Yuri and asked him, "Won't he help him?" MC replied that he would help now. After that, he called him and said that it was dangerous. Can he stand aside for a bit? Dutch looked at him and asked, "Did he take out his sword? What is he doing?" Yuri replied that he simply had to watch. Dutch wondered what he was up to. After that, MC split the stone in two with one blow. Leon, the golem, and Dutch looked at Yuri in shock. Dutch told him how he could use such a sword technique. It was impossible to be both a swordsman and a tamer at the same time. He had dedicated his entire life to this profession. MC thought he had already been told that mastering different skills was quite difficult. After that, he thought that he was going to live out his third life peacefully, and he wasn't going to be like that. He could easily learn new skills thanks to the memories of his past lives. An information window appeared in front of him. The memory of the Magic Emperor, SSS rank. The speed of learning magic skills increased by 100 times. After some time of difficult, rocky walking, Dutch finally exclaimed, "This is it, the place they've been looking for." The protagonist asked him, "Is he talking about this cave?" The mouse saw the little animal sitting near the cave entrance and made a sound. Dutch answered, "Yes, finally, he's here. They need to take a break and eat." The protagonist agreed. While the guy was getting milk, sugar, and meat, MC suddenly heard footsteps coming from the cave and told Dutch to shut up. He exclaimed in confusion, "What happened?" Yuri answered, "It looks like someone's here." Dutch was surprised. "What's he talking about? Why are there people in this place?" The protagonist, readying his weapon, said, "He's coming." At that moment, Aisha emerged from the cave and addressed the protagonist by name in surprise. Dutch exclaimed in surprise, "Aisha the Thorn One?" The MC asked her, perplexed, what she was doing here. The girl replied that it had been a long time since their last quest. Yuri asked her if she had come to slay a dragon. She asked, Surprised, why would she do that? The protagonist replied that she, a B rank, was in the mountains where dragons lived, so he wondered if she was planning to slay a powerful dragon. The girl answered, not this time. Quite the opposite. Confused, he asked her what she meant. Aisha said she had come here to kill those who were trying to illegally hunt dragons. The protagonist, confused, noted that everything from dragon bones to skin was used. The girl explained that dragon materials were used for everything, not just swords and armor. That's why the guild had a strict limit on dragon quests. Therefore, she inspected the area where they were located. Aisha looked closely at Dutch and exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't he a wandering dragon hunter?" He showed her his document and exclaimed indignantly, "How disrespectful. He's actually an adventurer." The girl looked at him intently and said, "If you look closely, she knows him. He's Dutch, a C-rank adventurer." The protagonist asked her what she meant. Aisha replied, "This old man is known for telling rookies stories of his heroic deeds. Only by relying on Rookie's ignorance did he rise to C rank." The protagonist thought in surprise. Indeed, if you think about it, his stories are so perfect that they seem implausible. So those stories were lies. He asked the man if he hadn't ranked 8th in the C rank. The old man looked embarrassed, hesitated, and remained silent. MC remarked, "That doesn't look good." He wouldn't get the power he wanted through lies. Dutch fell to his knees and begged for forgiveness. He admitted, of course, he'd done something he couldn't forgive, and it couldn't be undone. But now he'd come to his senses. Yuri and Aisha looked at him sympathetically. Dutch exclaimed, "He swears he'll change. Let him believe him." The mouse supported its master. The girl asked the protagonist, "Can this old man really be trusted?" The protagonist hesitated, but at that moment they both became wary, and Aisha, assuming a fighting stance, told him they'd save that for later. MC, readying his weapon, agreed. He realized they were surrounded. These must be the people Aisha had spoken of, the illegal dragon hunters. They must have blocked the road with the large boulder. Aisha asked him, "Will he take the ones on the right?" "She'd take half." He told her he had an idea. Could she leave them all to him? He needed to try something. Yuri bit his finger until it bled and drew symbols on the stone with it. Dutch exclaimed in surprise. It was a summoned kobold. When the summoned beasts appeared, the old man cried out in bewilderment. There were so many of them. He looked at the protagonist and asked how he had summoned several kobolds at once. Seeing the largest beast, Dutch was even more surprised. Was that a Vankichi? The kobolds scattered across the stones, and MC ordered them to kill all suspicious people nearby. The beasts scattered around the perimeter and discovered their opponents, letting out a heart-rending roar. The hunters panicked and fled their hiding places, terrified. The protagonist stared at the kobolds in surprise. Weren't they small D-rank monsters? One of the beasts let out its terrifying roar again, and the hunters ran even faster. The protagonist ordered the monsters to follow the fleeing ones. Aisha exclaimed in confusion, "They're so strong." A short time later, the monsters, having fulfilled their master's orders, returned and surrounded their lord. Aisha continued, "Judging by their movements, they were at least rank C, although, no, they possessed the strength of rank B monsters." Dutch exclaimed in surprise. He'd heard that monsters could raise their rank using the power of darkness. He continued talking about his brother, but Yuri interrupted him and asked what he had said. The old man replied, "Nothing." He, his brother, was the most talented student. Sometime later, the hunters ran back to their cave, barely catching their breath. Their leader, Anges, was furiously eating meat. Alma turned to him, and the leader, seeing their state, asked what had happened. A man, his eyes bulging with fear, told him they had encountered 3 people, among them Aisha the Thorn, and also C-rank Dutch, ranked 30, and F-rank rookie Yuri. The leader said, "Aisha is a troublesome woman." He pointed to Alma's cut and clarified, "That wound was inflicted by her, right?" Alma countered, "No, it wasn't. Yuri injured him." Anges growled in confusion. "What did he just say? An F-ranker injured him?" The guy began to justify himself to him, saying that this rookie was one of the most famous people in the world. The leader said, "It can't be that some F-ranker is so strong." He walked up to Alma, grabbed his head with one hand, lifted it up, and said, "He's had a good idea." Alma exclaimed in confusion, "What is he doing?" Anges lifted him even higher and angrily remarked, "Some small-time F-ranker beat them." He would have believed it was Aisha after all, he'd known her for ages. He doesn't like it when his friends lie to him, especially when they're younger than him. The leader easily crushed his head and calmly said, "They got rid of the liar." At this point, the allies set out. Aisha thanked the protagonist for helping them deal with the bandits. Dutch looked at her irritably. The girl asked him perplexed, "What?" The old man asked her in a displeased tone, "Why was she chasing them? They got rid of the bandits, so she should leave them alone." Aisha told him, "That's her job, and she still doesn't trust him." The old man angrily exclaimed, "What is she saying?" The girl continued, "So thank them for the overtime." Dutch became even more irritated. Does she think she's better just because she's an A rank and he's a C rank? He has life experience, so he's the best here. Aisha, without further ado, applied a hold to him and instantly knocked him to the ground. The old man howled in pain and begged her forgiveness. The protagonist looked at them and thought with a grin, "They seem to get along." The girl added, "However, every time she sees Yuri, he always surprises her. He soaks up swordsmanship and magic like a sponge." Dutch admitted he'd been surprised too when the monsters were summoned. MC asked them in confusion, "Is that so unusual?" They both shouted, "Of course it is." Yuri looked at them and thought, They are good friends, after all. Just then, Vankichi caught up with them, breathing heavily. Dutch asked in surprise, "Is that the fishy smell?" The protagonist asked the monster, perplexed. "What happened?" The kobold exhaled heavily. After a while, Aisha, having listened to the monster, exclaimed, "It's almost the dragon's home." Dutch was surprised. The allies rushed after the kobold. When they arrived, the old man couldn't contain his exclamation of surprise. B-rank celestial dragons stood before them. Dutch exclaimed in admiration, "Amazing, these dragons! They're incredible." Then he saw the sparkling dragon eggs and exclaimed, "So much treasure." He approached the eggs, apologizing to the dragons. Reaching out for one of the eggs, he suddenly felt an invisible, heavy force that seemed to bind him. Aisha and the protagonist felt the same. MC exclaimed in surprise, "This is a terrible killing intent." He felt like he'd never felt such a strong thirst in his life. The old man turned to him and asked him to help, to let him take the eggs too. And they needed to get out of here. Yuri replied, "They've come this far, but he can't do it." He'd come here and realized that dragons value their children very much. No matter how much they say they're monsters, he feels he can't take these eggs. Aisha remarked, "It's a wise decision." She told the old man that dragons were smarter than people thought. If he were lucky enough to escape, they would still find him and kill him. Even though they were weakened during mating, they wouldn't escape if they all attacked. Dutch exclaimed dismally. He thought this was a great quest to hit the jackpot. At that moment, Angel's voice rang out, telling him not to give up. The allies looked at the man in surprise. He greeted Aisha and added that they hadn't seen each other in a while. The girl replied, "So those were his guys." At that moment, one of the bandits began approaching the protagonist from behind, clutching a knife. Jumping up to MC, he grabbed him from behind, held the knife to his throat, and told him not to move. The girl anxiously called out to Yuri. Angus told her he was surprised. He still couldn't believe she was on a mission with F-rank trash. She'd injured his guys, so she wouldn't mind if he cut off the arms and legs of this young trash. Aisha sighed loudly and regretfully, and told the leader she felt sorry for him. The bandit grinned, and pointing at the captured protagonist, asked her, "What is she talking about in a situation like this?" The girl, looking him straight in the eye, told him he'd chosen the wrong opponent. Following her words, the protagonist delivered a powerful punch to the face of the bandit holding him, then spun around and stomped him with his foot. Angus exclaimed in irritation, "What's going on?" He'd ordered his henchmen to kill Yuri, but the protagonist dispatched all the attackers in the blink of an eye, effortlessly, using his bare hands. The bandits couldn't understand what was wrong. What was going on? Having dispatched all his opponents, MC rubbed his fists and exhaled loudly. The leader couldn't believe this was a beast and not a man. He drew his sword, leaped toward Yuri, and shouted, "Now he's going to die." The protagonist calmly parried his attack, dealing him some damage and breaking his sword. Angus, looking at the broken weapon, exclaimed in confusion, "How could this have happened?" The protagonist said, "Aisha, this guy's not bad." She told him not to underestimate him. MC asked her if she knew him. The girl replied she knows him very well. His name was Angus Rukori, a young genius adventurer ranked B. The leader exhaled angrily and, throwing away the broken weapon, declared, "This sword is useless. Then he'll use something better." The bandit pulled out a Nahi herb extract, which was ranked D and had a poisonous effect, clouding one's judgment. Angus exclaimed angrily, "This is a special extract, created specifically for dragons." He threw a vial at one of the dragons, the vessel shattering on the dragon's jaw and entering the monster's respiratory tract. The leader, laughing ominously, added, "Besides, his clothes are saturated with that smell that dragons hate so much." Dutch and Aisha watched in horror as the dragon's eyes turned bloodshot and changed color. The monster roared horribly and unsheathed its massive claws. The leader shouted gleefully at the protagonist, "It's over, for him and his allies." Aisha was speechless with indignation and horror. The protagonist, watching the dragon, realized Angus was using it to kill them. The dragon let out its terrifying roar again and attacked MC and his comrades. Its fiery attack caused everything to explode, and the leader ominously exclaimed, "Let them learn their place. They're all going to die now." But then something happened that shocked Angus. Yuri raised his hands and stopped the dragon, shielding his allies with his body. Dutch couldn't believe his eyes. The leader's amazement knew no bounds. He furiously exclaimed, "What's going on?" He stopped the dragon's attack. The allies called out to Yuri in alarm. The monster looked at the protagonist in surprise. He activated one of his skills, telepathically conveying through his gaze that everything was fine, that it had nothing to fear. The monster's eyes began to change color, and it became quiet, even calm. MC realized it was simply frightened by the sudden change. The extract Anjas used had intensified the dragon's fear. The monster calmed completely. Aisha remarked in surprise, "He wasn't dangerous?" Dutch replied, "It seems so." The leader roared in frenzy. This couldn't be true. Yuri extended his hand to the dragon, and the monster, like a small child, trustingly reached out to him. The protagonist stroked its head and declared, "He's a good boy." The dragon made a peaceful, contented sound. At that moment, a system notification appeared for the protagonist that a B-rank heavenly dragon was under the influence of the taming skill. Advanced taming skill acquired. Anges screamed in confusion. How could he stop the dragon? How could a mere F-rank adventurer do something like that? MC told the leader, okay, he'll leave this dragon to him. The monster turned its head toward the criminal with a menacing roar. The leader screamed in fear and tried to run away from the dragon. Suddenly, everyone was astonished to see a bright light emanate from the monster. Its body changed, becoming more powerful and defined. The system informed Yuri that the D-rank heavenly dragon had awakened under the influence of the taming skill. The monster spun around and charged at Anges. The leader, terrified, began to flee from the enemy, but the dragon confidently closed the distance between them. The bandit cursed and screamed as he ran. What does this mean? The protagonist thought in surprise. He didn't know what awakening was like, but the dragon's movements had clearly become faster. The monster caught up with the criminal, grabbed him with its powerful paw, and squeezed. Anges screamed hysterically at the monster. What is he doing? Let him go. Let him get his claws off him. The dragon rose up, hovered over the volcano, and threw the leader into the very mouth of the natural phenomenon. Anges, falling into the hot lava, thought, it seems it's all over. A stunned Dutch told the protagonist, but this isn't a joke. He tamed the dragon? MC replied, yes, he did. The monster exulted in its power. It was clear it was enjoying itself. The old man couldn't believe it. Sometime later, when Lime had bound the remaining criminals with his body, a surprised Aisha told the protagonist, I think that's it. Still, his slime is so convenient. She'll ask the guild for support. The girl made a special sound, and a tamed F-rank messenger raven flew to her. She gave him a letter and asked him to deliver it. The raven grabbed the message in its paws and with a loud cry, set off to fulfill the order. The protagonist asked Aisha, by the way, where Dutch had gone. She pointed to a bright glow behind the rock and said, that old man is there. Dutch shouted excitedly, it's a treasure. All the treasures here are his. The mouse rejoiced along with its owner. MC asked in confusion, what on earth is going on here? Yuri looked at what the old man was holding, and the system informed him it was dragon dung, rank F common waste. He asked Aisha why Dutch was so happy. The girl answered him in bewilderment. She also didn't understand what the old man was so happy about. The protagonist noted that he mentioned having a lot of debt due to a failed business. Aisha added, I wonder if he's gone crazy? The protagonist thought about it, he understood everything, and he felt a little sorry for his companion. The old man continued to laugh happily. At that moment, the tamed sky dragon caught MC's attention and nodded, pointing to something lying on the ground. Yuri approached and was surprised to learn from the system that it was a B-rank dragon hide, left over from the monster's molt. Surprised? He asked the dragon. Will it give it to him? The monster made a sound of agreement. The protagonist called out to Dutch and pointed to the skin. The old man's happiness knew no bounds. He kept reaching out to hug the protagonist, shouting that he would be grateful to him until his death. MC, dodging him, laughed and replied, okay. Then he said there's one more thing he needs to do. Yuri called a kobold and sat him down opposite the dragon. The kobolds had been driven out by the dragons, so he decided to mediate between them. Thanks to his high taming level, the negotiations were successful, and they divided the territory. Sometime later, when the allies returned to the city and came to the guild, Aisha handed Yuri his reward and thanked him for helping her with the quest. The protagonist, seeing the pile of gold coins, exclaimed in surprise, was this all for him? The girl replied, of course. After all, he had completed the quest alone. Well, it was time for her to go. She turned to leave, and the protagonist called out to her and asked if he could ask her one last question. It was about Anges. She knew something, right? The girl sighed heavily and said she would tell him, but that was an old story. Once, as a teenager, she had faced kobolds alone. She fought desperately against the monsters, but missed one that was about to attack her from behind. By the time she realized this, it was too late. At that moment, Anges appeared, killed the kobold, and, calling her little one, asked her if she was still alive. Aisha was outraged then. She wasn't a child. His minions, looking at them, said approvingly, they were the best in their field, and their abilities were outstanding. She and Anges were different in both age and gender, but they had both been promoted to C rank, and they worked diligently together. But one day, after apologizing for the long wait, she was given a B-rank adventurer card. Everyone rejoiced. It was wonderful. She'd been promoted so quickly. As expected of her, she was the guild's hope, but Anges was gloomier than a thundercloud. He couldn't let her get ahead of him. One day, she saw him grab his comrade by the throat when the comrade told him to wait. It took him 5 days to find that herb. Give him a little more time. Anges growled at him. Was he complaining? He couldn't fulfill a simple request. At that moment, Aisha stopped him. She told him there was a guild report the other day. He'd taken money from a lower-ranked adventurer. Apparently, that report was true. He angrily let go of the man and walked away. She tried to stop him, but he didn't even turn around at her call. After that, his adventurer's license was revoked, and he disappeared from the city. She never thought they would meet again in such a place. The pensive MC said, so that's it. Aisha, almost in tears, said she couldn't save him. She looked at Yuri and asked him if he knew where an adventurer who turned to evil would go after they died. The protagonist, confused, replied that he didn't know. Aisha said, to a dark guild. Many of the unlicensed belong to criminal organizations, exploited by even worse people. He, Yuri, is very strong, she admits, but sometimes when she's with him, she feels like she's looking at a newborn child. He looked at her in bewilderment, not understanding what she was talking about. The girl, now more irritated, added, his abilities are A rank, but his intelligence is F rank. The protagonist thought in surprise, but he's only been in this world for about a year. Aisha continued, feeling like a mother with a child she couldn't afford right now. There's a monthly seminar next week. He must join them. She'll train his mind. He was dumbfounded by her words. After a while, Anges, carefully making his way along the rocky outcrops, angrily wondered why everything had happened this way. He saw a gap and managed to escape. Furious, he slammed his fist against the wall and muttered angrily, "It's all his fault, that F-ranked bastard. If he hadn't been there, everything would have been so much easier. And now, he couldn't get the dragon's heart." At that moment, a female voice rang out, and Angus flinched in fear. Killy had told him he seemed very worried. Did he need her help? Turning around, the leader recognized her and breathed a sigh of relief. She told him the name of the main character, adding, "It's the name of the adventurer who defeated him." He stared at her in confusion, then exclaimed, "What?" Calming down, Angus told her he'd get what he needed soon. Just give him some time. Killy told him no, she'd changed her mind. He didn't need to get that item anymore. The leader relaxed and smiled. She snapped her fingers, and he felt a powerful blow to his forehead, causing a huge lump to form. It began to grow at lightning speed, and the leader's body began to transform. His muscles were torn, his blood boiled. It was an extremely painful process. He screamed in pain with an inhuman voice. When he transformed, Killy told him, "He's a hottie." She thought of the protagonist. She couldn't have imagined that she would so quickly find the sworn enemy who took her brother's life. Sometime later, early in the morning, MC heard birds singing through his sleep, and the bright sun began to shine directly into his face. At that moment, Feely started waking him up, asking if he was awake. He barely sat up in bed and sleepily asked her why she was here so early in the morning. Had something happened? The girl whispered back, saying she told him today was rookie training day. He wondered if Aisha had advised him to join them. Feely noticed, however, that he'd moved into a very large room. Yuri told her yes, he had extra income, so he'd taken the plunge and moved in. She asked him where Lime was. He was surprised, noticing he wasn't in the next room. He wondered if Feely had been energetic since early morning. He asked the slime if he was awake. At that moment, he heard a frightened cry from Feely, who'd been dropped on the floor by the kobolds, who were playing with her. She cried out in fear, "Who are they?" The protagonist suddenly snapped to his senses. He'd forgotten all about them. She, her eyes wild with fear, asked him for help. Sometime later, as they were crossing the platform, Feely asked him if, in other words, a spawning dragon can't leave its nest, so it's temporarily housing kobolds. He answered, "Yes, that's correct." The girl admitted she was surprised to see those monsters in his room. The protagonist apologized for surprising her. After a while, Aisha appeared before them and, greeting everyone, said that she, as a teacher, had come to them again this month. She was impressed. Everyone was already here. Adventurer Mark asked in confusion, "Is that all?" Another adventurer remarked, "There used to be about 10 people. Aisha told them 3 people had died in the last month, and she'd heard that one had come and voluntarily surrendered his license." Mark exclaimed in bewilderment. 3 people dead? The girl remarked. "More than half of them are still alive this month. That's already a success." MC thought he understood. This was the reality of adventurers. Aisha continued, "Do they understand now? Adventurers' work isn't all fun and games. If they want to live, they should keep training." Mark meekly replied, "Fine, he'll follow her instructions. So what should they do?" She smiled and said, "Finally, the right attitude. Today they'll be doing a special training session." She showed them the bag and said, "Here." The adventurers looked back and forth in confusion. Aisha continued, "Today's training is garbage collection. Let them collect all the garbage." Mark exclaimed in bewilderment, "Collect all the garbage? Does she take them for fools?" Another adventurer also expressed outrage. "What does this have to do with survival?" Aisha glared at them and said, "They'll understand once they try. If they don't understand it for the rest of their lives, why do it if they don't try?" The adventurers grumbled, but more quietly. She shouted at them, "Don't stop until their bags are full." As the adventurers began the task, Mark grumbled, "Why are they doing this?" Another adventurer chimed in, "It's so annoying." MC watched in amazement as Feely quickly completed the task. She kept saying, "Trash here, and trash there, and trash there." He told her bag was already full. She was so fast. The girl grinned and replied, "Her legs are used to the strain. She worked hard in the fields as a child." Collecting trash was a piece of cake for her. Yuri looked at his bag and thought, "It's so noticeable. He needs to keep up with her." After a while, Feely happily remarked, "Well done, keeping up with her." The protagonist replied, he's surprised he managed to collect so much. It hadn't bothered him before, but there really is a lot of trash in this city. The girl confirmed, "Yes, you can collect a whole bag of trash here in a couple of hours." Aisha told them it looked like they'd be the only ones to meet the quota before the deadline. She asked the protagonist, "So, how does it feel? How does it feel to collect such a mountain of trash?" He told her, yeah, he understands that collecting trash is hard work. Still, he doesn't fully understand the connection between collecting trash and surviving as an adventurer. Aisha said she could give him 50 out of 100 since that's all he understands. MC, surprised, asked her what kind of answer would get him the remaining 50 points. She chuckled, then turned serious and told him, there are 2 types of people in this world. The first type are those who throw trash. The second are those who pick it up, because trash doesn't disappear on its own. If he wants to live a long life as an adventurer, he needs to know some ethics. That's exactly what he's missing. Yuri asked, puzzled. Ethics? The girl said he didn't need to think too much. Just remember that he shouldn't be the one throwing trash on the ground. Angus had taken the wrong path, even though he had great potential. If he doesn't think about others, but pursues his own goals, then one day, he will be hurt. She just wants him to understand this. If he denies himself something for the benefit of others, then they will reciprocate. The protagonist realized that he could survive his days as an adventurer thanks to everyone's support. If he were rotten to the core, they wouldn't have supported him at all. They walked through the city searching for trash. Suddenly, Feely shouted at him to look at how much trash there was. Two people were standing in the smoking pavilion, talking to each other. The allies began collecting trash, and Feely became so engrossed in this activity that she didn't notice how she bumped into a man smoking in the pavilion. He rudely told her to watch where she was running. The girl apologized to him and stepped aside. One of the conversationalists tossed a cigarette butt past the trash can onto the pavement. The protagonist looked at the men carefully, picked it up, walked up to them, and said, "How about cleaning up your own mess?" The men reacted with irritation. What did he just say? He wants trouble? The MC replied that the whole city was covered in trash because of people like them. One of the men, twice Yuri's size, walked up to him, demonstratively clutched his cigarette butt in his fingers, tossed it to the ground, and said, "As far as I can see, they're actually giving poor people like him jobs. He's a talentless, low-ranking guy who's only good at picking up trash. Now, let him pick up what was thrown at his feet and do his job." The men laughed maliciously. The protagonist turned to Isha and asked if she'd be offended if he mistook these guys for trash. The men tensed and angrily asked, "What did he just say?" The girl replied to her ally with a sly smile, "You need to be able to figure things out on your own. Don't be shy about acting on your own judgment." The man exclaimed that he was an idiot and was about to strike him, but the protagonist dodged his fist, grabbed his opponent's arm, and easily flipped him over. Turning to leave, he thought, "Those guys have learned their lesson. Now they probably won't throw cigarette butts on the ground." At that moment, a second man with long curly hair confronted him. He called MC a rude word. Without thinking, Yuri activated his beginner's fire magic, summoned a blaze of flames, and ignited the opponent's lush head of hair. The man clutched his head trying to put out the fire, screaming, "His hair!" His companion stood up, confused, and the man tripped over him, falling to the ground. The protagonist activated mid-level wind magic and aimed it at the rude men. A jagged sphere containing magical orbs appeared above the men. Suddenly, the offenders seemed to be caught by the wind, spun through the air, and tossed headfirst into the trash can. As he left, the protagonist told them he hoped they'd learned their lesson and would stop throwing cigarette butts. The men apologized in trembling voices, and so the allies finished cleaning up. Sometime later at night, in the ominous demon palace, the demon sat in his audience chamber with his subjects. At that moment, the door opened and a guard announced, "Here's the news." The demon spoke, all ears. After the speaker whispered the news in his ear, the demon roared. What did he say? Number 230 has been defeated? Is that really true? He's a rather cruel demon with the best abilities of his kind. The reporter confirmed it was true. When they analyzed the traces left at the scene, they discovered that the evil dragon had been slain. The demon cursed. One of his subordinates told him to entrust this job to him. He will definitely kill this guy. The second demon also said that if he gets up from this chair, there will be nothing left of this guy. He asks the boss to leave this for him. At that moment, Killy entered the room. The demon was very happy to see her. She apologized for being late and asked if there was a plan. The two subordinates, who had just requested the job for themselves, winced and muttered something in response. She said, "It's quite simple," and drew her weapon. One of the demons exclaimed, "She's second tier, isn't she?" The second demon remarked that if he killed her, he would also be second tier. They rushed at her, but Killy quickly scattered them, dealing with their attack in one fell swoop. Having dealt with them, she smiled maliciously and told one of the demons that, in short, he simply needed to pit human against human. After a while, a commotion erupted in the Adventurers Guild. One of the adventurers indignantly asked another why he wasn't trying to take it on. The second adventurer replied that he didn't want to do it, no matter how much money they offered him. His life was more important to him. The protagonist approached and asked one of the guys what they were talking about. The guy replied, "Just let him look at this request." The protagonist approached the request stand and read, "Ogre Subjugation." The required rank was as per the contract. The mission was to defeat one ogre, the reward for which was 20,000 gil, repeatable. However, he was interested in a special quest, Subjugation of the Ogre King. The required rank for this was A. The mission was to defeat a single ogre, the reward for which was 2 million gil, and it was not repeatable. MC wondered if an A rank was required to enslave the Ogre King. That meant even Aisha and Chloe couldn't take this quest. He asked a nearby adventurer if an A rank was required to enslave the Ogre King. The guy answered, "Of course." Yuri knew that an ogre was a monster feared by most adventurers. They were ferocious, warlike, and their strength far exceeded anything humans could compete with. They were C rank, but they were no more powerful than B rank monsters. He asked the guy about the Ogre King. The adventurer replied that there wasn't much information on that. Another adventurer said, well, he knew a thing or two about them. Not long ago, an A rank adventurer from a neighboring town tried to defeat a monster but lost. Yuri thought about this with a smile. He'd already made up his mind. Leaving the guild, he declared, "It's time to fight the ogres." At that moment, he saw Feely sadly examining something on a piece of paper. He called out to her, but she didn't react. She was too absorbed. He approached and called out louder. Feely flinched and told him he'd scared her so much. The protagonist apologized to her for this, and said, "That was unexpected. Is she also going on the quest to subjugate the ogre?" The girl suddenly covered herself with a piece of paper, embarrassed, and declared, "She has her own circumstances. Let him just leave her alone." The MC looked at her in confusion, not expecting such a reaction, and then decided, fine, that's her business. He plans to complete this quest alone. The destination is Moinello. He could have asked Lime to transform into a reptile and take him there, but he didn't know the exact location since he'd never been there. So he thought about a carriage. Seeing the necessary means of transportation, he wondered where it was going. Yuri asked the driver and learned that he was heading exactly where he needed to go. At that moment, Feely appeared and looked at the protagonist in surprise. Then, she sheepishly told him what a coincidence. He responded, "What a meeting!" The driver asked them if they were traveling together or not. After a while, MC looked at Feely, who was sitting across from him in the carriage, and thought she was out of her mind today. The girl, embarrassed, and without looking at him, apologized to him for what she said earlier. He told her it was okay. She must have had a reason for saying such a thing. Philly clenched her fists and said she will tell him the truth. She was born in the village of Moinello. This settlement has always attracted ogres for some reason. She knows that fighting ogres is a very dangerous undertaking, but she must warn him that there are some things in this village that may seem unusual. He needs to be prepared for this. She is not going to sit idly by. Yuri thought, he sees it. She is quite an unusual person. I wonder what kind of environment she grew up in. So the protagonist decided to complete the quest to subjugate the ogre in the village of Moinello. It turned out that this village is Philly's home, and, as a result, they both decided to go to this village. The road was long and tiring. The allies fell asleep. Finally, the driver woke the protagonist and told him they had arrived. When MC looked around, he was surprised. He thought this was a village, but wasn't this a dense forest? Feely, who got off the cart before him, told him they were heading this way and pointed in the direction. As they walked through the forest, she told him they'd find a settlement after they passed through it. Unfortunately, carriages couldn't travel directly through the forest, so they had to walk to find the village. The girl added that he should be careful and watch where he stepped. Poisonous snakes often appeared here. After some time, she informed him that they had arrived. This was her home. Yuri was very surprised by what he saw. Houses perched right in the trees, connected by suspension bridges. He gasped in admiration, thinking, what an unfamiliar scene. There, up there, right in the trees, were houses. It all looked as if they were one with nature. Feely suggested he stop at the village mayor's house and ask him about the situation. They might get some clues regarding the upcoming quest. The protagonist agreed. At that moment, a scream rang out, and a guy fell from a nearby tree with a scream, landing on the ground right at the feet of his allies. They bent over him, and the protagonist asked him if he was okay. The guy was indignant. What the hell was this nasty old woman doing? He shook his fist at the woman who had just emerged from the house. Hilda yelled at him to get lost. She wasn't so desperate as to rely on outsiders like him. MC used his assessment and saw that Hilda Arnett stood before him. Race, human, gender, female, age, 102. He was very surprised. 102 years old. The first time he'd met someone over 100 years old. She yelled at the guy to get lost right now. She activated a chestnut bombardment on him, and the guy ran away, gasping. The protagonist was surprised again. Despite her age, she was suppressing a young man. After that, the old woman noticed the allies, and with a gasp, asked, Feely, is that her? The girl answered that it was. The protagonist looked at her in bewilderment. Hilda shouted at her, what is she doing up there? Let her come up here. When they climbed up, Feely introduced her grandmother to the protagonist. The old woman thanked him for taking care of her daughter. The woman looked at Feely and remarked that she had grown so much since their last meeting. The girl replied, she's just saying random things, right? The old woman replied, no, she senses that her daughter has become a beautiful lady. Feely noticed, didn't she? Hilda asked her, by the way, she thinks Yuri is a good person, right? The girl exclaimed in embarrassment. That's not what she thought. Yuri wasn't like that. He asked her in surprise, is he not a good person? Feely became completely embarrassed and told him, he misunderstood her. He's a good man. He's always cared for her. The old woman laughed and said something she hadn't thought of. No need to hide it. Feely grabbed her head and screamed in despair. The two of them were such pain for her. Hilda became serious and said she thought she knew why they came to the village. But let her tell them beforehand. Let them not do this. They're not strong enough. Feely asked her in surprise, why? MC had been wondering the same thing. Hilda said it was impossible for humans to defeat the ogre god. If they tried to defeat Kishin, they would be punished by the god, that is, Kishin himself. The girl asked her, the ogre king? The old woman said exactly that. He appeared about 30 years ago. Back then, many adventurers came and tried to defeat him, but no one was ever able to defeat him. That's why they decided to coexist with this monster. And so, in the end, they were forced to worship him. Even going to him would be counterproductive. They would only anger the Kishin. Let them not waste their lives, Yuri thought. He understood her. Apparently, she had driven away that adventurer for precisely this reason. The old woman turned to Philly and said that if she valued her companion's life, she should stop thinking about fighting the ogres in this village. After that, the woman drank the drink. Feely, seizing the moment, enthusiastically assured her that everything would be fine. Yuri was much stronger than she thought. Hilda looked at him intently and said, Although what did she expect from her daughter? He was certainly different from other men. Feely looked at him confused. He didn't understand. The old woman continued, very good. If that's how she felt about him, she would give him a test. If he could pass it, she would personally take him to the demon god's shrine. After a while, they set off. Feely, picking her way through fallen trees, told him the small ogre's habitat was somewhere around here. He answered her, understanding, and they were moving on. Hilda trailed behind them. The protagonist remembered the woman's words about a test for him. Bring her 10 small ogre horns before the sun sets. If he did it with Feely, she would deem him worthy. Feely said the small ogres were similar to goblins. At that moment, the girl called him to her. She began to leap from tree to tree with ease. He thought with surprise. He had noticed her physical abilities from time to time, but as he had expected, she had put a lot of effort into her training. However, there was something else that intrigued him. Her movements had become much more refined since they had completed the last quest. The protagonist could barely keep up with her. Suddenly, he called out to her and asked if she knew the guy chasing them. The girl took a closer look and exclaimed, "It's her little brother." MC assessed the situation and saw that the boy's name was Sam Arnett, a lichen, male, and 12 years old. He was surprised to notice, a little brother? He didn't see any resemblance between them. The girl answered, "That's right, their village is kind of special. Children from all over the city who have no relatives are usually picked up in their village." Yuri was even more surprised. "They picked them up?" Feely said. Truth be told, she and Sam were abandoned in the forest when they were little. Hilda found them and raised them just like she raised other children. Although she was extremely strict, she thinks that's why her actions make her especially uneasy. She understands that something similar happened to him. Sam addressed the protagonist, calling him Sleepyhead. He asked the boy in surprise, "Was it him who called him that?" Sam exclaimed, "Of course. Is there anyone else here?" He always looks sleepy, so such a name suits him very well. The protagonist was surprised to think, could his face really be that sleepy? The guy continued, "Let him say one more thing. He doesn't know how he charmed his sister, but he will never acknowledge it." Today, Hilda tasked him with testing his abilities. Feely indignantly told her brother to stop insulting her friend like that. She apologized to MC and told him to ignore her brother's words. Sam asked her in bewilderment. He didn't understand what could be good about someone like him. Why was she defending him? The girl was indignant, but didn't answer her brother, only calling Yuri to follow her. Feely immediately grabbed his wrist. Sam looked at them irritably and shouted at his sister to stop touching him. He should get away from her too. Feely didn't answer him, but suddenly she became wary and turned to the protagonist. He told her yes, she understood correctly. They were surrounded. Small, E-rank ogres appeared before them. Sam settled in and said, "Now I'll see how the city idiot confronts them." MC rushed toward him with lightning speed and stood in front of him, shielding him. Sam, not understanding this, asked him in confusion, "What?" Yuri ignored his question and told Feely that they would fight back to back. The girl replied that she understood. She approached him and stood next to him. The monsters attacked them, the bulk of them rushing toward the protagonist. He, without moving from his spot, began to easily deal with them. Feely assisted him, destroying those who didn't reach him. Sam, watching the battle, gasped in amazement. A short time later, the allies finished off their opponents. Feely's brother exclaimed, "Are they making fun of him?" The protagonist asked him what he thought. Wouldn't he be willing to reconsider his opinion of him after what he'd seen? Sam irritably replied, "You should have expected them to overpower everyone. After all, even a commoner from their village could do that." Suddenly, Feely cried out in fear to her brother. Danger was behind him. Sam turned around and saw a huge humanoid creature. It was Anges, a mutated killie. MC instantly assessed and realized they were facing a C-rank ogre. Sam froze in terror, unable to even scream, and then lost consciousness. Yuri picked him up, handed him to Feely, and assumed a fighting stance against the monster. The ogre roared and declared, he will kill them, destroy them, tear them to pieces. Then he called the protagonist's name. The protagonist thought in surprise. That voice reminded him of something. But how did he know his name? The monster said it again, and MC realized he recognized that face. It was Anges. The ogre rushed toward him, its paws outstretched, intending to tear its opponent apart. Yuri activated his defense, which the monster couldn't penetrate, and then, using physical enhancement, leaped onto Anges in the blink of an eye and severed its head with a single swing of his sword. Blood sprayed out of the monster, surprising the protagonist. Sam, who had come to his senses, cried out in fear at the sight of blood. He had just crushed it. Feely shouted the protagonist's name in alarm. Meanwhile, the space was filled with blood and a black aura. MC rubbed his eyes, thinking, I can't see anything. If he sharpened his senses, he could use air currents and magic to predict the enemy's location and thus evade. Having done so, he tightened his grip on the weapon's hilt. Sensing Anges approaching, Yuri dodged his attack, jumped behind him, and dealt him a crushing blow, cutting through his body, saying, "Take it." The monster roared with a wild cry and collapsed to the ground. Feely, amazed, praised him. It was a good job. The protagonist wiped his face and eyes from the enemy's blood. Sam gasped, jumped up, and, hiding behind his sister, hissed at him. The girl looked at her brother in surprise. The protagonist had told him it was dangerous, but they were fine. But Sam suddenly angrily asked him why he was so sleepy. Were those adventurers in the capital just as lazy as he was? MC stared at him in confusion and replied that he was the lowest rank, an AF adventurer, and that things were much more powerful in the capital. Sam exclaimed. Really? Then they need to get to the capital. At that moment, Anges rose up, spraying blood everywhere. Feely and her brother couldn't believe their eyes. What was happening? Yuri wondered irritably. Is he still alive? Anges fell to his knees, swaying from side to side, emitting an angry sound. The protagonist watched his actions warily. The monster attempted to rush forward, but overestimated its strength and collapsed to the ground. Feely fearfully asked the protagonist, "What is this?" He replied that he didn't know. Anges called him a foul word and tried to rise again, growling in helplessness and anger. When his hair revealed his face, MC thought, there's no mistaking it, it's definitely Anges. Gathering his last strength, the ogre somehow rose to his feet, roared a terrifying scream, and addressed Yuri by name. Then he collapsed back to the ground, breathing his last. At that moment, Killy, perched in a tree, smiling joyfully, asked the protagonist, "Have they finally met?" He looked at her in bewilderment. Sometime later, the protagonist and Philly came to Hilda and laid out their loot. She exclaimed in surprise. How many demons had he killed in one night? Looking at the large horn, the old woman noticed that it wasn't an imp's horn. It undoubtedly belonged to a huge demon. Sam told her, "Yuri really is very strong. He looks just like him. He finished off that demon with one blow. He even saved his life. He's very grateful to that guy." Hilda looked closely at MC and spoke as expected of someone her daughter had chosen. She told them they would be staying with her for the night. Feely happily answered, "Of course." The old woman continued, "Tomorrow at dawn, she will take them to the chapel of the evil god." Feely happily told Yuri, "They did it." He replied, "Yes, that's right," and then looked puzzled at the old woman, who was carefully examining the ogre's horn, muttering something under her breath. When night fell, the allies went to bed. What Feely dreamed of can only be guessed at, but she thrashed around in her sleep, lunging at the protagonist and hitting him in his sleep. He twisted her, then pushed her away, then held her. She kicked him again, and he pinned her down on the bed, pinning her arms and legs, and thought gloomily, "Is this the 8th time?" Hilda had forced them to sleep in the same bed, laughing nastily as she did so. He wouldn't get any sleep like that. He hadn't realized that sleeping with someone was so uncomfortable. He couldn't sleep at all. Maybe he should go to another room? At that moment, Feely kicked him again, sending him flying off the bed. Unable to bear it any longer, he went outside. Walking along the platform, he thought, what a beautiful village. Lanterns were everywhere, and the soft lighting made the tree houses seem like something out of a fairy tale. Suddenly, a prayerful phrase reached his ears. The protagonist, intrigued, followed the sound's source and saw Hilda performing a ritual. She was kneeling before a huge stone, striking it with a special implement, summoning the spirit of a dwarf, an avatar of the gods, to protect the lives of her children. Wooden human figures stood next to her. Suddenly, Hilda jumped up, let out a loud cry, and waved the implement. Then she suddenly sank, sighed, and asked the MC, "Does he like spying on women? Why is he wandering around at night? What is he doing here at this hour?" Yuri entered the room and told her nothing. He just couldn't sleep. He looked at the figures and asked her, "Do these figurines represent her children?" She grinned and declared, "The figurines are her family. Some of them were so stupid that they died before her." Taking one of the figures, the old woman hugged it and said, "This is her own son, a heroic adventurer in the village. He was ranked A in the city guild." The protagonist was surprised. "Wow, and where is he now?" Hilda said sadly. "He's been dead for a long time. He was killed by the evil demons that have lived here since ancient times. Her son took the lives of many. One day he went off to conquer the demons, but he never returned. That was 50 years ago." The protagonist realized she had taken in and raised Feely and Sam to cope with the loneliness of her son's death. The old woman continued, "That's why when her family goes to war, she prays to the gods for their lives. For them, young people, this seems strange." MC countered, "Not at all." Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a glowing winged creature with a crown above its head. His assessment immediately told him that he was an S-ranked dwarf. He told the old woman, surprised, to let her look. "There's a monster there, something like a dwarf." Both the creature and Hilda stared at it in surprise. The old woman exclaimed in confusion, "It can't be. He could see them?" Yuri, surprised, answered her question with a question. "Few people see them?" Hilda exclaimed. Of course, she'd heard that only adventurers who had undergone the most rigorous training could see dwarves, but she herself hadn't seen them. He really could defeat the evil gods. When he arrived, what was the demon's last word to him? He remarked. Perhaps he understood her. The next morning, the old woman led them to a certain spot where a wooden path with railings ran. She said that if they went straight along this path, they would find themselves at the temple. Handing him his backpack, Hilda added that she had prepared offerings and sock for them. The protagonist, accepting this from her, said that he understood everything. Feely told him she was ready. He looked at her new outfit in surprise. She asked him sheepishly, does he like it? Hilda said ogres are very fond of young women, so jewelry can be used as offerings. The protagonist told the girl it suits her very well. She sheepishly asked him, isn't it? And so, the allies continued on. After a while, they saw a temple. MC said, well, that seems to be what they need. Feely went first, setting out plates, setting the table with offerings and drinks, and then inspected everything again. Yuri asked her if she was sure everything was okay. Wasn't she in danger? The girl answered that everything was fine. Even if he saw her, she could escape. He shouldn't worry. In the village, this monster was considered a god. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and thought she had plenty of courage. After a while, he thought, an hour had already passed, and the ogre was in no hurry to move. Watching Filey's sleepy eyes close periodically, he wondered in surprise. Hadn't she gotten enough sleep last night? Suddenly, heavy footsteps were heard, and the one they'd been waiting for appeared before them. This ogre was simply incredible in size, a true giant. Suddenly, he raised his mace over his head and swung it with all his might, intending to finish off the protagonist. MC dodged his blow, grabbed Filey, and settled with her in a tree. The ogre's blow shattered the entire sacrificial table, filled with food, sending stones and heavy clods of soil flying in all directions. Even the earth seemed to tremble from the impact. A huge column of dust and smoke rose into the air. Filey fearfully told the protagonist, "This ogre is here." He accepted this undeniable fact. The monster roared. He is the lord of the ogres. His roar chilled the blood in his veins and caused panic. The evaluation revealed to the protagonist that they were facing an A-rank ogre lord. When the smoke cleared, the monster realized there was no one nearby. It swiveled its head around, searching for its opponents, then looked up and saw them in a tree. Without hesitation, it leaped toward them. MC ordered Lime to protect Filey. The monster dealt a crushing blow to the branch the allies were on, and they leaped to another branch. Then Yuri jumped down, intending to finish the ogre. They locked eyes. Filey shouted at him. "Is he okay?" The protagonist told Lime to take her to safety. The slime immediately began to carry out his orders, leaping with the girl to safety. She anxiously called out his name again, and the protagonist, without turning around, gestured to her that he would be all right. He looked fearlessly at his opponent, thinking that now they were alone, and now he understood how strong he was. But he had nothing left to surprise him with, and he wasn't afraid of him. Even better, he was full of strength. The ogre roared and attacked. MC, activating his defense, deftly dodged his mace strike, attacking him in return. The opponent, growing more furious, swung his weapon even harder, destroying trees. Yuri caught up with him and severed his arm with a single swing of his sword. The monster roared in pain and anger. He touched the wound with his healthy hand, and a new one began to grow in its place. The ogre growled. Finally, they had met him, the unyielding one. The protagonist looked at him in bewilderment. A severed arm? Did he have the ability to regenerate? Well, the battle with him was taking an unexpected turn, but suddenly the monster spoke to him, begging him to kill him. He didn't want anyone to hurt him anymore. The protagonist was surprised. That voice? It reminded him of Ange's. The monster asked him to kill him again. MC snapped his fingers, and the ogre shook so violently that he clutched his head, screaming madly. Yuri thought, he knows this magic. At that moment, Killy from her hiding place thought joyfully, she likes that look in his eyes. Why don't they have some more fun? The ogre suddenly transformed. The protagonist, dodging its attack, realized it was reminiscent of the magic of the man who controlled the dragon skeleton. He applied his analysis, which revealed that this was an A-rank ogre lord, and that he was being mind-controlled. He realized someone was controlling him. The monster stopped again, clutched its head, and asked him to kill it. The ogre added, he's asking for it. He had already killed many people, not just warriors and adventurers. He had destroyed cities, villages, killed little girls, tormented them, but he no longer wanted to kill. He was asking for it to free him from this pain. The protagonist heeded its plea and severed its head with a single blow. A shifting aura filled the air, and the silhouette of a strong, aged warrior emerged from the monster's body, smiling and thanking him for freeing him. The warrior resembled a wooden figurine of Hild's eldest son. MC thought he didn't even know what to say. The feeling was so-so. At that moment, Killy emerged from her hiding place, laughed, and said she didn't expect anything less. He looked at her in surprise, and through analysis he realized that she was Killy Potnev, a 261-year-old demon. The protagonist wondered, confused, who is this? The leaves on the trees trembled. She descended toward him so swiftly that he couldn't even comprehend how she'd done it. She immediately lunged at him, but he managed to block her blow. The demon noticed. He had good reflexes. Well, that's even more interesting. Killy teleported to the other side of the fallen ogre and said, I see. He'd only defeated her sworn brother. The protagonist thought his power was similar to that of the demon he'd defeated earlier, so perhaps they were related. She noticed, but he was human. How could he have so much power? Now she'd find out. Killy snapped her fingers, and the aura around her immediately changed. Everything darkened, and creatures began to emerge from the ground in the darkness. MC thought in confusion, are these D-rank ogre zombies? She told him her name and added that she uses her ability to create others like herself. She uses living people for this, and one of these zombies is his mother. Yuri thought in confusion. Exactly. And he wondered why that monster spoke in a human voice. If that ogre really was Ange's, then everything fits. Killy continued. The ogre lord was her favorite. In a village nearby, he was called a hero. She rode him like a carriage. Suddenly, the protagonist remembered Hilda's words about her son being called a hero in the village. Killy created a projection of the slain ogre, and at that moment, the zombies began to scream. The demon laughingly asked the protagonist, can he hear that? their enraged voices. They were so angry. The zombies began to advance on him, saying they hated him. He cursed her silently. The zombies continued to tell him that now he would pay for all those he had slaughtered. MC realized that these were probably the imps he had killed yesterday. The zombies began to surround him, saying that if it weren't for him, they would still be alive. The opponents began to attack him, cursing at him with all sorts of bad words. He shouted at them to shut their mouths. Then he swung his sword, the force of his blow creating a powerful, deadly wave that in a matter of seconds slashed through all the zombies at once. He exhaled wearily, and Killy exclaimed in confusion, "He killed all these people? He's a murderer. He must answer for his crimes. She will be his judge." Raising her hand, the demon activated her magic, and an attribute appeared in the air. Yuri's analysis revealed that she had summoned an S-rank Spear of Justice, the power of which varied depending on the target's guilt. Killy grabbed the spear and screamed, "He's finished." It held all her power. "This spear will kill him." The protagonist, watching her manipulation of the weapon, thought it was incredibly fast, but he still managed to dodge. Killy attacked him with it, creating deadly vortex-like spears. He began to dodge her attack, but he still missed one blow. The protagonist tried to block the missed blow, but Killy laughed maliciously and shouted at him, "Don't even try. He can't dodge her magic. Defense is useless. Now does it hurt?" And this is only the beginning. MC activated an additional spell and increased its power. Feeling unprecedented strength within himself, he easily parried the restrained blow and, snatching the attribute from her, crushed it into powder. The demon exclaimed in confusion. What had he done? Yuri looked at the demon with superiority. Her amazement knew no bounds. What was going on? The system informed him of the acquisition of a high-level acquired magic skill. Killy asked him, perplexed, "Why?" The protagonist answered, "Is killing evil?" She widened her eyes in surprise and shouted angrily, "Of course it is evil. From birth, their instincts prevent them from killing their own kind. He can't get rid of them so easily." The protagonist agreed with her. Indeed, killing people unnecessarily isn't a good idea. But the demons he killed were people who had lost their dignity. Besides, the ogre lord had wished for his own death. Killy noted with surprise that he understood the demon language. Moreover, he had destroyed her ogre brother, even her spear. She angrily grabbed her hair and told him how terrible he was, how she hated him. She was so angry with him. Let him see her true form. Before the astonished MC, Killy began to transform into a terrifying, enormous demon with long blonde hair. The demon roared, "It has sinned and summoned true evil into the world." He looked at the creature and thought, so this is Killy's true form. The enemy slammed the ground with force, creating a magic circle. Looking at the image, Yuri realized he was using mid-level influence magic. The demon summoned a shore of darkness, and black water gushed from the magic circle, greatly surprising the protagonist. Then the demon lunged at him. The protagonist noted that it was fast, but not so fast that he couldn't dodge it. He activated instant movement, but was confused when he realized he couldn't jump. His feet seemed stuck in the black water. The demon grinned at his attempts and struck him with a punch, which the protagonist managed to block. The enemy said, as he expected, he managed to block the blow. He must be surprised that he can't move as he pleases. His dark shore presents no obstacles to walking or running, but he can't jump or fly. It's a restriction spell. His swordsmanship and magical abilities are unlike other people's. His endurance, his attack power, his defense, his speed, all of it is beyond measure. But that's only part of his capabilities. It doesn't change the fact that he's human. The moment he slightly restricted his movements, he lost his balance. What would happen now if he restricted them even more? The demon activated mid-level influence magic and summoned a fog of darkness. MC realized it was the influence spell the goblin shaman had used before, but the density and volume couldn't even compare. Everything around him darkened, and the protagonist thought, this is bad. He can barely see. Activating his hearing enhancement, he realized the demon was approaching him. The enemy appeared behind him and cheerfully said, "What a weak idiot." The enemy attacked him. Yuri held back his attack and tried to strike back, but it didn't work. Wiping his face, the protagonist began to think hard. Earlier in the battle with the ogre, even when he was unable to see what was happening around him, the ogre's attacks were simple and predictable. The demon laughed and exclaimed, "What's this like? He can't reach him with his hands or feet. He'll die in this dark world." The protagonist thought, well, in that case, this was all he could do. He extended his hand, activated influence magic, and summoned reflection. Dispelling the demon's magic, he noted that his opponent had disappeared, but the demon appeared above him and shouted at him to try it. He activated high-level influence magic and summoned hellfire. The opponent wished for him to burn in hellfire. MC responded with high-level fire magic and summoned hellfire, directing it at the demon. The opponent laughed evilly and said, "I understand. So this is the flame that took his brother's life. In that case, with his dark flame, his magic would be destroyed." But at that moment, Yuri activated his magic enhancement, and his fire attack successfully struck the enemy, dispelling his magical summoning. A powerful explosion rang out. From a thick cloud of smoke, a battered demon emerged, clutching his throat, trying to laugh in bewilderment and uttering, "This can't be. This is simply impossible. How could this have happened?" The protagonist glared at him. Then he told the kneeling demon, he killed innocent people, turned them into ogres and toyed with them. And what's more, he made people attack people. A memory flashed through his mind of Hilda telling him that long ago, her son was killed by an ogre demon wreaking havoc in their lands. Then he remembered the ogre's request to kill him and activated high-level influence magic, After that, the protagonist summoned the Spear of Justice and resolutely stood before the demon. The enemy screamed in horror. This can't be happening. He has the Spear of Condemnation? Isn't that a higher level version of his Spear of Justice? He begged MC to stop. He didn't want to die. Yuri, ignoring him and without a word, activated the Spear of Justice, piercing the demon. The enemy, dissipating, screamed in horror. This can't be happening. He's at double-digit level. How is this possible? These words became the demon's final words. Looking at the small pile of ash, the protagonist thought, the indignant ogre is turning to dust. Sometime later, the allies returned safely to the village. They were greeted by grateful villagers who had already learned of their victory. Hilda told Feely she brought a real man with her, and she herself had done well too. She was surprised by this. She never thought Kishin would truly be defeated. Philly was surprised by this, closed her eyes and thought with a smile, she can't say she was just sleeping. She said it out loud, of course. The protagonist looked at her in surprise. Hilda approached the MC, addressed him with a smile, and asked him to take care of her daughter for many years to come. After these words, the old woman bowed low to him, leaning on her staff. Her action caused surprise and confusion among the villagers. Sam was dissatisfied with everything that was happening. Yuri replied, Hilda, yes, of course. Everyone gasped again at his answer. The old woman broke into a satisfied smile. The girl turned to the protagonist in bewilderment, not understanding what he was talking about. Sam covered his face with his hands and, running away, shouted at the protagonist to make Feely happy. The girl indignantly told the MC that he shouldn't decide something like that for her so easily. He asked her in surprise, she doesn't want to be friends with him? Feely blushed with embarrassment and muttered, that's not it. God, that's not what it means in this situation. Yuri looked at her in confusion and turned to Hilda, reminding her of her request. She had asked him to tell her the Kishin's last words when the time came. Feely immediately calmed down and listened to their conversation. The protagonist had told the old woman he wanted to thank her. The old woman stared at him in amazement and asked him doubtfully, is that true? He answered, yes. He could understand what monsters were saying. Hilda, with tears in her eyes, answered him, I understood, repeating the words several times. The protagonist looked at her sympathetically. It was a lie. Or rather, it was true that the Ogre King had said thank you, but it wasn't addressed to her. He thought telling her all the details of the incident would be cruel. After all, Hilda had been worried about her son all this time. He couldn't tell her that he was the one attacking villages and killing people, but the fact that he didn't attack the village where his mother lived was likely due to the fact that he still had memories of his time as a human. Hilda, having calmed down, formally addressed MC and her daughter, and again thanked them with a low bow. All the villagers followed suit. They bid everyone a warm farewell and set off. On the way, Feely asked him if it was a lie, wasn't it? He looked at her in confusion. For what exactly? The girl continued that the ogre had thanked Hilda. The protagonist was surprised. Did she really see right through him? He had confessed to her, right? He had lied. But did she really think he should have told her the truth? Feely replied, no. With a smile, she added that she liked good lies. She thought there were good lies and bad ones in this world. The protagonist paused, thinking, he understands. That's one way to think about it. It's true that, depending on how a lie is used, it can help people. Feely called out to him and asked why he was stopping. They had to go. He smiled and told her she was right and followed her. As he walked, he thought about himself again. His unique abilities, memories of the Magic Emperor and the Holy Swordsman. His skills included Supreme Swordsmanship, Supreme Fire and Water Magic, Advanced Wind Magic, Advanced Holy Magic, Supreme Impact Magic, Intermediate Non-Elemental Magic, Advanced Enchantment Magic, Supreme Taming, and Rudimentary Fishing Analysis. Memories call to strength, and power provokes new conflict. After some time, the protagonist slowly sank underwater. Feeling a solid surface beneath him, he saw the hall's columns and seaweed, and wondered where he was. He was sure he was sleeping in his room. Could he really be underwater? Aqua suddenly appeared, calling out to him and saying, thank the gods, he was awake. The protagonist wondered, had he met her before? But this strange feeling, no, he couldn't remember. The girl folded her arms and noted that she had used the last of her power to speak directly to his heart. Let him please go to the water capital of Luminaria immediately. Otherwise, this world will cease to exist. After these words, she disappeared. The protagonist, perplexed, wondered what she was talking about. Suddenly, he began to choke and realized he couldn't breathe. He was losing consciousness. Sometime later, Yuri woke up in the real world with a slime crawling onto his face. He pulled it away, looked around, and wondered if he was in the room. Did that mean it was just a dream? It was an incredibly vivid dream, or, more likely, a vision. The protagonist grabbed Lime and asked, did he do this? A system window appeared, notifying him that non-elemental magic, advanced, had been acquired. Suddenly, he realized he could automatically learn non-elemental magic by interacting with it. Yuri stood up and invited his friend to go on an adventure. The slime made a joyful sound, almost like agreement. Sometime later, the protagonist entered the guild and began looking at quests. Other adventurers stood nearby, also selecting missions. The protagonist looked closer and saw a top-secret quest expedition to the capital of Luminaria. The requirements were no questions asked. The completion conditions were to travel to the water capital and complete the top-secret task. The reward for completion was 3 million gil, and it could not be repeated. Confused, he wondered what it was. He thought he'd heard the name somewhere. The woman from his dream had mentioned it, Suddenly, Rico called out to him, remarking that they hadn't seen each other in a while. Is everything alright with him? MC turned around and agreed that it was indeed so. The girl read about the quest in Luminaria and asked in surprise, would he consider taking it? Yuri answered, thinking about being more proactive. She asked him, so he'll be undergoing a nightly test, right? She had a bad feeling about it. If he didn't mind, could she join him on this quest? MC happily agreed to her offer and thought that if Rico went with him, there was nothing more reassuring than that. She was well versed in various fields, so she would fill in the gaps he lacked. After that, they went outside. The girl descending the stairs noticed that it brought her back. The protagonist asked if she said something. She replied, no, she was just talking to herself. After a while, they entered Ugo's workshop. The dwarf saw Rico and wondered if it was her. He added that if it was what he'd promised her, it was on that shelf. She delightedly picked up the ruby rapier and exclaimed, I've been waiting for this to be completed this whole time. The protagonist activated the evaluation and realized the girl was holding a B-rank ruby rapier, a sword crafted from a rare metal, sharp and corrosion resistant. He asked her what kind of sword it was. The girl responded delightedly, glad he'd asked. This sword was made from ruby ore. It's a rare ore that can only be mined in the southern mines. It's a popular material that constantly radiates heat, making it pleasant and warming in the winter. She'd been lucky enough to receive something from a quest she completed some time ago, so she asked Hugo to make her a sword. MC thought he never imagined Rico, who usually seemed so calm, could be so enthusiastic about a sword. She said with a smile that she really wanted him to see her improved sword abilities. With this sword, she'll be a little different than before. The dwarf noticed him and asked, isn't he that F-rank guy? How's the sword he made? The protagonist smiled and told the craftsman that it was fine and thanked him. He uses it constantly and is completely satisfied. Hugo exclaimed, after all, it was the sword he made. His swords are famous for having blades that never split, no matter how many years they've been used. The weapon he made for him was crafted from the highest quality iron ore and is of a much higher quality. Let him look at the sword for a second. The protagonist agreed and handed him the weapon. Hugo, picking it up, cried out in horror. What is this? The blade is completely worn out. What did he do to it that it became like this? Yuri apologized and explained that he was simply using it as usual, but overdoing it. The dwarf remarked that in this state, he couldn't even use 30% of the sword's power. Didn't he find that strange when he used it? MC replied that there was indeed something wrong with it, but he was able to maintain its sharpness with enchantment magic. Hugo, shocked, said, did he really do that? Fine, he'll take care of it. He'll perform maintenance and make the sword as good as new in 30 minutes. So let them have some tea somewhere while they wait. Yuri apologized to the master for bothering him. The dwarf replied that he shouldn't worry about it. He just needed to remember to pay him for it. Sometime later, near the guild, one of the adventurers nervously said that this was his first time taking a quest from the knights, and he was nervous. Another man told him it wouldn't be easy. He'd failed last time, but this time, he'd pass. The man suddenly smiled and said to his comrade, pointing to Clarissa Apricot, who had just arrived, it looks like that pretty girl will be participating too. Meanwhile, the protagonist picked up the sword after maintenance. The dwarf apologized for the delay and remarked that the sword's strength and sharpness should be much better with this one. Yuri saw his reflection in the weapon's blade and thought it was amazing. The edge was polished like a mirror. Hugo told him to bring it here regularly from now on. Maintaining your weapon is the foundation of being an adventurer. The protagonist agreed with his words and left. Afterwards, the allies arrived at the quest pickup location from the knights. Yuri noticed there were more people here than he expected. Rico told him the work might be difficult, but the reward was high. It seemed there were adventurers from neighboring towns who had heard rumors. MC thought, no wonder there were so many unfamiliar faces here. He noticed people in armor and wondered, were these knights? They were wearing full plate armor. Suddenly, Clarice noticed Rico and jumped on her with a hug, then remarked that she'd been looking for her this whole time. She knew she'd see her if she came here. The girl exclaimed in displeasure, telling her to stop and get away from her. Clarice admiringly said that in the short time since she'd seen her, she'd become even more beautiful. Suddenly, she noticed the protagonist and asked who that person was. Rico replied that she'd introduced them. It was Yuri, her adventurer friend who had done so much for her. After that, she introduced her old friend Clarice to her ally. The truth is, before she came to this city, she was a knight. That's where she met her. MC considered the idea that she was a former knight. He'd already thought she had a slightly different aura than the other adventurers. Clarice asked him suspiciously, he came to take the test with Rico, didn't he? This quest could only be accepted by licensed adventurers. She didn't want to doubt him, but could she see his license? The protagonist showed her the document and asked if that was all she needed. The girl asked, confused, he's an F rank? How dare he take the test as an F rank? That's not something someone like him can do. She won't allow it. She doesn't know how he tricked Rico, but she doesn't approve of it. Clarice furiously threw his license to the ground and left. Rico apologized to him, adding that her friend was always quick to make assumptions. The protagonist replied that it was true that he was an F rank, so she shouldn't worry about it. He thought he was used to being treated like that. F ranks weren't treated well. Suddenly, Brian Hawks called out to all the adventurers and told them with a smile that he thanked everyone for gathering here today. Now he would ask them to take on a specific mission. But first, they would introduce themselves to each other. They, knights, had a different status and different beliefs than adventurers. So first, they would prepare. The adventurers furiously protested that they didn't need preparation. They were here for the 3 million reward. They wouldn't be friends with them. Clarissa shouted furiously. What's the meaning of all this? How can they talk to the captain like that? One of the adventurers remarked. This little one has something to say? The girl immediately drew her sword and asked him what he called her. Suddenly, Brian thrust his sword into the ground, causing cracks to appear, and told her to sheath her sword. This was a top-secret mission, commissioned by the government, entrusted to them, the knights. Because the mission's contents were top secret, it was decided that only the knights' comrades could be informed. That's why he was now asking them to take a preliminary knighthood exam. Over the next 2 days, they would undergo a survival test. No more than 5 people would pass. If they were dissatisfied with these conditions, he asked them to leave immediately. The adventurers began to riot and shout. He thought they would put up with this? Why should they lick his boots? After that, a large crowd of adventurers began to leave. Rico called out to the protagonist and asked what he was planning to do. He replied that he would participate. There was something he was a little curious about. MC paused. Apparently, this quest was on a larger scale than he expected, and he can't get the woman from his dream out of his head about the destruction of the world. Brian asked the others if it was safe to assume they would all participate. Fine, let them follow the orders of the person in charge of each of them and head to the eastern forest. He wished them all good luck. After some time, the warriors entered the forest for the preliminary knighthood exam. The protagonist thought about it. The exam was quite simple. They must survive for 2 days in teams of 2. Furthermore, each team would enter the forest by different routes, accompanied by a knight. He noticed Clarice and, perplexed, asked her why she was accompanying them. The girl irritably answered him, "That's a stupid question." They, the knights, would judge whether they passed or failed the test. From now on, she would observe them to evaluate their skills. MC asked if she was too close to him. Clarice replied, "It was observation." He asked her if she was going to be here with them all day. The girl confirmed this, adding, "After all, this test is also meant to test their knowledge as adventurers. She already has a full understanding of Rico's skills, so there won't be any problems. Therefore, her top priority is to observe him." She thought with irritation. Rico was fooled by this man. She must help her come to her senses as soon as possible. The protagonist thought that this girl was creating a lot of pressure. Clarice exclaimed, "She will protect her friend." He asked her in confusion. What was she talking about? Wasn't she an examiner? MC thought, since he was an F rank, so it all makes sense. At times like this, instead of explaining everything with words, he needs to demonstrate his skills. He detected wolves and warned that monsters had appeared. They were fanged wolves of the D rank. Clarice, with a mischievous smile, remarked that they were the perfect opponent for the exam. Rico charged, telling him to leave the 4 ahead of her. She dispatched the opponents in an instant. Clarice exclaimed admiringly. This was exactly what she'd expected. Suddenly, several wolves began attacking Rico from behind. At that moment, the protagonist made a lightning-fast dash and destroyed all the opponents with a single blow. The knight, completely confused, thought, "What kind of joke is this? He killed 3 at once? Who the hell is this man anyway?" Rico remarked with a smile. That was to be expected. His strength was incredible. Clarice said he certainly had strength, if not more. But this is brutal swordsmanship. He's nowhere near her level. Rico exclaimed in irritation. "No way." The knight asked angrily if she was being too soft with this F-ranker. The girl indignantly told her to stop. How many times does she have to repeat that Yuri's skills can't be measured by ranks? MC said calmly, "It's fine." After all, the exam had only just begun. Everything would be fine as long as he could slowly coerce her into accepting him, right? Clarissa replied with displeasure. She didn't know how he'd gotten on Rico's good side, but she would uncover his true nature. After some time, the squad set up camp. The protagonist exhaled and declared, "It looks like it's ready." Clarice told him in a disgruntled tone that this unsightly campsite was truly suitable for an F-ranker like him. The protagonist noted that she was still stern with him. It was a pity he didn't have much experience camping. Thinking about it, it seemed like he'd only done it once, when he first came to this world. The girl looked at the knot and asked in bewilderment, "Why is it so poorly done?" With work like that, she wouldn't even give him 50 points. The protagonist scratched his head in confusion, thinking that this was worrying, which made him realize he was only good at swordsmanship and magic. This was the first time he'd been scolded so harshly since coming to this world. Clarice asked him irritably, "Will he let Rico sleep in that thing?" This is why F-rankers are no good. She ordered him to hold the rope and began showing him how to tie a knot properly. The girl finally told him to remember. She wouldn't teach him how to do it a second time. At that moment, Rico returned with an armful of firewood and informed her allies that she was back. She'd finished setting it up. Seeing her tent, she exclaimed delightedly. Her temporary home looked good. Clarissa replied that she'd been waiting for her. That F-ranker was useless, so she'd set it up properly for her. After a while, the comrades lit a fire, and Rico declared, "That's it. Preparations for the night are complete." She turned to MC and noted that this was where the real problem began. They needed food. The allies headed to the river. Yuri, looking at the water's surface, thought there must be fish around here somewhere. At that moment, a fish emerged from the river, and he flinched in surprise. Clarissa instantly activated her budding ice magic, summoned an ice arrow, and dealt damage to her prey. The protagonist thought, she's good, and not just in terms of magical power, but also in terms of skill. She shaped her magical power into an arrow to more accurately hit the fish. This kind of skill isn't something you can acquire overnight. Clarissa said with a smile, the next topic will be magic. This is a good opportunity. She looked at the protagonist and told him to listen carefully. From now on, he must use his magic to kill his prey. If he can catch a bigger fish than her, she will acknowledge his abilities. He looked at her in surprise, then smiled and said, I understand. He just needs to catch more fish than her, right? She told him that was true. The protagonist rolled up his shirt sleeves and thought, he's a beginner when it comes to everyday life, but he's confident when it comes to swordplay and magic. Rico, puzzled, told him, that'll be a bit difficult. He asked her what she meant. She replied, Clarice is one of the best among the knights in magic. Especially when it comes to precise magic control, no one can compare to her. The girl activated her magic and skill and said, as Rico had said, precise magic control is her specialty. There's no way she'll lose to an F-rank adventurer. Using intermediate ice magic, she summoned an ice arrow and began her haul. She fired multiple arrows, each hitting their targets on the first try. She pointed at him and exclaimed, now it's his turn. Could he match her speed? He remarked, such a precise strike. Her abilities are excellent. Her mastery of beginner magic is far superior to his. What should he do? If he used the same method as her, he would likely lose. He didn't think he could accurately hit all the fish like she did. The protagonist asked her. He didn't need to catch them one by one, right? Clarice asked him, perplexed, what he was talking about. The protagonist replied, he meant he felt it would be more effective to catch a lot of them at once. The girl irritably shouted at him, asking how far he was going to go to make her look like a fool. If he thought he could do it, then go for it. Let him show her what he's made of. MC said with a smile, of course. He activated advanced zero magic and summoned a black hole. A powerful vortex instantly formed in the river, with a black sphere appearing in its center, emitting a powerful stream of light. Clarice exclaimed in confusion, what kind of magic is that? Rico also noted with confusion, the river water is being sucked in. Yuri thought, okay, that should be enough. He clenched his left fist, activated advanced zero magic, summoned a white hole, and swung his fist upward. At that moment, a swarm of fish emerged from the river, rising like a vortex to the girl's surprised exclamations. He thought this magic was used to release what had been absorbed by the black hole. A special feature of this magic was the selection function. This selection would be useful in the future. When his entire catch fell to the shore, he said he'd caught quite a lot. The girls stared at his catch in silence, stupefied. Then, in a voice not her own, Clarice cried out in confusion, what's wrong with that man? That evening, her voice echoed throughout the forest. Sometime later, while the allies were dining on a delicious meal, Rico, having tasted the fried fish, admiringly declared, very tasty. The protagonist remarked, yes, river fish is very tasty. Lime made a sound of agreement. An irritated Clarice peeked out from behind a tree and said angrily, this is unforgivable. She'll definitely expose his true nature. He thought he saw her staring at him, and it made him uneasy. He glanced sideways at her, and while taking another bite of the cooked fish, he asked Rico why she joined the knights. The girl told him there was no deep reason. Her ancestors were knights, so it was only natural that their descendants would continue the tradition. The protagonist said, okay then, why did she leave the knights? Rico swallowed nervously and hesitated. At that moment, an irritated Clarice approached them and told them, enough chatter. The hardest part of this exam is surviving the night. Now is not the time for conversation. MC asked her, what was she talking about? The girl told him that when night falls, monsters become more active, not to mention their vision is poor. Camping at night carries the highest risk of death. MC thought, of course, the quests he'd completed so far were mostly meant for him. Was that why they'd chosen the Eastern Forest as the location for the exam? Clarice, meanwhile, continued that if a situation arose where she had to lend him a helping hand, he'd fail in an instant. She couldn't wait to see how long he could go without sleep. Rika amiably suggested that Yuri take turns on watch. It was as Clarice had said. From now on, it would be a battle of endurance. The protagonist remained silent, deep in thought. Rico called out to him, and he snapped out of his thoughts and asked Clarice if his monster friends would be suitable as lookouts. The girl looked at him in surprise and said, of course he can use everything at his disposal, but she didn't think his slime could be of any use. He grinned and said, okay. Rico, perplexed, addressed him by name and wanted to ask him what he was planning, but the protagonist stood up and walked away silently. Clarissa mockingly said, so, he's going to patrol? Well, good luck to him. She hoped he hadn't forgotten that they were currently in the Eastern Forest. MC answered her, yes, he remembered. He activated summoning magic and summoned his allies. At that moment, his loyal kobold allies appeared from several magic circles. Both girls stared in amazement and exclaimed in confusion, what's going on? When the kobolds lined up in front of him, he calmly asked them if they could take turns keeping watch in the forest. Handing them a string of fish, he added that it was their advance payment for their work. The kobolds happily accepted his offer. Clarissa, completely stunned, exclaimed, it's impossible. Just how many monsters does this man have? Not to mention he just summoned them all at once. Yuri wondered in surprise, is it unusual to see someone with so many monsters? The girl shouted at him, confused. Of course. Usually tamers can only tame 1 or 2 monsters. Even experienced tamers can tame 3 or 4. The protagonist realized when she mentioned it, the experienced tamer Dutch only had 2 monsters, a mouse and a golem. Clarissa turned to her friend and asked her, "Who is this man?" The girl answered, also confused. The protagonist told them, "Fine, he sent the kobolds on duty. They can get a good night's sleep. That's wonderful, right?" Clarissa shook her fists in frustration. Seriously, who is this person? After a while, everyone went to bed. Rico slept restlessly, constantly making noises and throwing her arms and legs across the bed, periodically throwing them onto MC, which kept him awake. Then she rolled over in her sleep, hugged him, and began muttering about how defenseless he was. Rico hugged him so tightly that he wondered, surprised, where she hid so much strength. At this rate, she'd break his bones. Yuri decided to sleep outside. The kobolds were watching, so it was okay. Once outside, he stretched his body, closed his eyes, and thought. Feely tossed and turned too. Did all the women in this world do that? Suddenly he noticed Clarissa sitting by the fire, thoughtfully stirring it. The protagonist approached her and said, "The kobolds are on guard, so she can sleep. Does she understand that?" The girl snorted when she saw him and said, "She doesn't believe in his abilities, so she's going to defend herself." He thought with confusion. This made sense to him. From Clarissa's perspective, it was hard to believe in F-rank skills. Sitting down next to her, he said, "The night is long. Since she doesn't want to sleep, why don't they talk?" He would like to know more about Rico. She exhaled in surprise and looked at him. The protagonist asked her how they met. Clarisse looked into the distance and told him, well, perhaps now would be a good time to tell him how great Rico is. He prepared to listen to her attentively. The girl closed her eyes and said, "He should be ashamed of himself. He's a real scoundrel." The MC thought in bewilderment. "What?" Clarisse continued, saying it was about 2 months after she became a knight. That's when she first met Rico. When she, Clarisse, was little, they were attacked by monsters. It was then that she lost both her parents. They shouted at her to run, but they themselves shielded her. She tripped and fell, and a monster began approaching her. She was terrified and thought that this was the end. It was then that the Knights of Luminaria saved her. The leader rode up to her on horseback and asked if she was okay. Clarisse spotted a medal on his chest, inscribed with a call to save the weak and defeat the strong. It was then that she began to admire knights and passionately desired to be part of them. After this incident, she was taken to an orphanage, where she honed her swordsmanship. To strengthen her physical strength, she took the initiative to help with the housework. Then, she passed the knightly exam and entered the knightly school as a student. However, what awaited her there was not at all what she had so admired. It was a harsh reality. Apprentices with influential family backgrounds were the elite group, and apprentices, allowed to join only after passing numerous tests, were the lower group. Among them was she, born out of an orphanage, an anomaly. She did not lose heart and put in more effort than anyone else. However, day after day, every day, the students from the elite group mocked her. Then, one fine day, in the dining hall, a noble student placed her plate on the floor and told her place is not at the table, but here. Did she understand that? Knocking her off her chair, he tilted her toward the plate and said, "This is a fitting place for someone from the lower group, don't you think? She should hurry up and eat it all." Everyone else stood silently, watching the scene unfold. One boy asked the man who'd bullied her if he was overdoing it. A girl standing nearby laughed and told him to calm down. At that moment, Rico's voice rang out, shouting for everyone to move aside. The students obediently made way, and Rico walked up to the man who'd bullied her and punched him so hard that he flew into the wall. She shouted at the assembled group, "They should be ashamed of themselves." The students began whispering, "Who is this?" Then, the girl loudly told them her name and added that, starting today, she was joining a night school. One of the students exclaimed in surprise, "She comes from a family of knights?" Rico asked, "How can someone who aspires to be a knight do such a thing?" One of the students shouted at her not to be so cocky and rushed at her. A second student followed. Rico easily parried their blows and sent them both to the floor with an elbow. The other students acknowledged that she was indeed strong and that those two were fools for challenging her. Then Rico turned to her and sternly said, "Strength has nothing to do with gender. Let her save the weak and defeat the strong. That's what a true knight should be." And Clarisse was saved by those words. After that, she decided to follow Rico forever and asked her permission to call her big sister. She's a true knight who doesn't discriminate against people. The protagonist spoke thoughtfully. He understand. He remembered the girl's words about how it would hurt her if people died because of her, and that she would follow him no matter what, and he thought, of course Rico doesn't discriminate against him, despite being an F rank. Clarisse continued, pointing her finger at him. That makes Rico a little vulnerable to people like him, who might take advantage of her kindness. The protagonist cursed and thought, she's cruel. At that moment, the barking of kobolds was heard. The allies jumped up, looking towards the source of the sound. Clarissa asked, "What's going on?" MC answered, "It looks like they have a problem." At that moment, a group of guys emerged from the forest. The leader, seeing Clarissa, giggled and said, "He was looking for her, Miss Knight." She looked at him in surprise. Yuri didn't understand what was going on. Clarissa indignantly asked the newcomer what he wanted from her. The adventurer replied that her captain had disqualified them, and that had angered him. They would make them realize how strong they were. MC wondered, perplexed. What were they talking about? Shouldn't they be showing off their strength to the captain instead, since he was the one who disqualified them? The girl pulled out a dagger and exclaimed, "That was rude. He has the nerve to try to challenge her to a sword fight." He chuckled and asked, "Who said anything about a sword fight?" At that moment, a poisonous E-rank snake suddenly bit the girl on the leg, and she fell. Clarissa, lying on the ground, without thinking twice, has instantly killed the snake and tried to get up, but she was unsuccessful. The adventurer chuckled and remarked that the plan had worked. The protagonist asked if she was okay. He would help her. She told him no, they only had business with her. It didn't concern him. He was in the middle of an exam right now. She couldn't let anything happen to him. The adventurer placed a hand on his shoulder and said with a smile, it wasn't too late. If he was willing to give in to them, they might let him join in the fun. He was sure she'd been making fun of him too, right? This was his chance to get back at her. Another guy grabbed the girl by the chin and remarked, she was pretty. His companion agreed. She resigned herself and said let him do what he wanted. He asked her with a smile, was she giving in? Clarissa agreed to this, and added that, in exchange, she would bite off his dignity when the opportunity presented itself. The boy exclaimed, then they'll knock out all her teeth first. The protagonist removed his hand from his shoulder and, apologizing for interrupting them, said he refused the offer. The impudent adventurer asked with a smile, are you sure? This woman was laughing at them, the adventurers. He answered the boy. This time, the adventurers went first. Besides, she had nothing to do with their disqualification. And yet, they were ganging up on her. They were taking revenge on the wrong person. The adventurer asked mockingly, is a mere F-rank trying to act like a hero? If only he'd listened to them, he might have had a little fun. Suddenly, MC found 2 snakes near him and thought he couldn't give in to them. He summoned Lime, stood on it, and then leaped incredibly high. The adventurers, perplexed, asked where he'd gone. He wasn't falling at all. At that moment, the protagonist landed directly on 2 of them, thus neutralizing the opponents. Then he somersaulted in the air and landed on the team leader, delivering a powerful kick. One of the adventurers grabbed Clarice hostage and, holding a knife to her throat, shouted at him to stop. If he moved, he'd slit her throat. It was over for him. He had an ace up his sleeve. Let them be surprised. It was the legendary monster, the one-eyed giant. Let the Cyclops come out here. At that moment, Vankichi approached them and joyfully greeted Yuri. The remaining kobolds dragged the corpse of the enormous monster. The protagonist turned to the man holding the girl and asked him sarcastically, is this the one-eyed giant he was talking about? The adventurer swung his sword furiously and shouted that he and the woman were being overconfident. Yuri quickly punched him in the face and replied that strength has nothing to do with gender. Having neutralized his opponent, MC extended his hand to the girl and asked if she was okay. She grabbed his hand, telling him she was fine. Meanwhile, the last adventurer hid behind a tent, thinking it was close. He entered and, seeing Rico, wondered if he should just look at her. He hoped she could entertain him a little. As soon as he touched her, a loud scream came from the tent. The protagonist jumped up and realized there was another one in the tent. He ran inside and saw Rico twisting him in her sleep. The adventurer, horrified, said he surrendered. Yuri noted that she seemed fine. After a while, they tied up all the bandits. The MC thanked Vankichi with a smile and thought, now all that was left was to wait for the night to end. Suddenly, Clarice fell to the ground, saying she couldn't move. She had paralyzing venom from the snake that had bitten her earlier. The protagonist summoned Lime, who in turn absorbed all the venom. He asked how she was feeling. The girl, confused, replied that for some reason she felt much better. The MC, smiling, remarked that he was glad to hear that. She asked him why he saved her. She had humiliated him just because he was an F rank, and yet he decided to save her? He told her that he saved her because those guys were doing something that went against his principles of justice. He learned from a B-rank adventurer named Aisha that in this world, people are divided into 2 groups, those who throw away trash and those who collect trash. What's important is to always remind yourself to be the one who collects trash. She taught him that if a person loses sight of their principles due to a sudden impulse, the path they choose will lead to their destruction. Clarith said it was frustrating, but she had to acknowledge him. She truly saw a knight in him. That was very good. He passed the test. Thus, he successfully passed the exam to become a temporary knight. After that, they packed their things and began to leave the forest. Rico noticed. She realized something like this had happened. She didn't expect the man-hater Clarith to acknowledge him. The protagonist replied that he thought she had done a good job herself. Rico, perplexed, asked him what he was talking about. He replied that if she didn't remember, then it was fine. The girl asked what had happened to Clarissa. Where was she? The protagonist replied that she had gone ahead of them to hand over the captured adventurers and told them to meet her later. Rico excitedly asked, by the way, what's up with her exam? He explained that he had asked her about it too, and she indignantly replied that she was of course passing. After this, the allies approached the designated meeting place. The MC remarked that this must be the very place. She wasn't here yet? Suddenly, Clarissa, riding a huge dragon, called out to them and apologized for the wait. She noticed Rico and immediately jumped to the ground to hug her, telling her she'd missed her so much. Her friend exclaimed irritably, "Let her get away from her." The protagonist said he was still surprised. He hadn't expected her to come here riding a dragon. Clarissa asked him, didn't he know? It was normal to see dragon carriages in the city. Their destination was a large country called Luminaria, located beyond the Eastern Sea. If they used a horse-drawn carriage, it would take months, if not years, to cover that distance. She assumed an F rank like him wouldn't know anything. Afterward, the three mounted the dragon and set off. Clarissa remarked as she looked around that the view was always magnificent, no matter how many times she saw it. MC wondered if the dragon could fly faster. She told him not to ask for the impossible. This dragon was originally designed to be ridden by two people. He remarked that the dragon indeed looked tired. Clarissa pointed to a nearby island and suggested the allies take a break on this small island. Suddenly, a huge black dragon appeared behind them, its anger intensifying. The monster fired a fiery blast, but at the last moment, the protagonist summoned Lime, which in turn absorbed the enemy's blow. At that moment, the black dragon prepared a second attack. Rico exclaimed that a second attack was coming. They couldn't keep this up. MC thought Lime wouldn't be able to block his second attack in his current state, but he still had one more trick up his sleeve. He leaped upward and summoned a celestial dragon. Clarice exclaimed in amazement. He summoned a giant dragon? How was that even possible? The protagonist noted that it seemed tamers rarely had the ability to summon a dragon. He instantly flew around the monster, but it unleashed a veritable barrage of fireballs. The celestial dragon deftly dodged each attack, and when it got close, the protagonist jumped off it, drew his sword, enchanting it, and instantly severed the dragon's head. Rico exclaimed in admiration, "He did a great job." Clarice, confused, remarked, "Is it just her imagination?" Yuri looked like the legendary Dragon Knight. Meanwhile, at the same time, 10 kilometers east of Luminaria, specifically in Lake Eliza, Sariel addressed Aqua and instructed her to tell him everything she knew. She asked him what he was talking about. The demon replied that there was no point in pretending. He knew she had used her magic and communicated with someone. He didn't know who she had contacted, but it was all pointless. He ordered his familiars to eliminate anyone who attempted to enter the city. At that moment, a servant ran to him, reporting bad news. One of the dark wyverns guarding the sea had been killed. Aqua immediately realized Yuri had arrived. Sariel said, he understood. It must be her doing. The servant had done a good job, but he no longer needed him. The fallen angel instantly severed his head and told her that, as she could see, his ability could transform corpses into dark magic, so he always needed fresh corpses. He cast his magic and instantly transformed the slain servant into a magical clot. Sariel used this magical clot to bind Aqua and exclaimed, "Now let her answer him." The water spirit remarked, "She will never give up." The demon muttered, as expected of the spirit. She was the first one to withstand his power to such a degree. Meanwhile, Rico mounted the protagonist's dragon and exclaimed in admiration, "This monster is amazing. It flies much faster than a wyvern." Clarith, watching this, irritatedly protested, "How dare he ride with her Rico?" He thought. For some reason, he felt an enormous pressure behind him. The girl pointed to the side, noting that their target was already within sight. MC spotted the ground and wondered, "So this is Luminaria?" Clarissa called out to him and said he should let her warn him of one thing. Before they got there, they were going there to complete a secret quest, so he shouldn't stand out. He knew it himself. The quest this time was very secret. He didn't even know what it was. He needed to get to the city before they could tell him. Maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to do anything that would make him stand out from the crowd. Clarissa said, "If he understands, then follow her." They were about to land. At that moment, in the Luminaria dragon stable, a worker looked up into the air and, seeing a celestial dragon, exclaimed in confusion, "What kind of dragon is that?" The other workers also stared at the sky in surprise. The man said, "Amazing. He's been caring for dragons for 20 years, but this is the first time he's seen a dragon that looks so magnificent." When the allies landed, he turned to the protagonist and asked if this was his dragon. The protagonist dismounted and replied that it was. All the stable workers excitedly asked where he'd bought this dragon. They hadn't seen one around. This was their first time seeing a celestial dragon. One of them remarked, as he could see, that the stalls were too small for this dragon. The roofs of their stalls weren't that high, so they could only look after smaller dragons. MC replied that it wouldn't be a problem. He turned to the dragon and praised it. It had done an excellent job and could now rest. Yuri cancelled the summoning, and instantly the enormous dragon disappeared. The stable workers asked him in confusion, "Is he a tamer? Has he made a contract with this gigantic dragon?" He told them that he was, and asked if this was a rarity around here. They replied, "Of course, it's unthinkable for ordinary tamers." Clarissa, watching this, exclaimed in irritation, "Was this man even listening to what she was saying? It hadn't even been an hour since she said it." Rico replied that she'd better back off. Forcing Yuri to blend in was an impossible task from the start. After a while, they arrived in the center of Luminaria. Clarith waved her hand to the side and told her allies that the knight's headquarters were this way. MC saw a statue of a water priestess, walked up to it, and began examining it. Rico noticed it and asked what he was doing. He would be left behind. He apologized and inquired about the statue. She replied that it was the symbol of this city. It was the water priestess, Aqua. The girl added that, according to legend, it was Aqua who created the water city of Luminaria. The protagonist admiringly said, Aqua, the water priestess, a girl playing with water in a water city? That's cute. He asked Rico, so what about Aqua? The girl looked at him in surprise. Clarith, puzzled, asked, what's wrong? He said he had a feeling he'd met this person somewhere, but he couldn't remember where. Clarith angrily yelled at him to stop this blasphemy. If he insulted Aqua again, she'd take him to the Knights for another purpose. She was about to add something else, but Rico cut her off mid-sentence, telling her to get used to it. If she continued like this, she wouldn't be able to keep up with the times in the future. Clarith countered, but she'd never seen anyone so lacking in common sense. She wished he'd keep his dreamlike delusions to himself. It suddenly dawned on the protagonist. A dream. This statue resembles the woman who appeared in his dream. Clarith told Rico she was genuinely worried about accepting him as a knight. At that moment, MC thanked her. She looked at him in confusion and exclaimed, what did he just say? Yuri said. He understood everything, thanks to her. Clarice, confused, told her friend, this man really is not quite right in the head. The girl told her to get used to it. The allies continued on. Approaching a majestic building, the protagonist examined the main gate and noted the completely different atmosphere here. As expected from a continental city, Clarice directed them further and, pointing to the building itself, said it was the headquarters of the Knights of Luminaria, known as the Silver Shield. Pointing to the coat of arms, she explained its meaning. Silver signifies a pure heart and a clear conscience. A shield, it's all clear here. They are supposed to be a shield that protects people, and that's why they're called silver shields. The protagonist, his mouth hanging open in amazement at the building's grandeur, thought he understood there really are many shields here. Clarice warned him to stop doing anything strange from now on. He responded with surprise, okay. At that moment, a man's voice joyfully announced from the balcony, Clarissa, she's back. The girls looked in the direction of the voice, and both immediately knelt, much to MC's surprise. Marius Ubach stood on the stairs, smiling at the girls. They greeted him respectfully, and the old man chuckled and told them there was no need to be so formal. He turned to Rico and told her it had been so long. He was glad to see her again. The girl agreed. Marius then said, Clarissa, good job on the night exam. She thanked him. The old man looked at Yuri in surprise and chuckled. The protagonist thought in confusion. This man possesses a strong, pure, and graceful aura. From his appearance, he could tell he was a gifted man. However, as strange as it may seem, despite his youthful appearance, he seemed to be standing before a master swordsman, or rather a powerful mage. Marius chuckled again, looking at him, and grabbed his beard. The protagonist thought, this old man is looking at him too intently. Finally, as they were descending the stairs, the man asked them, they're the adventurers Clarice brought, right? He'd been waiting for them. Welcome to the Luminaria. The MC told the girls, this old man seems like a nice guy, right? They were both indignant, and Clarice angrily asked him, what is he talking about? This man is one of the best mages in the world, and holds the position of court mage. He's never heard of him, Yuri asked, puzzled. What a court mage is. The girls grew even more indignant. Clarice told Rico, she can't stand this anymore. The girl, as if on a clockwork basis, repeated herself, she should get used to it. Marius laughingly told him, he's a funny adventurer. Rico asked the old man to forgive the protagonist for his rude behavior. He assured her that everything was fine. He thinks he might be just what they need. In fact, he's looking for someone who isn't limited by conventional norms. Clarice worriedly wanted to object, but the old man told her she always worries too much. The protagonist understood everything. He didn't know how great the court mage was, but seeing him up close, he could tell he was probably the strongest he'd ever met. Marius said, so they don't have much time, so he'll be frank about this matter. This country of Luminaria is currently experiencing an existential crisis. Rico exclaimed in alarm. What does he mean by that? Clarice also looked at the mage anxiously. Marius said, singularity. It was confirmed that it had appeared in this country. The girls cried out in alarm. MC asked him what a singularity was. The old man suddenly caught himself and asked him if he should know his name first. Yuri introduced himself to him, and the old man remarked, good, it seems his knowledge of this world is somewhat lacking. The girls were ready to sink into the floor in shame for their comrade. Marius explained that the singularity belonged to lands contaminated by powerful dark magic. About 10 kilometers east of the city outskirts was a lake called Eliza Lake. This lake was contaminated by the singularity, and the area around it was filled with dark, magical power. The place had been declared off-limits. Rico exclaimed in confusion, impossible. Clarissa asked him, perplexed, how did the knights cope with this? Marius replied, of course the knights tried to do something about it, but it was pointless. The number of knights sent to investigate the singularity had already reached 100. However, most of them had gone missing. The girls couldn't believe their ears. What was he saying? The old man continued. The knightly order is the pillar of this country. If any more knights disappear, the country's existence will be at risk. Please, have them head to the watery city of Luminaria immediately. Otherwise, the world will be doomed. MC thought that time she mentioned the end of the world, it might be true. He said it out loud. He understood the situation. So, what should he do? Marius, not expecting such prompt preparation, told him that the adventurers who passed the test would join the knights tomorrow and head to the lake. Yuri said, okay. The old man added that he would also accompany them on this mission. The girls didn't understand his decision, and Clarice anxiously asked him, is he really going to participate in this mission? Marius chuckled and said, even though he's old and past his prime, he should still be able to help. Examiners and qualified adventurers from all over the world have also come to this country. Tomorrow, they would all gather and head to the Singularity. The girls accepted his order. After a while, the protagonist, lying on his bed, remembered Rico's words. She told him she was going to go greet her family, and he should please not do anything that would make him stand out from the crowd. At that moment, Lime made a plaintive sound. The protagonist asked him if he was hungry. The slime's rapid sounds made it clear that he was. MC thought, of course they hadn't eaten anything but a light meal this morning. He told his companion that the sun was setting, and they needed to get dinner somewhere. Yuri went out into the city. The streets were bustling with people. Looking around, he thought, this city is too big. In his opinion, big cities are sometimes a bit inconvenient. Walking past the city cemetery, he noticed Rico at one of the graves and called out to her in surprise. The girl turned around, saw him, and asked, confused, what he was doing here. Yuri answered, he hasn't had dinner yet, so he was out walking around town. What about her? The girl hesitated, then said, she was thinking about visiting her father's grave. That's why she's here. Her father died in the war when she was a child. He was a very kind man and often played with her. Afterward, she continued sharing stories about her father. Apparently, her father was a strong knight and leader, surrounded by people who admired him. After the stories, the girl said, now she's going to return to the inn. The protagonist was surprised. Won't she stay at home? Rico became embarrassed and explained that after her father's death, her mother remarried, and she was happy with her new family. He shouldn't bother her. The protagonist thought, puzzled. It seemed Rico had something to think about. At that moment, Barry Blast called out to the girl with a laugh. She frowned upon seeing him and asked irritably, what did he want? The guy drawled, come on, don't let her be so cold, even though she is his ex-fiancée. MC thought in surprise. Ex-fiancée? Barry asked her if she came home to show him her new boyfriend. Rico answered irritably, what is he talking about? In any case, she won't let him be rude to Yuri, and the engagement thing is in the past. The guy exaggeratedly rolled his eyes and said, oh, his heart. Then he looked closely at the protagonist and noticed that he wasn't from this city, and it looked like he wasn't even a knight. So he's an adventurer? The protagonist answered him briefly, that's right. The guy asked him about his rank, and MC informed him. Barry exclaimed in bewilderment, what? Is he serious? Did he misheard? He laughed loudly and exclaimed, Frank, that's so funny. He turned to Rico and laughing asked her, is she going to date such a loser? The girl irritably told him to shut up, that's enough. He continued laughing and said, I'm laughing so hard. She glared at him and, jumping over the fence, stood in front of Yuri. Barry asked her what she was going to do. The girl irritably ordered, let him apologize immediately, or she won't forgive him. The guy laughed and replied, stop it, she knows who's the best. Rico said icily, she's repeating herself again. Let him apologize. Barry chuckled and told her he wouldn't do it. She drew her sword and lunged at him. Barry pulled out his blade and cut her dress across her chest, causing her to become incredibly embarrassed. He laughed and said, his swordsmanship has improved a bit, and her breasts are bigger than he remembers. At that moment, the bell tower rang, and Barry suddenly realized what had happened, turned around and said, I'm late for a date. If she ever changed her mind and wanted to be his woman, she knew where to find him. After all, she was his third love. With that, he started to walk away. The protagonist couldn't stand it. He cursed and called out to the insolent man. Barry turned around and asked contemptuously, what does an F rank want from him? The protagonist looked him straight in the eye and told him to apologize to Rico. Barry nonchalantly replied, he did say that he was late for a date, but if he ever saw him, he would deal with him. But he'd remember his face. The guy left, and the MC turned to the girl and asked if she was okay. She turned away and told him she was fine. Yuri took off his shirt, threw it over her shoulders, and, seeing her surprised expression, said, she can't go home like that. Then he asked her who this man with strange skills was. Rico told him that, as he could see, he was the worst person in the world, but his skills were related to chivalry. Yuri thought the guy seemed frivolous, but his abilities, when he met Rico's attack, showed they were quite advanced. The girl spoke up, turning to the protagonist. He asked her why she left the knights. She was sure that someday she would get tired of running along someone else's path. The next day, a large crowd, both knights and adventurers, gathered in front of the knights' building. Everyone tensely awaited Marius's arrival. When he arrived, he thanked everyone for coming here and answering the quest. The old man continued, whether they were adventurers or knights, it didn't matter here. He wanted everyone to work together. However, this was a dangerous quest that could cost them their lives. He wanted them to remember that. Now, they were heading for the Singularity. After a while, the squad set out to follow their leader. On the way, Marius rode up to the protagonist on horseback and told him he'd been waiting for him. MC said his name respectfully. The old man continued. Since their last meeting, he'd been asking his subordinates about his progress, and he'd achieved great success on the entrance exams. Yuri, surprised, asked him if he'd done anything special. Marius grinned, noting he'd been expecting such a question, then chuckled kindly. The protagonist thought, it seems this old man has found out something. The man added that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was the trump card in this quest. He was eagerly awaiting its accomplishments. At that moment, Barry rode up to Rico and exclaimed, "They've met again." He was surprised that her boyfriend was called the trump card. I wondered why that was. He looked closely at the protagonist and suddenly pointed a sword at his neck. Rico indignantly shouted at him. "What is he doing?" Barry asked. "What's so special about this trash?" For some reason, the big guys here really respect him. MC looked at him and shuddered. He saw the guy's image in a black light, his face ominously illuminated. Barry asked him, "What's wrong?" Had he suddenly felt sick? Yuri told him, no, but he wondered what it was. Barry laughed and exclaimed, so scared he couldn't say anything. "What kind of trump card is this? He's just trash. In any case, let him try not to bother them." With these words, he galloped away from them. Clarissa caught up with the protagonist and asked if she could distract him for a moment. When the protagonist looked at her in confusion, she said, "Please, let him be careful. Barry is probably up to something." He looked surprised. Up to something? What was she talking about? The girl said she was sorry, but right now, there's no swordsman in the knightly order who can surpass him. During the last expedition, 100 knights went missing, and he was the only one who returned. MC thought, I see, so Barry was entering a singularity. After a while, Marius raised his hand, ordering everyone to stop. A bright light appeared ahead, illuminating the darkness. Brian turned to him and asked, "Is this the singularity?" Marius answered briefly, "Yes." The scout knights exclaimed, "This is the singularity. What a terrifying magical force." One of the sentries turned to Marius and reported that the singularity had expanded since last time. Everything within 1 kilometer was filled with a high concentration of magic. Brian remarked that because of the high concentration of magic, many people would be injured. Wasn't it dangerous to get involved in this matter like that? Marius considered his words. At that moment, Barry rode up to them and cheerfully told the boy not to be afraid. If they'd come this far, they had no choice but to keep going. Brian told him not to rush. They couldn't put the soldiers in danger any longer. That's why he'd asked the adventurers for help. Barry told him he knew. That's why they had so many people. They could use barriers or something, right? Brian exclaimed in surprise. Was he serious? The boy answered, yes. He reared his horse, raised his sword, and urged his comrades to begin heading for the singularity. Anyone who wants money or avenge the fallen, let them follow him. Both knights and adventurers supported his call. This is what they came here for. If Barry goes, then they go with him. They have no other choice. A small detachment led by Barry rushed forward. Brian turned to Marius, awaiting his decision. The old man, after a brief moment of thought, said, "Okay, let's go." Rico told the protagonist that they needed to go. The protagonist readily responded to her words. As the allies approached the designated spot, they passed through a black sphere and found themselves inside it. MC looked around and muttered, "This is the singularity." Rico worriedly exclaimed, "What a bad place." Clarissa turned to her friend with alarm. A crowd of people appeared ahead of the detachment. The adventurers exclaimed in surprise, "Who is it?" There are more and more of them. Suddenly, someone shouted, "They're surrounded." These were C-rank dark goblins. The enemy attacked the squad. Everyone was confused, and only activated when one of the goblins bit through their comrade. Everyone came to their senses and engaged the monsters. Yuri noted that the opponents were strong. Marius told everyone to leave this to him. The old man activated advanced fire magic and summoned a fiery vortex. A huge fiery vortex was created, which began to suck in the goblins, destroying them. Only their piercing screams could be heard from everywhere. Everyone was astonished. "Wow, old man," Marius shouted to his allies. "Now, let them destroy the rest." The warriors rushed at the monsters. Rico told the protagonist, "They're coming too." He agreed. As he passed Barry, the protagonist heard the boy say to himself in annoyance, "Damn, that old man is always in the way." The MC looked at him in surprise. After some time, when the last of the monsters had been finished off, the mage exhaled heavily and said, "They did it?" One of the knights answered, "Yes, they did it." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Enemies!" A herd of rank D dark rabbits and a pack of rank C dark wolves were advancing on the squad. Marius exclaimed in frustration, "Are they still advancing? Please don't. This is the limit of his strength." Brian shouted at the warriors, "Don't let them rest. They will cope, no matter what." Rico asked the protagonist if everything was okay. He answered that it was. He thought there were a lot of them. Was it the effect of the singularity? One of the knights was the first to engage the monsters. The second knight watched in horror as the wolf dealt with his comrade. He cowered and covered his face with his hand. Barry ran up to him and shouted angrily at him, "Get up! Be strong!" The knight replied, "I'm sorry, but this is the limit. They need to turn back. They still have that chance." Barry angrily grabbed him by the neck and furiously told him not to be stupid. He was the one who brought them all here. Did he want him, Barry, to suffer the filth of a failed mission? Did he want everyone else to run after him? He was a real idiot. He shouldn't say anything like that, or is he going to argue with him? As punishment, he's moving forward. Barry pushed the knight onto the battlefield, sending him flying a considerable distance and into a crater. Rising from the ground, he looked around and called out to his commander, but was met with silence. Suddenly, earth began to fall from the edges of the crater, which delighted the knight, and he scrambled upward. But as soon as he reached the edge, a monster called a B-rank Sand Emperor appeared before him and let out a blood-curdling roar. The knight, shocked and frightened, slid down the slope again, leaving the monster at the top. Marius, with the last of his strength, activated his attributeless magic and summoned a gravity ball, which he sent to the fallen knight's aid. At first, the boy was frightened by the sphere, but then, realizing everything, he accepted the help. The knights were astonished to see their comrade next to the sphere. He was flying. The Sand Emperor attempted to intercept the orb, but the monster failed. The warriors chanted, "Lord Marius did it for them." As expected, they can fight with him. When the knight landed, he profusely thanked the mage for his help. At that moment, the old man felt pressure and was surprised to see Barry aiming his magic circle at him. He addressed him by name in confusion, but Barry angrily told him it was time for them to say goodbye. The allies stared at the knight in confusion. Barry added, "As long as Marius is gone, everything will go smoothly." At that moment, he darkened for a second with his dark magic, laughed maliciously, and exclaimed, "A court mage without his staff is nothing but a weakling." The Sand Emperor swallowed the court mage. Rico, confused, asked him what he was doing. What was he planning? The boy turned to her and asked her sarcastically, "Didn't she know? It's her fault that he became like this." Brian rushed up to him with his sword, shouting that he was a corpse and lunging at him. But at that moment, something strange began to happen, stopping Brian in his tracks. A dark aura began to emanate from Barry, which began to transform into black wings behind his back. Brian exclaimed in confusion, "What is this?" The knight darkened, flapped his newly emerged wings, and exclaimed with delight, his strength overflowing. The monster one of the knights was fighting suddenly retreated and began to flee the battlefield. Clarissa exclaimed in bewilderment, "Did the demon escape because of magical power?" Rico told Barry that he was a very bad person. He gave his soul to demons. The knight, who had transformed into a demon, answered the girl, "Don't you think that a world in which she doesn't get what she wants is a bad world?" He made the decision to live freely, unbound by anyone. He came up behind her, grabbed her face with his hands, and flew up into the air, laughing evilly and exclaiming, "Like this." Rico gasped in amazement. "He's in the sky?" Barry activated the magic circle, shouted that he would be serious now, and summoned his immobilization skill. Everyone on the ground felt sick and were surprised to realize they couldn't move. Everyone held back a nauseating urge, and Clarissa asked in confusion, "What is this?" Brian cursed foully and exclaimed, "Barry the monster." The boy, grinning evilly from above, told them that humans are so weak. The mere thought of how damn weak he used to be makes him sick. Well, now it's time for them all to die. Suddenly, a blade slid across his cheek, causing a cut. Barry shook his head in confusion and asked, "Can anyone move?" The protagonist looked at him, holding his hand out to activate his magic skills. The knight exclaimed in surprise, "An F ranker? How can he move?" The protagonist smirked and told him it was an accident and that he was about to die. Barry looked at him in confusion, then grabbed his face and burst out laughing. He laughed and said he never would have thought he'd have to teach him a lesson so soon. Even if he, the idiot, already regretted it, it's too late. Let him prepare to die. With these words, he lunged down with an attack, and MC prepared for battle. Barry approached him, and the opponents crossed their swords. Their collision sent a powerful wave of shockwaves, and the warriors barely remained on their feet. The former knight shouted to Yuri, "What happened to the F ranker? He'll chop off his arms and legs." He began to attack the protagonist, but Yuri deftly dodged his opponent's attacks, attacking him in return. Their movements were lightning fast and precise. Barry rushed at him again, screaming that he was going to die. The protagonist waited for the right moment and then swiftly attacked him. But to his surprise, the former knight deftly dodged his blow, rising up. Barry then attacked him from behind, and an explosion echoed from the site of their duel, releasing the altered aura once again. The warriors realized they were once again unable to move. Rico uttered MC's name in fear. Meanwhile, Yuri attacked Barry again, who playfully tumbled around him. The protagonist asked why he had betrayed the knights if he was so skilled with a sword. Barry soared even higher, laughing maliciously, and shouted, "Because knights are the bottom, the chivalric code, pride, it's all ridiculous. It's just a way for the weak to hide their weakness." Brian, hearing his words, exhaled loudly in anger. Barry continued, "After all, in this world, the strong rule." He was chosen by an organization that controls the entire world behind the scenes. The protagonist thought in confusion, a dark organization? No way. The former knight showed him his fist, on which the numbers 816 appeared, and said, "Numbers. A hillbilly like MC wouldn't understand this. This number is the strongest title for the chosen ones." Yuri knew this, but he couldn't agree with the strongest title. Lying is bad. Barry continued, "Power is absolute. Power is freedom." He landed on one of the knights, knocking him to the ground, and began to crush him with his foot, ignoring his cry of pain. He said, "Even like this, trampling the weak, no one will say anything to the strong." The knight began to apologize. Barry told him he thinks the same thing, doesn't he? The protagonist stared at the former knight and declared decisively, "He misunderstands the meaning of freedom. It's a mistake to think he can do anything just because he's strong. If everyone lives as they please, the world will become chaotic and no one will benefit from it. At least the freedom he personally desires isn't so dirty." And he also said that strong people are free, but he's weaker than him. Now it's his turn. With these words, the protagonist rushed at the astonished Barry, using physical enhancement and throwing him back with one blow, sending him flying at breakneck speed toward a cliff, where he slammed his back into it with all his might. He let out a bewildered breath. How is this possible? What kind of guy is this? Who is he? MC, without wasting a second, approached him, stomping on him with his foot, and asked him if he felt free. Yuri struck him with such force that it caused a powerful flash of fire, fire. Barry, barely catching his breath, let out a confused sigh. This was stupid. It shouldn't have happened. He looked at the protagonist and asked him, "Who is he?" The protagonist, retreating to a safe distance and looking at his opponent, thought, he knows how strong he is. However, compared to the enemies he'd fought so far, his abilities were below average. Barry gathered his strength, soared upward again, and angrily shouted at him, "Don't look down on him." He struck him with a swift blow, shouting for him to die quickly. MC deftly dodged his blow. The former knight began attacking him again and again, but each blow missed its target. He shouted in rage, "Come on, let him die already." Swinging his weapon wildly, he furiously repeated the same words, "Let him die." Tired, he stopped, stood in front of Yuri, and told him not to mock him. Why was he just dodging? Or was he that afraid of him? Well, let him beg for mercy. The protagonist thought ruefully. He was originally a man, but now he was a demon. There was no point in holding back. He glared at his opponent and, bending slightly, struck him with devastating force, so quickly that Barry didn't have time to comprehend his intentions. Spinning around, the protagonist struck him again with such force that Barry sank into the ground. He lay on his back, making confused sounds. MC looked at him and thought that no matter how powerful a demon he was, if he looked like this, he wouldn't be able to rise for a while. For now, it seemed the battle was over. The warriors were finally able to move, the enemy's magic dissipating. Looking at Yuri, they wondered who had done this. The main character looked at the sprawled Barry, looked around, and thought, the purpose of this quest was to find the cause of the singularity. He believed that defeating Barry would change things. But the singularity only grew. Suddenly, the ground shook and a bubble began to emerge from Barry's body. He screamed hysterically, telling them to wait, to give him another chance. He hadn't yet realized his full power. Sariel told him to shut his mouth. He'd had enough. Barry kept screaming. But why? He was the guy who wanted more freedom. The bubble growing from his body grew larger. The aura around him changed so dramatically that everyone felt sick. Finally, the formation burst, releasing liquid that pooled around him. Sariel, standing in the middle of it, slowly turned to the protagonist and repeated his own words. He misunderstood the meaning of freedom, right? Addressing him by name, the fallen angel uttered the word 0 instead of his last name. MC felt a jolt of shock. His head began to ring, and he wondered in surprise what kind of magical power this was. The aura in the air changed even more, enveloping everything in a thin, fine haze. Yuri understood what it was. At that moment, Rico turned to the protagonist and fell unconscious to the ground. He rushed to her side, and Sariel noticed that his magical power seemed to have affected her. The protagonist lifted the girl and asked if she was okay. Rico was very weak. She couldn't even open her eyes. MC thought it was good that she had simply lost consciousness. He turned his gaze to Sariel and asked who he was. How did he know him? The fallen angel apologized, saying he hadn't had time to introduce himself. He was number 4 and told him his name. Yuri repeated, puzzled. Number 4. Now he understood where such power came from. Perhaps the singularity was created by his magical power. Sariel said it was no wonder people didn't know him now. Back then he was still in the double digits. However, they had a problem. He didn't know why he snuck in here or why he used telepathy. The protagonist thought in surprise. Telepathy? The demon spoke, but it was no use. He snapped his fingers and a small depression appeared in the ground, from which water began to gush. The protagonist, confused, wondered what it was. Had magical power increased in this place? The water began to swirl, and MC found himself in it. He listened to the sounds and realized it was a lake. At that moment, a gazebo appeared on the surface of the water, with an iron chain hanging from the ceiling, to which the goddess Aqua was tied. She looked into Yuri's eyes and addressed him by name. The protagonist looked at her, confused. Sariel laughed maliciously. The protagonist remembered recent events and said in surprise, "I see. It was her." The demon clapped his hands and sarcastically asked them how their touching reunion went. But it was a little late. She would soon fall into their hands. Barry has gathered people in the singularity. They are sublimating them into dark magic to corrupt the goddess. At that moment, the chain jerked, and Aqua cried out in pain, then went limp. Yuri looked at her with alarm, and Sariel sarcastically asked him how it felt to watch his friends suffer. The protagonist thought angrily, "I won't allow this," and tried to leave the water, but he couldn't. Then he activated his acceleration and rushed forward, intending to cut the chain binding the goddess's hands. But he realized he was simply frozen in place, just short of reaching the chain. Sariel chuckled and said, "How amusing." The protagonist tried his hand, but his body wouldn't move. The demon informed him that what was binding his body were the negative emotions of the people who died in the singularity. Although it is a very beautiful sight, 2 people who were much stronger than him can't even move. This is ridiculous. He laughed his eerie laugh. Suddenly, an explosion sounded on the ground, sending rocks flying in all directions. Sariel looked at the scene in surprise. Marius appeared through the haze and shouted for MC to help him. Yuri thought in surprise. Marius was alive? He thought the old man had died when the Sand Emperor swallowed him. Was he invincible? The demon looked at Marius in surprise and asked him who he was. The man glared at him, told him his name, and added that he was the court mage. This is the end. He will get what he deserves for playing with human lives. The fallen angel let out a disappointed sigh as some uncouth old man interrupted their wonderful conversation. The mage activated all his magical power, sending rocks raining down around him, roared, and his entire body turned into a solid mass of bulging muscles. He roared again and charged at the demon, barehanded, unarmed. The fallen angel dodged his blow, and the magical attack torpedoed past him. Marius, frustrated, tried to damage him with his kick, but Sariel deftly dodged that attack as well. The old man activated body enhancement, his blows accelerating, but the demon still deftly dodged all his blows, after which he exclaimed sarcastically, "Should he praise him? If he became a demon and trained for 100 years, he'd have a chance of hitting double-digit numbers." The demon appeared behind the old man with lightning speed and struck him with his own blow. The mage roared with an inhuman voice. Sariel grinned, looking at him. The protagonist again tried to reach the chains with his weapon, but it was no use. He thought in surprise, "Marius, is this the power of number 4? The demon looked at him with a smirk and said, "Now it's his turn. How long can he keep entertaining him?" He increased his magical pressure on the protagonist, causing him to tremble. Aqua thought his name sympathetically in her mind. The fallen angel continued to tell him that of all the enemies he'd faced so far, he was on another level. MC thought, looking askance at Sariel. Perhaps this was the first time he hadn't been confident of victory, even if he used all his strength. This magic of his was probably an impact magic. If so, it could be cancelled by reversing the magic, but he wasn't sure about that. After trying it, he quickly realized that reversing magic didn't work. Not only was the enemy's magical power immense, but the density was also quite high. It had no effect. The fallen angel sarcastically asked him, what happened? If this were his old self, he would have easily broken free by now. Yuri felt blood flow from his mouth. Sariel struck him and said, "Come on, let him move." What happened to him? Activating all his power, he struck the protagonist again, and he collapsed to the ground. Aqua, also holding on with all her strength, called out to him telepathically in alarm by name. The protagonist, standing up, thought, "This is tough. His opponent is quite strong. He needs to attack him from close range." He gathered his strength, activated his contraction, and in the blink of an eye was next to the demon. Sariel turned his head towards the sound and was surprised to see him standing next to him. MC, wasting no time, used high-tier fire magic and attacked the fallen angel, summoning Purgatory. Sariel, caught in the middle of his magical attack, alive and unharmed, laughed and asked him, "What kind of stupid magic is this?" Yuri attacked him again, but it was no use. The demon dealt him a powerful blow with his hand, and he collapsed to the ground. The fallen angel followed him to the ground and asked him, "What's wrong? Please, let him take this seriously." The protagonist attempted to attack him again, reasoning that if magic wasn't working, then maybe physical enhancement would. But the demon parried his blow effortlessly and again asked with a grin, "What's wrong?" The protagonist was at a loss. Sariel had told him he was once said to be the most powerful magical swordsman in history. Perhaps he'd been deceived? Deactivating his magical sword, the demon uttered a regretful sigh and kicked his opponent, sending MC flying a considerable distance. Catching up with him mid-flight, the fallen angel struck him again, sending Yuri plummeting into the lake. Aqua cringed at the sight and once again mentally turned to the protagonist. The protagonist, sinking into the depths, thought, "No, it's useless, he has no strength." He heard Aqua's voice speaking to him. The protagonist wondered who it was. Aqua's image touched him, and she said, "Please let him remember. He's the hero who saved the world." The protagonist was surprised. "A hero?" She answered, "Yes, they had traveled together before. He fought against those who ruled the world and restored it." He thought, right? Aqua was one of the group. Together they defeated the Demon King. The goddess placed her head on his and said, even if he forgot what he remembered before, she would never forget her memories with him. She could never forget that. Suddenly, he saw various images in his mind and wondered, were these Aqua's memories? The girl told him to believe her, that if he regained his power, he would surely be able to win. MC thought, indeed, he was stronger in his previous life. He couldn't even regain 1/10 of his strength. Yes, she was right. If he regained his power, everything would be different. The system informed him that he had acquired a new skill, the memory of an SSS-ranked hero. He opened his eyes sharply and realized he remembered. Meanwhile, Sariel turned to Aqua and told her, well, her lifeline, Yuri, was at the bottom of the lake. This was the end of her fight. The girl screamed at him with her last breath. No, he'll get him. He must be sure MC was alive. The demon activated his magical power and ignited the space around her. Aqua gasped in alarm. The fallen angel continued. If the protagonist were alive, what would have happened? He wasn't even getting in his way right now. It would have happened all over again. Well, he needed to finish her off, Aqua, the water priestess, quickly. At that moment, the water in the lake began to bubble, creating a fountain-like splash. Sariel looked at this and said to Aqua, it's sad. Because of her stubbornness, she'll perish, just like the protagonist, dying so easily. As he spoke, the demon didn't even notice the protagonist emerge from the water and walk straight toward Aqua. Only then did Sariel notice him and stare at him in amazement. MC drew his sword and with one swing cut the chains that held Aqua. She collapsed right into his arms, which he'd managed to carefully hold out. He asked her if she was okay. Aqua barely uttered his name in gratitude. The demon exclaimed, turning to Yuri, how happy he was. This was so funny. The protagonist carefully placed the girl on the ground and turned to the fallen angel. A powerful magical aura began to emanate from the protagonist, and he glared at Sariel with hatred. The demon asked him, confused, what was wrong. He had become a different person. MC told him icily to be prepared. He was now 3 times weaker than him. Sariel sensed the threat posed by the enemy, cursed angrily, and activated his influence magic, summoning spears of black death. At that instant, hundreds of weapons flew at Yuri. The demon exclaimed cheerfully, "That's it." The spears pierced the ground, creating a magical haze upon impact, raising dust. The fallen angel grinned joyfully, but was immediately puzzled. He couldn't see the protagonist through the dust. Confusion gripped him. Where was he? At that moment, the protagonist approached him from behind and delivered a powerful blow to the face with his bare hand. The demon was reeled back by the attack and fell to the ground. Shaking his head, as if dispelling a vision, he asked in amazement, "Where did such power come from?" He watched in horror as MC grabbed his weapon, activated the Sword of the Holy Mystery, and summoned 3 blades with a 3-pronged attack, aiming his blow at Sariel. The demon screamed in horror, receiving a powerful blow to the body. Yuri, looking at him, was surprised. It was strange what this feeling of inadequacy was. The fallen angel, with 3 blades in his back, addressed him by name, laughed, and asked him, "Is that all?" The protagonist stared at him in confusion. Sariel, completely overwhelmed by the magical weapon, cheerfully said, as expected. This sword technique was definitely his old self. But this is a shame. The one he'd just defeated was, so to speak, an alter ego. He'd done it this time, but they'd see each other again someday. Until then, he bid him farewell. After these words, the demon simply vanished into thin air, leaving behind a small piece of paper. The protagonist examined it and, through analysis, saw that it was an SS rank copy mark. This stated that by investing magical power just once, a person could create their own alter ego and could use half the abilities and half the user's magic. Now MC understood what that feeling was. This wasn't the real Sariel's alter ego. Add to that the singularity, so much magical power, and it was only half of his real body. The copy mark began to dissipate into thin air. Yuri, looking at the ashes from the paper, thought, he must become stronger. The next time he faced Sariel, he must not lose. Even though his alter ego had defeated him, the singularity had not disappeared and was only growing denser. This was no good. He looked at the fallen knights and thought that if he left them like this, they would weaken completely. Aqua addressed him. He approached her, extended his hands to help her up, and asked if she was okay. She, leaning on his arm, stood up and said, yes, everything was fine. She believed in him and knew he would help her. He thought he couldn't accept this situation. He remembered that they had once been companions. Aqua had been an ordinary human. MC performed an analysis and saw that she now belonged to the spirit race, and her age was unknown. He asked her in surprise, "She's a spirit?" The girl smiled and remarked that it was no wonder he was surprised. In this world, it was rare for someone to be reborn as a spirit after death. She was the 11th generation of this world, reincarnated as a water spirit. Yuri thought, I see. Did this mean he lived differently before using the magical stone of reincarnation? He said out loud, she had said before that the world would disappear if this continued, if she remembered that. Aqua answered him, yes, simply put, the numbers decided to harness the power of the spirits. In this world, there are 5 basic types of magic: fire, water, wind, darkness, and light. And for each magical element, there are a pair of spirits who control the magical power. Originally, the spirits possessed powers far superior to those of humans and demons, and this maintained balance in the world. However, over the past few hundred years, the power of the numbers has grown, and some of their members have acquired powers surpassing even the spirits. And what happened today is proof of that. If they, the elemental spirits, are corrupted by darkness magic, the world will be destroyed. The protagonist noted, so that's what world destruction is all about. Aqua told him she had a favor to ask. He should go to the fire priestess, Flare. If her prediction was correct, she would be the next target. The protagonist again felt the feeling that he was missing something. Perhaps she had once been an ally like Aqua? He said out loud that he didn't like this. He was rejecting it. Aqua stared at him, stunned, and asked, "Can I ask why?" The protagonist replied that he wasn't interested in world peace or the war between humans and demons. Right now, he simply does what he wants. Looking at her astonished expression, he thought that it was true that the world was heading for destruction, but living with unpleasant ties was even more troublesome. In his past life, he had suffered greatly from such a bound lifestyle. Aqua suddenly smiled and told him he'd changed. He'd fought for someone in his past life, and it seemed painful. He said he was sorry he couldn't help her. She countered, no, quite the opposite. She found his current lifestyle wonderful. Yuri looked at her with a smile and thought, in his past life, he'd tried to protect the world. In his second life, he tried to eradicate evil, but his efforts hadn't paid off in either life. Aqua looked around and sadly noted that it was time for his friends to wake up. But before that, she suggested he return this place to its original state. She activated the magic ball, raised it high above her head, and at that moment, all the blackness and darkness began to dissipate, blinding everything with bright sunlight, so bright that Yuri involuntarily shielded his eyes. He thought, singularity magic. The vegetation was green everywhere, the earth had regained its former hue and color, and the lake itself had returned to its normal state. He exhaled in amazement, turning to the girl. This was simply amazing. Aqua smiled back. After a while, his allies began to come to their senses. Clarith joyfully called out to Rico, rushed to her, and anxiously asked her how she was feeling. Was her condition somehow different? The girl, still barely understanding what was happening, looked around and exclaimed in surprise. Weren't they in a singularity? Aqua approached her, offered her a hand to help her up, and asked if she was injured. Both girls stared at her in shock. Both the knights and adventurers were also in a state of shock when they recognized Aqua. But why was she here? They chatted in amazement. It really was Aqua. But why was the water priestess here? The girl smiled at everyone and said she was pleased to meet them, telling them her name. One of the knights joyfully asked her if she had come to save them. The girl smiled and replied that it was not so. At that moment, the protagonist and the court mage approached them. The protagonist held Marius, helping him walk. The warriors greeted them joyfully. The old man loudly announced to everyone, "It's all thanks to MC." The girls rushed to the mage, asking if he was all right. Marius continued, "It was Yuri who defeated the dark minions and saved him." Brian turned to the protagonist with a smile and said, "So it was him." He didn't know how to express his gratitude. The protagonist was embarrassed. He didn't want to stand out too much, but Aqua forced him to. The water spirit laughed kindly, looking at him. Clarice, perplexed, asked Rico if it was true that MC knew Aqua. When they arrived at the Luminaria, he said, looking at her statue, that he had a feeling he'd seen this person somewhere before. Rico noted with irritation that, come to think of it, this was unexpected. How far would he go to destroy their common sense? Aqua turned to the protagonist and told him it was time to go. He asked, was she leaving already? The girl answered, yes, indeed. The demons would come for her soon. She must hide. He understood, right? The purpose of the numbers was to make the 5 great spirits fall and use their power. Aqua said she had one last request. Could he please close his eyes and turn his head to the side? He was surprised by her request, but he complied and clarified, right? Aqua approached him and lightly kissed him on the cheek. He recoiled from her in confusion and exclaimed, what was she doing? The girl told him. He forgot, didn't he? They had been close in their past lives. Yuri stared at her, dumbfounded. Everyone heard her words and was astonished. Clarice asked Rico, did she hear that? This is MC's true identity. Rico, so confused, didn't even know how to respond to her question. Then she shouted at the protagonist, he's shameless. For a while after that, he was surrounded by a whirlwind of madness. After some time, they returned to the city, and in the office, Marius said that he was grateful for his efforts. Thanks to him, their country was able to survive this difficult situation. A man entered the office, brought large bags, and said that he asked him to take this 3 million gold as a reward. He happily said that he had a proposal for him. He saved their country, he thought, to hold a gratitude ceremony to raise the country. He wanted him to be present at it. Yuri said that he appreciated their feelings, but this time he wanted to refuse. He was just an adventurer who had completed his quest, and he was not strong in such things. The man was surprised by this and asked, will he just leave like that? He laughed about it and said that this is why he is an adventurer and he is grateful to him. After some time, he came to the port of Luminaria and called Rico, who was standing there. He apologized for keeping her waiting, and she said that she had just arrived. He asked her to wait and said that he would get ready now. She was about to say something, and he bit his finger and summoned a sky dragon. He stroked the dragon on the head. Clarissa ran to them and loudly called her sister. She ran to her, started crying and asked, is she already going home? She really wants her to return to the knights, but in fact, she did not have time to finish because she stroked her head and said that they would see each other again. She helped a lot in this quest. It was not easy for her. She became stronger. She began to cry even more because of these words. And he turned around and asked, are they leaving? They both sat on the dragon, began to fly away. She loudly called him and said that he should take care of her sister. He also saved Luminaria and she was grateful to him. They turned to her, but he did not hear this and asked what she said. Can she speak louder so he can hear? She got angry because of this, loudly called him F rank and said that he should leave there immediately. However, she quickly calmed down and watched with a smile as they flew away. A little later, Rico called the protagonist and asked if he was really glad that he didn't stay there. He turned to her and asked why she was asking him about this. She remembered what happened earlier and with a little embarrassment said that she was talking about Aqua. Isn't she an important person to him? He thought that of course, she was an important friend to him in his past life. He denied it and said that it is not true for the current him, because his life belongs only to him. She, with a puzzled look, said that his words are always complicated. Could he explain in more detail so that she could understand? He replied, this means that she's more important to him now. Is that clear? She was very embarrassed by this and asked what he was talking about. He turned to her and said that he didn't mind if she took it literally, whatever that meant, okay? He wondered with a puzzled expression why she was blushing so much. She hugged him, called him cunning and asked if he said that she could become serious too. Did he understand that? He didn't understand her and thought that this is how they completed the quest in Luminaria and went home. After some time, he found himself in an unknown space, stood up, and thought that he felt something similar had happened before. He heard Fleur calling his name and saying that she was glad that he woke her up. He looked at her, but he couldn't remember at all, and she said that right now she was speaking directly to his mind with the remaining magic. He must go to Nethria, the city of fire, otherwise the world could face destruction. After that, she disappeared, and he thought that a similar development of events had happened before. He was surprised when his body was engulfed in flames, and he felt intense pain. After that, he woke up, looked around and saw the kobolds lying with him on the bed. He thought that they had been living here for some time, since they met in the Valley of Dragons. He said that they should wake up, he would make them breakfast. He remembered what happened, and thought that if he thought about it, the dream he had. He was told something important. What was it? After all, it was a dream, so there was no need to worry. After that, he went out into the city and heard people loudly saying that he should not push because he was the first. What does he want to say? He saw a crowd of people standing in front of the store and wondered if there was going to be a fight. A man came out to them and said in a joyful voice that he was grateful to them all for waiting. A crowd of joyful people ran to him and said that the cheap store was still open today. He realized that it was a weapons store and thought that he needed to think about his sword too. Several people ran past him, and one of them said that if they didn't hurry, they would lose a good weapon. MC thought that it seemed like a very popular store. At that moment, Feely jumped over the crowd of people, picked up several weapons, bought this one and said that all the goods put up for sale were hers. She chose a few more items. He approached her and asked what she was doing. She turned to him and said that he should take a look. Everything here is very cheap. This sword is below cost. It is sold for less than the purchase price. He asked with a little surprise, "Isn't this a loss for the store?" She asked. She doesn't know much about this, but isn't this promotion? That dwarf, the manager of the store over there. He looked at him and the system notified that it was Corey Dolman, race dwarf, gender male, age 33. She said in a cheerful tone that in any case, it is cheap here, and that's great. Does he want to buy something too? Maintenance is also cheap. He looked at the sword suspiciously, refused, and said that he would refrain. Unfortunately, he needed to go to the blacksmith. He came to the right place, but at that moment, Hugo loudly called someone a half-human and told him to shut up. The dissatisfied girl loudly asked who was talking to her. Yuri opened the door, but at that moment she ran to the exit and loudly said that she did not want to know him anymore. She hit her head and then began to fall down the stairs. He looked at her with a slightly confused look and asked, "Is she okay?" She lifted her glasses and looked at him with tears in her eyes. She ran down the street and said that everything was fine. He looked inside, saw that everything was scattered there, and wondered what happened here. He was sitting inside drinking alcohol and asked what to do now. He approached him and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He turned to him and said that he did not see him in the best light. He looked around and asked, "What happened anyway?" Hugo said in a dissatisfied tone that no matter what he did, everything was bad. They were completely out of business because of the cheap store. His store was located on the outskirts of the city, while his store was in the center. The quality of his goods was above average, but his prices were ridiculously low. And in terms of goods, his store was probably much worse. The protagonist asked, "Then why is it so prosperous?" He said loudly that he didn't understand it, and that was why he was upset. How could a store continue to operate with such discounts? He didn't understand it at all. He thought with a thoughtful look that it was understandable, even if it was just advertising, but it was still very cheap. He asked, however, "Why is the store in such a mess?" He was about to say something, but at that moment, two people entered the store, called the old man, and said that they were back. He tsked in displeasure and said that the debt collectors had come again. Lately, they have been coming here almost every day to interfere with his work. One of them asked why he doesn't give them their money back today. He said in a displeased tone that he should shut up. After all, he explained that he had no money. He looked at him slyly and said that he was still as energetic. Then why doesn't he give them something of equal value? He said loudly that he shouldn't mock him. They took all the expensive swords and shields. He has nothing else. He smirked and said that he has a granddaughter. There are many customers willing to pay for such goods. Then his store will become a little profitable, right? He became indignant because of this, and the guy called Darius and said that he should search everything and take his granddaughter. He walked up to him, swung his huge fist and said loudly that he must tell him where she is right now. MC stopped his punch and said that they should stop. The debt collector approached him and asked if he couldn't see who they were or if he had any questions. He looked at them with a frighteningly serious expression, and they felt intense pain and fell to their knees. He continued to apply pressure and thought that, judging by everything, it was precisely because he had obtained the hero's memory in the previous quest that they were writhing in pain, only because of their bloodlust. He stopped using it, and they immediately ran for the exit, loudly declaring that they would be back. Hugo peeked out from behind the counter and asked if he was finished yet. He apologized to him, and Pancho said it was fine because he always helped him with weapons. He thought he had politely sent the debt collectors away, but how was he supposed to restore his shop now? After some time, he came to the adventurer's tavern, greeted Pancho, and asked if he had heard anything about a shop with big discounts. He said it was a new shop run by a dwarf, and it was the cheapest shop. He didn't know the details, but he had heard rumors. These discounts don't bring him profit from sales, but there is some, They say he uses this strategy to buy out competitors' shops. Besides, it seems the dwarves who worked in his shop were hired cheaply to work like slaves. Yuri asked, "Isn't that strange? Weapons will become more expensive over time, won't they? And customers will eventually leave, right?" He asked if he knew what the most important thing in business was. In simple terms, it was advertising. No matter how good the shop, no matter how good the weapons store, if no one knows about it, customers won't come. On the other hand, no matter how bad the shop or its weapons are, if people know about it, customers will come. He looked at him and thought, I see, he understands this. Poncho said that advertising isn't everything, but it is one of the very good reasons. There is only one way to figure it out, a blacksmithing competition. It is a blacksmith festival that is held in the city once every 4 years. You need to bring the best sword they have made. The protagonist, looking happy, said that I understand. If he wins, it will be a promotion for the shop and you can get a prize. He called him amazing, and he laughed and said that it was embarrassing when he praises him. However, what about the head blacksmith? For old Hugo, this is impossible in his current state, right? He thought that was true. Right now, he seemed to have completely lost his energy. Even if he gathered the materials, he would need knowledgeable people. Poncho asked if he had a craftsman who made fine swords. He had an idea and said there was only one person. At the same time, debt collectors grabbed Hugo's granddaughter and asked if that wasn't great. They would introduce her to a job that would be perfect for her. She tried to break free from their grip, loudly refused, and said they should leave her alone. He said that was a high income for any young girl. Tia Mace, dwarf race female, age 13, said that even if he said so, the only thing she could offer was sleight of hand, right? He said that was just right. He was looking for a dexterous child. It would be enough to just do a few indecent acts. She became embarrassed by this, and he grabbed her and said they should go. She refused, but he said loudly in an angry tone that she should shut up and do what he said. She was very scared because of this, but MC came up to them, pushed his hand away and said that that was it. They remembered him, and he said loudly that it was him. Why was he here? He looked at them and thought that they were the 2 debt collectors who came to Ugo's store. One of them called him an unpleasant freak and said loudly that this time they were not alone. He called Big Brother and Boobhar Weldon, Kiuma race, male, age 35, approached them. The debt collector said loudly that he should listen and be amazed. This is the legendary collector of the underworld who will crush him. He ran towards him, but he grabbed his arm, tripped him, and threw him to the floor. The debt collectors were very surprised because of this, but he immediately picked up his legs, pushed off and stood up. Immediately after that, he took out a huge axe and jumped very high towards him. He looked at this calmly and thought, he has pretty good abilities. Is he about C rank? He dealt a very strong blow, and one of them loudly said that he was finished as expected. Tia was worried about this and said that he tried to help her, but he himself was hurt. Suddenly, Yuri jumped behind him and asked, is this all he can do? He dealt a strong blow to the back of his head and quickly landed in front of him. He fell face down, and he calmly said that he and they don't need to worry, he's not dead. The tax collector started to run away, but stopped when they heard him. He pointed his finger at Boobhar and asked, are they just going to leave like that? When they carried him away, he turned around and asked, is she injured? She denied it and thanked him for his help, and he asked, is she Hugo's granddaughter? Isn't she? She agreed, and he said he had been looking for her. She said happily that in fact, she had also been looking for a strong man. They both asked about the blacksmith competition and were surprised by it. After that, they sat down at the same table, and she thanked him again for his help and said that, however, there was something she wanted to ask. She wanted him to go with her to the eastern mine and help her collect ore. Rare ore that is not sold on the market, and a lot of valuable unknown ore could be found there. The only way to restore the workshop was to win the blacksmith competition. To do this, she needed good ore. He thought it was clear. She had been thinking the same thing. To win the blacksmith competition, you need not only the best blacksmiths, but also excellent ore. She said loudly that she had tried to persuade her grandfather, but he had said that it was dangerous. However, she didn't think there was any other way to save the workshop. He smiled and said that he agreed to help her. She was happy about this, and Lime jumped out of his pocket. She was surprised by what she saw and asked who it was. The protagonist said his name and said that due to various circumstances, he was traveling with him. She said with surprise that he was one of the rare tamers. He agreed with a confused voice and thought that to be precise, a tamer is not his rarest profession. She asked, then they should meet tomorrow in front of the Adventurers Guild? He agreed, but at the same time in the City of Fire, Netria Mine, Busel. Fleur held the barrier around herself, and Sariel attacked her with magic and said that she should stop protecting, and they need to talk. She asked, what is it he wants to talk about? He said that it is pointless to hope for love. He knows that she uses magic to contact someone. He said the name Yuri and asked, it's him, isn't it? She was surprised by what she heard, and he asked if she thought he would come. However, he didn't. Does she know how he knew that? His acquaintance is watching him. He hasn't even left the city yet. Her plan has failed. She chuckled and said that he doesn't know anything. Fate will always be on their side, that's for sure. He snapped his fingers with an arrogant smile and said that she was very noisy. He released some vines, destroyed her barrier, and grabbed her with it. She was surprised by this and loudly asked what it was. He clenched his hand into a fist and said that she was a very persistent fire priestess, but he wondered how long it lasted. He directed energy into her body and said that even spirits cannot escape the temptations of darkness. She began to lose consciousness and thought that he should help before she reached her limit. The next morning he came to the guild building, called Tia, and she said that she was grateful that he took the time to talk to her. They reached the forest. He looked at her and asked, by the way, he wondered if she was too tall for a dwarf. He heard that all dwarves are about the same height, but she is 10 centimeters taller than Hugo. Or is he missing something? She said that she is a dwarf, but a half-breed. Her mother is a dwarf, and her father is a human. These days, pure-blooded dwarves like grandfather are quite rare. He thought that was understandable, by the way. The owner of the cheap store was also tall, so this man is also a half-breed. They reached the eastern mine. She was very scared of this place, and he thought that it was clearly different from the northern mine, which he went with Rico. He was experiencing completely different sensations. She said with a serious look that he should be careful. Only experienced adventurers like him can come here. It is a high-risk area. He said with a puzzled look that, however, he is not an experienced adventurer. She laughed and said that a dwarf's eyes couldn't be fooled. He was at least an A-rank adventurer. He said with a confused look that he was actually an F-rank adventurer. She didn't believe him and asked, "This is a joke, right?" He showed her his card. She looked at it and asked loudly, "What does this mean?" She was about to leave and said that for some reason her stomach hurt. He asked with a smile, "What is she talking about? They should go there. They don't have time." They went inside, and he thought that this mine looked abandoned, and the ceiling looked like it was going to collapse soon. She walked ahead with a tense look and said that they should move carefully. A C-rank stone golem came out to them. She was very worried about what she saw and thought that she couldn't rely on it. She needed to handle it herself. She took her hammer and said that she had no choice but to do it. Everything is fine. She can win because she has an explosive hammer with her. He looked at her calmly and wondered if everything was really fine. She ran towards the monster, swung her hammer and broke the monster's arm with a strong blow. He looked at her and thought that this was bad. It was hard for her to swing this hammer. She didn't have enough strength. He was about to grab his sword, but she screamed loudly, pressed the button. A strong stream of fire burst out of her hammer, and she delivered a strong blow with the hammer. She destroyed this golem, and he thought with surprise that this was an interesting way to fight, especially if the hammer was packed with explosives. She was happy about this and said that she did it, killed the monster with her invention. Yuri called her and said that it was too early to rejoice. She noticed a large shadow, turned around and asked what was there. She got scared when she saw a huge monster and it let out a very loud scream. Monsters started to rise near them and she asked loudly in a shocked tone. 3 more stone golems appeared. To awaken stone golems, you need to be the master of this mine, a great golem. She was right. This monster was rank B-. He asked if she could still fight. She refused and said that she couldn't. She needed time to reload her explosive hammer. He thought it was understandable. The weapon's firepower was high, but it couldn't be used often. She said with a worried look that it was too much for her. They should run away. He took out his sword, walked towards the monsters, and she asked loudly, what was he doing? Swords are useless against golems. He should forget about collecting ore. It's too dangerous. They should just give up on this idea. The monster started to strike with its hand, and he used magic enchantment. Enhanced cut and cut this monster in one blow. Immediately after that, he delivered several incredibly fast sword strikes and defeated all the monsters around him. She was very surprised by what she saw and asked loudly, "He defeated 3 golems?" The great golem approached him and dealt a very strong punch, and she covered her eyes with her hands because of the dust that rose. He stopped his huge fist with his own hands and thought that he had tremendous power. Although he was slow, his strength was comparable to that of an A rank. If this had happened in the past, he would have been crushed, but he was no longer what he was before. He used body-strengthening magic and threw this golem on its back to the ground. He took out his sword, and with a serious expression on his face and thought that now he had a chance. He used several buffs on his sword and dealt a strong sword blow to the golem, which was getting back on its feet. Tia was shocked by this and said that he really defeated them with a sword. She called out to him and asked who he even was. The protagonist turned to her and said that as he had told her before, he was just an ordinary F-rank adventurer. She said loudly that he didn't look even close to normal. After some time, Hugo, shocked, said loudly that it was mithril ore. Where did they get this material? She loudly called out to her grandfather and said that she wanted him to use this ore to make a sword. He would enter it in the blacksmithing competition and win. Then they could renovate the shop. He called out to her and said that no matter what they did, customers would never come back to their shop. He took out a bottle of alcohol, took a few big sips, and said that no matter how hard they tried, they still wouldn't be able to compete with that shop. All that mattered to everyone was money. She was indignant about this and loudly asked what he was talking about. If her grandfather didn't do it, then she would do it instead. He threw the bottle at the wall and loudly said that she shouldn't act stupid. Mithril ore is the most difficult material. Even an experienced blacksmith would have a hard time with it. A half-breed like her couldn't handle it either. Does she think she can become a blacksmith? She was ready to cry and asked loudly, but how will she know if she doesn't try to do anything? She grabbed the mithril ore and ran to the exit, and he called her in a worried tone. She said loudly that she would take the tools from him. He calmed down and said that she could do whatever she wanted. MC turned to him and asked if it was okay to let her go. He stood with his back to him and said that everything was fine. At that moment, they heard her swearing loudly, and he asked the old man with a smile, "Does he still think everything is okay?" Hugo immediately went to her and said loudly that she should leave here. He would do it himself. Now, she should watch carefully. He started working in the forge, and this continued for 5 days. He returned to his shop and called him. He woke up and said that he had just fallen asleep. He was making the final adjustments until midnight. He asked, "So did everything work out?" He took out a wooden case and said that he hadn't worked with such material for a long time, but everything seemed to be fine. He opened this case, was surprised when he didn't see the sword inside, and said that he had put it here. Had it really been stolen? Who did it? Corey entered the shop with the sword behind his back and asked. He heard several anxious words. What was going on here? Hugo skidded discontentedly, looking at him and asked what he wanted. He asked him not to be so angry and said that, actually, he heard that he was going to participate in a blacksmithing competition. He was going to cheer for him today. He lost his sword and it was a serious matter. He asked loudly with a displeased look, had it really been he who stole his sword? He smiled and said that he shouldn't say such bad things. Does he have any proof that he stole the sword? Yuri looked at him and thought that it was true, that at this point it was too early to call him the culprit. He would try using the magic he had learned before, attributeless magic, advanced level, mind reading. Corey said that he really didn't know anything. He offered to help him find it. He laughed to himself, called him an idiot, and thought that the mithril sword was already in his hands. Hugo called him an insolent freak and asked what kind of sword was behind his back. He had to show it. He looked behind him and said that it was the sword he would exhibit at the competition. He said loudly that he should just show it. He couldn't show it because it was his sword? He sighed and said that was fine. He would show it and hoped that he wouldn't be disappointed. He showed him the sword and said that it was the weapon he sold in his shop, the magic sword, Durandal. This is the best job he can do with his current strength. He was afraid to show it to him because he is a more experienced blacksmith. The protagonist looked at it in surprise and thought that this sword is better than his. It is at least a rank, a stunningly beautiful sword. Hugo slammed his fist on the counter and said that he apologizes for doubting him. He is sorry. But today he should go home. He started to leave and said goodbye to him with a wide smile. Before leaving, he stopped, turned around and said that if in the future he has nowhere to go, then he can work for him. He will always be glad to see him. He left his shop and he turned around and said that they can't let him go. He is sure that he has the sword. Hugo refused and said that he should stop. It is about his strength. His mithril sword is not up to the level of his magic sword. Tia woke up, went out into the hall, and MC said that now he understood what he was thinking. He agreed and said that it was enough. He would have to close the shop completely. She was surprised by what he heard and asked loudly, he didn't want to manage the shop? He denied it. And then she asked loudly, what did he mean? The sword was stolen. He agreed, and she said that he tried so hard to create it. She would go to a cheap shop and take it back. He asked her to stop and with a very serious look said that anyway, even if they returned the mithril sword, they would not be able to win the blacksmithing competition. The sword he brought was of the best quality. They would not be able to win the sword he brought. After all, it was sharpened by 3 people. They were both surprised by this, and he asked what this meant. He said that the design probably belongs to Per. The sword was made by Alexander, and it must have been sharpened by Dumas. These are the dwarves whose shops were destroyed by a cheap shop. They were all longtime colleagues who competed against each other, squeezing every drop of blood out of the competition. He understands, right, that this is a team effort between 3 dwarves? It doesn't matter how hard he tries if he's alone. Yuri listened to him, came closer, and laid his sword in front of him. He said that when he received it, he didn't charge him any money. He said that if he took money, he would lose his honor as a craftsman. After all, he told him so himself. This sword had fought with him against many enemies and monsters, and allowed him to protect his friends and comrades. So he asks to be allowed to protect him this time. Hugo looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked what that meant. He said that he thought selling this sword could bring in some extra cash. Tia loudly asked, what is he talking about? How can he give up his sword? He looked at it and said that it was his gratitude to him. If he doesn't help his benefactor now, it will be a shame for him as a person. He scratched his head, sighed and said with a smile that he has no intention of closing the store. If he shows such determination, then how can he give up? He apologizes, but he has a request for him. He wants to ask him to obtain the Holy Devil ore. If a sword is made from this ore, it will definitely win. He asked where he can get it. He said that it is in the capital of fire, Netria, in the Busel mine. He remembered what Fleur told him and thought that the place indicated by the woman who appeared in his dream also had that name. Tia loudly said that, however, the deadline for submitting to the competition is only in 1 week. The Holy Devil ore is a legendary ore, right? Hugo said with a serious attitude that he could make a sword in one day. The protagonist said he would go and prepare. She said loudly that if so, she would go too. To extract the ore, a rock expert is needed, right? He said they didn't have time this time, so he was relying on both of them. He asked in a calm tone, "By the way, where is Netria?" They immediately became depressed about this, assumed that this was the end, and said that it took half a month to reach the capital of fire by horse. Due to his strange mood, he forgot the location. He bit his finger, summoned the heavenly dragon, and said that they didn't need to worry. They were very surprised by what they saw, and he asked loudly, "So he's a tamer?" He agreed and said that it happened that way due to various circumstances. He looked shocked, thinking that he was full of secrets, but it was better to remain silent. Tia called her grandfather and said loudly in a serious tone that she was sure they could mine the legendary ore. They flew away, and he agreed and loudly wished them luck. With a stop for lunch, it took them about a day to reach this city. She pointed and said that there was the city of fire, Netria. The mountain in the background was the Bustle mine. They decided to land there and began to descend. They descended into the city, began to look around, and noticed that there were no people in the city at all. Lime made a sound and said that he thought so too. He didn't know what caused it, but the magical power of this city was unusually weak. He thought that in this world, magical power is necessary for living things. Plants will not grow if the concentration of magical power is extremely low or high. It also has many negative effects on living things. Thus, the number of people in this city decreased. He said that in any case, they need to gather information about the Holy Devil ore. They were walking around the city. He saw a man, apologized, and asked if he lived here. He turned to him and asked if he could see that he was moving. If he realized this, he should leave. Tia came to him and called. They came to an old man who asked if they were looking for the Holy Devil ore. If they valued their lives, they should leave this city. MC asked him to wait and asked if he could tell him more about what was happening. He said that Netria was a city that prospered thanks to the extraction of valuable ore. Ever since the mine was shrouded in darkness, the magical power around the city had weakened, and no one had come close. He thought it looked like a singularity, and asked if they had taken any action. He agreed and said that a guild of famous adventurers from a neighboring city had infiltrated the mine. Not a single person had managed to achieve any results, and there had been many casualties. He looked towards the mountain and thought that it looked like they would have various problems before mining the ore. The old man looked at him closely and asked if they were adventurers. He agreed, and when asked about his rank, he told him his real rank, and the old man said that they should not go there. They would not be able to enter the mine unless they were accompanied by an adventurer of rank B or higher. Tia was indignant and loudly said that they could not turn back. They would enter this mine. He began to leave and said that he just gave them advice. The rest was up to them. She was worried about what was happening and loudly asked what they should do. He thought that if they could not get into the mine, they would not be able to mine the ore. He did not like it, but it was necessary. A girl came to them, was about to say something, but saw Yuri, called him. He turned around, called her Chloe, and asked why she was here. She said she had come to investigate dark magic in the mines near the city. He thought she was a B-rank adventurer. In other words, she had the right to enter the mine. He asked if she could join him on this quest if she wanted. In fact, he had problems with entering. She said his abilities were immeasurable and he would be a great help. A guy came to them and said he absolutely disagreed because they didn't need an unknown person in the group. He turned around and saw a system window that said it was Masudi Burowler, elf race, male, 42 years old. He was surprised. He had never seen elves before. He was very young. She called him and said he shouldn't say that. His abilities were great. If he appreciated it, it was comparable to A or S rank. He just chuckled because of this. And she said that this was a member of her group. She called his name and said that he was an A-rank adventurer. He approached them and asked if he could show him his adventurer's license. He agreed, showed his card. He became indignant and asked loudly, "Does she even have eyes? F-rank adventurers don't have S-rank abilities at all. An unforgivable sin. This is the first time he has received such an insult." She said that she did not mean to insult him, but she told the truth. He is stronger than him. This hurt his pride. He laughed and said that they will make a decision if it has gone this far. He has an F rank and he has an A rank. They must find out who is stronger. They climbed the mountains and she said that she was sorry. The protagonist said that there was no problem. However, who is he? Chloe said that he is the same as her, a graduate of the Magical Society. The ability to use magic is the highest class among adventurers. He is an ardent supporter of supremacy, someone who judges others' abilities solely by their rank. Especially high-ranking adventurers tend to hold certain values. Except for a few exceptional cases, like him, it's not always possible to say they're wrong. She turned away with an embarrassed smile and said that she was the same way some time ago. By the way, she was curious about who this girl was. He introduced her and Tia said it was a pleasure to meet her. He said they were there to create the most powerful sword. She was surprised by this and said that they were doing something interesting in this state of emergency. He was so crazy. Masudi, with a disdainful voice, called out to the F-ranker and said that they should stop chatting and they would quickly settle this. They should decide the outcome with a game of Ice Tower. MC thought that elves don't like bloody battles, that's why they use magic to create the Ice Tower and evaluate high quality. It's a sacred duel. He doesn't quite understand, but judging by the girls' reactions, it seems like this is a very difficult competition. He raised his hands and said loudly that first of all, he would make the first move and they would begin. He used water magic and created a large ice tower. The girls were surprised by this, and he said that, as he expected, due to insufficient magical power, he was unable to use even half of his true potential. Perhaps he was able to deceive her, but he won't be able to deceive an A rank. He doesn't know how he made her fall in love with him, but he will remove his mask and show her the truth. Tia asked with a worried look if everything would be okay. Chloe said that she had nothing to worry about. This man always exceeds all expectations. He used the same skill, but created a taller tower. He was very surprised by this, and the girls were happy for him. He said that of course, his tower is flashy, but it is only big. His tower has a much more thoughtful and detailed design, so he won. However, unexpectedly for him, the base of his tower broke and it fell to the ground. He was shocked by this and said that it was impossible. He lost to an F rank. She came to him and said that his strength cannot be measured by rank. She began to calm him down, and Yuri looked at him and thought that it seemed that not only the ice tower had collapsed, but also his pride. After that, they went to the mine. Masudi scared with displeasure, looking at them and asked why he, an A-rank adventurer, had to go with them. They continued walking further. He turned around and asked, by the way, they were talking about researching dark magic. Why did they come so far to this city? He said it was a stupid question. It was for rank promotion. He didn't know about adventurer rank promotion, did he? He really didn't know that. He turned to her and asked, did he really lose to him recently? To become an A-rank adventurer, you need to complete B-rank difficulty quests 4 times a year. B-rank difficulty quests are rare, so he's come a long way. The protagonist asked, however, he's already an A-rank, so it doesn't mean anything, right? He agreed and said that so this time he's helping Chloe improve her rank. Tia understood him and asked, so is this all for the sake of a career? Masudi agreed, but he didn't understand it, and she said that higher-ranked adventurers help lower-ranked adventurers improve. He turned to him and asked, however, why is he doing this? He said he was doing this because she had abilities comparable to A-rank adventurers. They reached the cave entrance, and he thought it was amazing that he cared about others. Chloe looked there and said that she could feel a terrible miasma. He said with a smile that finally a quest that makes your blood boil. He felt the atmosphere and thought it was similar to when he visited the water city. This is a singularity, but he wonders if this is still an early stage of the singularity. Masudi said that this quest is ranked first in the B difficulty rating. The difficulty is close to A rank. If she is going to return, now is the time. She smiled and said that she did not come here to run away, she is going to fight. He smiled too and said that then they should all try their best. They were walking through this cave and encountered a B rank dark golem. They both immediately used fireball and windblade magic and hit the monster with a powerful combination attack. Tia called them amazing, and MC thought it was as expected from 2 advanced rank adventurers. However, when the dust settled, they noticed that the golem was still standing, and Masuti said that it was annoying. This golem seems to be very resistant to magic. He stretched his arms towards them very strongly. They jumped back and became worried when they saw a frightened Tia. She used her jetpack to fly up to dodge and loudly said that everything was fine. It was her secret weapon, a jetpack. She landed, and he looked at it and wondered, was this also her invention? He looked at the monster with a serious expression and said that, that's it, they have no choice. From now on, he will change his strategy a little. He raised his hand and used water magic, ice cage. He said it was humiliating, but it couldn't be helped. It was difficult to fix with magic, so it was probably the smartest choice. It was the only way. They were about to run away, but Yuri denied it and said that even with magic, it seemed they could defeat him. He created a magic circle and said that besides, they were here to collect materials for the sword, and he wanted to bring home as much as possible. He used intermediate holy magic, recovery from injuries. With this magic, the monster disappeared, and a surprised Masuti said that he was surprised that he was using rare holy magic. Chloe said that he even defeated the skeletal dragon with holy magic. He was very surprised by this, and Tia looked around, called him, and asked him to look at it. He turned around and saw a system window that said that it was dark ore. Rank B, a magic stone possessing dark power. She said that this item dropped from a dark golem. However, it's no good, right? The protagonist agreed and said that it's not even suitable for an A-rank weapon. It seems they have no choice but to get the sacred ore. They ran forward. They bound the golems with water magic so that he could use holy magic on the golems. He called her and asked what was there. She examined the ore that remained lying on the ground, turned around, and said that it was normal ore. Chloe was surprised that they called B-rank ore normal. His attention was caught by the system window. It said that the rank of holy magic had increased. He read it and thought that it must be due to constant use. He was interrupted by Tia calling him. He turned around and saw that she was trembling with fear, looking deep into the cave. She asked him to be careful and said that a disgusting smell was coming from there. He asked how she knew this. She said that it was because dwarves were a race with a sensitive nose. Even if they couldn't see, they could still smell the enemy. Masudi approached them and suggested they move on, and she agreed. They walked on and were very surprised to see a huge number of golems, and he asked, "Are they saying that everyone here was an enemy?" There were a lot of them. He didn't have time to use magic. MC thought that maybe this would be a risky bet, but he would have to use it. He raised his hand above his head, created a large magic circle, and summoned a holy spear. He threw the spear into the magic circle he created and defeated all the monsters nearby with his magic. He exhaled and thought that it was amazing. He thought that holy magic was just healing magic, but this one also had attack magic. He was glad that it worked. Masudi was surprised by its power and said that he had never seen such holy magic. Tia walked on, saw something interesting, and called out loudly. Yuri approached her and said in surprise that it was, after all, Holy Devil Ore. The system announced that it was SS rank Holy Devil Ore, a strange stone possessing the power of light and darkness. He thought this was the ore they were looking for. This was the first time he had seen material of this rank. She called out to him in a very joyful tone, jumped to hug him, and thanked him. She said she was glad to have met him. It could help their shop. He asked, however, why it suddenly dropped. He wondered if a B-rank monster had dropped SS-rank material. Chloe said it was possible. It was because of the use of holy magic. It dropped with a low probability. He thought that if such a condition existed, he could understand the difficulty of obtaining SS-rank material. Masudi looked at him and thought he'd heard that outstanding heroes of any era possessed a rare, strong stroke of luck. This was probably that same person. Later, as they continued walking through the mine, Chloe turned to them and said that they had indeed achieved their goal. The protagonist said that they would cooperate with them to the end. Tia said that they had obtained the magic stone earlier than they thought, so everything was fine. Meanwhile, Hugo was sitting in the workshop, nervous, and thought that they should hurry and bring this ore. They continued walking, and she said that this feeling was probably the source of dark magic, she thought. He turned around, noticed that she was shaking, called her name, and she said that she was dizzy. She also turned around and said that if they lingered here, they would be exhausted. Masuti said that they needed to hurry. Does this mean that this quest is a heavy burden for her with her B rank? She denied it and said she could fight. She just felt a little nauseous. Tia fell to the floor, apologized, and said she felt like she had reached her limit. He called her name in a worried tone and thought that he shouldn't have pushed her to this state. He called Lime, crawled under her, expanded, and said that this bed, specially made by him, she should rest for a while. She looked at him with a tired expression and thanked him for it. They quickly headed away from the source of dark energy, and Chloe was surprised by it and asked what those eerie movements were. Masudi called him and said that he couldn't be measured by his data. He looked like an unusual creature. He turned to the passage and said that it looked like the source of dark magic power was there. They would go there. They entered a spacious cave, began to look around, and he asked what that strange sight was. Sariel called out to him with a smile and said he'd been waiting for him for so long. He released a very strong aura, surprising him and Chloe, and he loudly asked, "What kind of magical power is this?" MC called out to him with a serious expression and thought he'd fought his copy in Water City, but given the concentration of magic emanating from this guy in front of him, he could tell it was the main body. Fleur, chained to the stone, called out to him and said he was finally here. He remembered his past and thought she was one of his friends from his time as the Magic Emperor. He called her name and asked, "So it was her?" Sariel raised his finger and she felt intense pain and screamed loudly. He turned to them with a smile and asked, "How badly do you want to rekindle your old friendship?" Chloe began to tremble in terror, raised her hand and thought, this guy needs to be defeated. She used fire barrage magic. Masudi noticed it and tried to stop her, but was too late. He also looked at her and wondered what happened to her. Was it fear? He calmly looked at the magic flying at him and said that small insects always bother him. He breathed and destroyed her magic, which surprised them greatly. He said with a calm smile that now it was time to draw a line, but before that they must get rid of the insects. He snapped his fingers, directed his energy at everyone, and said that from now on this scene is only for the chosen ones. They felt severe pain. Chloe fell to the ground and he called out to her with a worried look. Yuri calmly called Lime and said that he should take them to a safe place. He thought that with him, they would be safe. Masuti stepped forward, called him and said that he did not have to do anything. He would personally blow off his head. He asked if he was going to fight alone and thought that was wise. He took out his two swords with a small smile and said that he knew that he was clearly stronger than him. However, he still had to do this because his sister was killed by demons. The reason he became an adventurer was to take revenge on demons. He released his strong aura and said loudly that this was why he had to defeat him with his own strength. He jumped towards him, introduced himself and loudly warned that he would attack. He used the secret technique of Blade Hurricane and began to jump through the air around him at great speed. He asked loudly, how was he doing with this technique? He had been perfecting it for 10 years, and even he, a demon, had a hard time handling it. He walked towards him and loudly said that this was revenge for his sister. Sariel easily stopped his very fast strike with 2 fingers and said that his whole story was nonsense. He threw him to the side with great force, and he hit his back very hard against the wall. He said that he managed to avoid fatal injuries with the help of defensive magic. He spread his wings and said that no one would interfere with them now. He called the protagonist again and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He was looking forward to meeting him. Ever since he lost to him, his career had declined. He felt so unhappy for the first time. If this continues, he will lose that man's trust and perhaps lose the honorable number 4. He clenched his hand into a fist and said that he will kill him and regain his trust. He quickly flew towards him and loudly said that this was the only way he had left. He took out a large scythe and struck, and he drew his sword and stopped his attack. He laughed and said that as expected of the man number 0, it seems that if this continues, the truth will not be revealed. He flew up, screamed loudly, and his body was engulfed in a very strong aura. His body began to change greatly, which surprised him greatly. He laughed loudly and said that this was his true appearance. He controlled his scythe with magic and started spinning it and asked if he could withstand his attack. He launched his scythe at MC, but he dodged the attack and thought it was okay. He seized these attacks. Sariel quickly flew towards him and tried to attack, but he deflected the blow and counterattacked with his foot. He also jumped away from him, but noticed that he was controlling the scythe to attack him from behind, but he jumped to the side in time. He flew towards him and was about to grab him, but he noticed this, grabbed his arm with his foot and threw him into the ground. He became worried when he noticed that he snapped his fingers with a wide smile and aimed his scythe at him. It flew at him at great speed and left a cut on his face. He flew up and asked what happened to all the strength he had before. He saw the wound on his face and laughed out loud. He swung his scythe for another attack, and Yuri looked at it, used the skill, and the system announced that it was an S-rank death scythe, a scythe that absorbs blood from the target's wound. The more blood it absorbs, the sharper it becomes. He dodged his scythe attacks and thought, I see. This fatigue is caused by having his blood drained. Even if they were equal in ability, he could lose due to the difference in the weapon's characteristics. He needed to find a solution quickly. Sariel quickly flew towards him, swung his scythe, and loudly declared that it was too late. He looked to the side and noticed that he had acquired the super rank wind magic skill. He continued to dodge the enemy's attacks, and wondered why he acquired the skill at that particular moment. Was it because he saw Masuti's wind magic that time? He attacked him with his scythe, wishing for death, but the protagonist used magic and dodged with incredible speed. He thought he had disappeared, and he thought that he hadn't just disappeared. He was just adding a little technique to the way he moved. He turned to him, looked at his movements, clenched his teeth in anger, and then said loudly that they, humans, are always like this. Even though they are weak, they gather together with their friends and perform little tricks. He must stop looking down on him and die. Sariel began to try to catch up with him at high speed to strike, but he couldn't hit and loudly demanded that he stop. He continued to quickly run away from him and thought that thanks to Masuti's skill, his speed was a little faster, but this technique would probably only confuse him for a short time. He landed on the ground, grabbed his sword, and thought that before he had time to get used to his movements, he should win. He began to draw his sword from its sheath and used the secret art of the sword master. The 4th technique, the breath of the god of wind. He ran towards him at high speed and attacked with his sword. He thought that the secret art of the sword master was the 7 techniques he developed during his time as a sword master, the 4th fastest sword technique among these. With his strike, he seriously injured Sariel. He coughed loudly and said that it was with this old technique. MC looked at him in surprise and thought he couldn't defeat him. His body was regenerating. He slowly got to his feet and said loudly, in a frighteningly serious tone, that he would definitely kill him. He needed to regain his trust. He quickly flew towards him and started attacking, and he blocked all these strikes and thought that he didn't know why, but he saw impatience in his heart. This was his chance. He got into a fighting stance and used the secret art of the swordmaster, the 3rd technique, a 3-pronged attack. He stopped after this strike and thought that even in his past life, enemies couldn't withstand this attack. He must have won with this strike. His opponent remained standing, which surprised him, and he thought he had defeated him this time. Sariel said in a tired voice that he still hadn't lost. He would kill him. He walked toward him, wishing for death, but he felt worse, and he heard a voice in his head that told him to stop. This was disgusting. He loudly called out to Mr. Zestus and said that he could still fight. A collar of dark energy appeared around his neck, and the voice ordered him to be quiet and said that they didn't need a loser in their organization. Yuri's attention was drawn to this collar, and the system announced that it was a collar of subordination, rank unknown. The collar, created using curses, deprives one of freedom and grants the owner the right to life and death. He thought that the subordinate obeys the words of the person who controls him. There is no way to remove this, except to restart life from scratch using a special method. This means rebirth. The reason he longed for reincarnation was the fundamental desire to break the shackles of subjugation. A large number of chains began to emerge from Serial's collar, entangling his body, and he loudly begged his master to stop. Zestus didn't listen to him and said that he was sorry, but he was finished. The chains squeezed his body, destroying it, and a large amount of blood flew in all directions. The protagonist found this horrific, and from the pool of blood, a man began to appear. He laughed, called him by name, and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He fully appeared before him and asked, or should he call him Zero, as before? He remembered that he knew him and called him by name. He called him Zero with a small smile and asked, "Does it seem like he remembered him? This is wonderful. Today will forever be etched in his memory, like a beautiful memory. Who would have thought that it was possible to bring back the best creation created by the organization?" He thought that he didn't understand why he remembered his face and name. However, when the enemy is relaxed, that's the best time to act. He quickly ran towards him and delivered a powerful blow with his sword. He stopped behind him, clicked his tongue in displeasure, and thought, does he not have a physical body? Zestus stood calmly in place and said that trying to defeat him was futile. He was just one of the many illusions existing in this world. This time he only came to say hello. Then he would allow himself to say goodbye. He raised his hand, called him, and said that he belonged to him, and he would look forward to the day when he would take away his freedom and put the collar back on. He disappeared, and MC, with a serious expression, thought that he was dangerous. To live freely in this world, it seemed to him that great obstacles could not be avoided. Fleur walked towards him, called him, and said that she believed that he would definitely come to the rescue. The system notified that her race was spirit, gender female, age unknown. He called her by name. She began to fall, but he immediately caught her and asked if she was okay. She agreed, and he remembered the past and thought that she was his friend from a past life. She was skilled in fire magic and swordsmanship. Together they had overcome many difficulties. She said that the dark magic had weakened. Now everything would be okay. Now she would take care of her body. She used magic to remove the shackles and restore her body. She called him and asked if he was hurt too, wasn't he? He said he was fine. She approached him and said that he always said that, even when it was unreasonable, he should show himself to her. He still wanted to refuse, but they sat down next to each other, and she began to use her magic to heal him. He looked at her and asked her to tell him what had happened to her. She smiled slightly and said that it was amazing, that it surprised him. She was born again as a representative of the spirit race. In this world, people with suitable qualities have the opportunity to be reborn as a spirit after death. She is the 9th incarnation in this world. She was reborn as a spirit of fire. He thought that the general circumstances seemed similar to what he had heard before from Aqua. Friends from their past lives possessed immense power, which is not inferior even to the power of demons. She said that when they, the spirits, weaken, the balance of magic in the world is disrupted. It seems they have also caused inconvenience to the residents of this city. Yuri was surprised by this and wondered how just one person in trouble could affect the entire city. Fleur stood up, stretched, and said that his friends would wake up soon. She suggests first returning this place to its true appearance. She snapped her fingers, and water gushed from everywhere and began to flow down the rocks. She thanked him with a joyful smile and said that this is the true face of this place. He approached Masudi, healed him with magic. He came to his senses, called him by name, and he asked if he was okay. He thanked him for his help, looked around and asked what happened to that demon. He said in a calm tone that he was somehow able to defeat it. He was very surprised by what he heard and asked how he did it. He looked to the side, apologized, and asked who this lady was. He looked in the same direction and said that it was Fleur, his old acquaintance. He was very surprised when he heard her name, and she agreed and said that she was a fire priest. He said with surprise that there can be no doubt, a majestic and noble posture. This is the legendary heroine after all. The protagonist thought that it seemed like she somehow became famous in this world and he did not know about it. Masuti turned around and loudly asked why he was with the legendary hero known as the God of War. What is their connection? He thought that perhaps in his previous life she was his old friend. However, at the moment, it does not concern him. She hugged him and said that he should not speak so reluctantly. He is her magic teacher. He looked at her with a smile and asked if that is really so. She called it cruel, and he looked at them in surprise and asked loudly, "Is this seriously the teacher of the legendary God of War? Who is he anyway?" He sighed and thought that it seemed he had misunderstood something. Lime ran towards them, made a sound, and Tia called his name with a cheerful look. He turned to them and asked if they were both okay. He noticed that Chloe was silent, looking a little tense, and he asked if something had happened to her. She turned away, covered her face with her hands, and thought that she was so embarrassed that she lost consciousness again. When she fought the dragon, he also helped her, and she always... Masudi approached her and called her name with a friendly smile. She turned to him, and he said that they came here to complete a quest to increase their rank. Given such unusual circumstances, the promotion would probably be cancelled. She agreed, remembered what happened earlier, and said that back then, however, out of fear, she lost control and put everyone in danger. He said that if she had already realized this herself, then he had nothing to add. She was angry about this, but he said that besides, he also passed out from that demon. He extended his hand to her and said that they should work hard together. She shook his hand and agreed. Then they left the mine, said goodbye, and MC thought that it looks like she will soon get an A rank, and they managed to get the magic ore. He also managed to solve Fleur's problem, and he met with an old friend. But there is one thing that worries him. He remembered how earlier she said with a serious expression that there is something she wants to tell. This time he helped her a lot. What a strange thing. She is called the god of war, but she was captured by demons. However, here is the problem. Once, as a human, and when they formed a group together, she fought demons more than once, but they were not that strong. Besides, she was captured so easily. Doesn't he think something is wrong? He thought that, without a doubt, both spirits maintaining the balance of magic in this world had been captured, as well as the mysterious organization and that man, Zestus. She called him and said that she didn't know what would happen next. Perhaps something had already happened somewhere in the world. He should be careful. At the present time, he thought, after saying goodbye, everyone had gone their separate ways. The balance of the world, spirits, demons, events were occurring that affected the entire world. However, the purpose for which he was reincarnated was only one: to live freely and obey no one. Sometime later, they returned to the workshop, and a shocked Hugo loudly asked, "Is this the Holy Devil ore?" He had never thought he would ever get his hands on the legendary ore. Tia called out to the old man and said that he must make a sword that would win the competition. He remained silent for a few minutes with a serious expression, turned away, and said that he refused. She was indignant at this and loudly asked what he was saying at a time like this. Was he deciding to run away? He denied it, pointed his finger at her, and said that this time it would be her turn. She was very surprised by this, and he said that she shouldn't worry, he would support her. That in any undertaking, an attempt is important. She started to get nervous, waving her arms, and said that she was not able to handle such an important role. Yuri looked at her and thought that usually she was full of confidence, but processing the legendary ore was no small pressure. Hugo slammed his fist on the counter and asked, she was going to run away, right? That's why she was only half dwarf. She was indignant at this, slammed her hand on the table, and loudly said that if he said so, then she agreed to do it. She took the ore, went to the workshop, and loudly said that no matter what happens, she is ready. The protagonist looked at her and asked, everything will be fine, right? He agreed and said that unfortunately, he couldn't handle this work alone. He needed serious help. It's a shame, but she's a genius. If we talk only about talent, then not a single blacksmith he'd seen so far could compare to her. Tia called out loudly to the old man and said that she would borrow the tools that were there. He said that she shouldn't handle the tools so roughly. She asked him to shut up and said that if everything worked out, she would make the best sword and make him exclaim with joy. 3 days later, a crowd of people gathered in the square, and the host said that it all began. Every 4 years, there is a blacksmithing competition, and Johan, the champion, will be the judge. They are ready to start with the #1 competitor. MC walked around the area behind the stage, looked around, and thought that he agreed to meet them backstage on the day of the performance. This is bad. They still haven't come here. The host said they were continuing with contestant #1, the mace weapon shop. He thought Hugo was #9. He'd heard they were working until the last minute, but he didn't know it was like this. It seemed like they were running late. Corey came up to him and asked if something was wrong. He seemed to be in a hurry, right? He laughed and asked if he could guess what he was thinking about now. He was worried about the delay in creating the sword, right? He was sorry, but he asked not to blame Hugo for it. It was impossible to create a decent sword in such a short time. After a while, the host said they were continuing. Contestant #8, available weapons. The magical sword, Durandal. People looked at this sword in amazement and said that it was enough to just look and be amazed. Did he really make such a sword? He asked with a smug look. What would they say about this sword? This is a special sword, specially completed by their own blacksmith. It is a natural result. The material used is a rare ore dropped by the legendary golem. They paid attention to even the smallest details. They hope that their shop will continue to please them. Yuri was worried about this and thought that now it was their turn. The host said that contestant #9 should go on stage next. He was a little worried about this and wondered what he should do. She continued to call the store representative Whitebeard and asked, is no one coming out? The audience was a little confused and asked, what's going on? They decided to take their time. They asked in a dissatisfied tone, who will come next? She asked them to wait with a confused look and wondered why they were angry with her. At the same time, backstage, 2 men approached him and asked if he was a representative of the Whitebeard store. Had Hugo not arrived here yet? He agreed and said that he was sorry. Corey laughed and asked what it was like to experience complete defeat. This is what happens when they foolishly go against the tide. If he starts asking him for forgiveness now, he will hire him as a salesman in the store. A dwarf came out to them and loudly asked why he was standing there. He was a representative of the Whitebeard store. It was time to go on stage. He was pushed onto the stage and the host said that she apologized for the wait. Contestant #9, Whitebeard, registered weapon. apparently not currently registered. The protagonist looked back, saw Corey's sly grin, and she said that they would like to ask him to present the weapon he will be exhibiting. He wondered what he should do. Now, he only had his sword. People were rushing him. He started to take out his sword and thought that he couldn't do anything. However, he stopped because Tia flew to the square and loudly called his name. He was surprised by this, called her, and she was holding the sword in her hands with a smirk. She threw it to him. He caught it and with a smile said that he apologized for making them wait. He removed the cloth, hiding the sword, and said that he represented the Whitebeard Weapons Shop. The name of this sword is the Holy Demonic Sword. The system announced that this sword is SS rank, a sword that possesses both holy and demonic nature, possessing the most powerful characteristics in the world. The spectators were surprised by this and loudly asked, "What kind of sword is this? Is this against the rules? What material was used for this? Is it made using sacred demonic ore?" He was surprised, never thinking that he would be able to see the treasured sword of all blacksmiths here. The judges looked at it and said that by using sacred demonic ore, Hugo showed courage and subtlety in his work. It is true that it is an excellent work of art, but what is even more amazing is that it was created with the intended use in mind. So, this year's winner is Whitebeard's shop. He thought with a small smile that everything is decided with that. He is undoubtedly a master of his craft. An SS rank weapon, one of the best items he has ever encountered, even if he goes back to his past life. Corey came on stage and loudly said that he was not convinced. A sword like that, it is definitely a fake. Everyone here should wake up. After all, it is just a sword for show, right? They didn't have time to make a real sword. MC calmly agreed and asked, however, how did he know that they didn't have time? He was confused by this, and he said that there was an incident where the sword that was supposed to be on display at the competition was stolen. But thanks to this, they managed to create something even better. He gritted his teeth in anger, took Durandal, and loudly said that he must stop making excuses. Evidence is better than empty words. He will expose their deception with his own hands. They were surprised by this, and he immediately jumped on it and screamed loudly. He looked at it with a serious expression and thought that the weapon was certainly impressive, but it seemed he was not very experienced in combat. Tia launched much more energetic attacks, putting her full effort into it. He blocked his blow with a calm expression, and the blade of Corey's sword broke and it fell to the floor. The spectators smiled and said that it turned out that everything was decided. He lay on the floor and said in a sad tone that this was the sword that was created with such difficulty for this occasion. Yuri gave a smiling thumbs up to a happy Tia, and thought that he had finally managed to reverse the initial negative assessments and safely win the blacksmithing competition. Sometime later, a crowd of people gathered outside Whitebeard's shop and told him not to push. He was already in line. What is he even talking about? In this case, the first one in wins. Does he even know who he is? She looked out the window, apologized for the delay, and said that they should wait a little longer. They immediately stopped arguing and said that everything was fine. They thought she was very nice and wanted to be friends with her. The sacred demonic sword successfully won a major victory in the blacksmithing competition. They managed to achieve the best results in front of a large audience. After this, the shop became so popular that a line formed immediately after opening. Customers with embarrassed looks said that the service here was excellent. Hugo turned to them and loudly asked, "What's wrong with them?" They should stop looking at his granddaughter. Corey carried the swords with a dissatisfied look and asked why he ended up in this situation. He turned to him and said that if he delivered the next task, it was also up to him. He walked slowly and said that it was simply terrible. How can one work in such bad conditions? He doesn't belong here. He said loudly in a dissatisfied tone that he should move his feet and not complain. It's because of young people like him that the work is idle. At the same time, the protagonist walked down the street with the holy demonic sword and remembered what happened when he went into the store to deliver the good news of winning after the competition. A very joyful Hugo asked loudly, "They won, didn't they?" She agreed, and he said with a smile that he congratulated them both. They turned to him and asked what he was talking about. It was all thanks to him. She agreed, and he said that now he had a large debt. It was payment for the ore mining. If it's SS grade ore, it must be worth a pretty penny, right? He handed him the sword and said he was asking him to accept it instead of payment. He took the sword and asked in surprise if he was absolutely certain of this decision. He agreed and calmly said that if he kept it for himself, it would be stolen sooner or later. However, there was one condition. Monthly maintenance was quite expensive, so he had to be prepared. He then agreed and now thought that this way, the sword was his. Today was the day of monthly maintenance. Feely was running down the street, noticed him and called him by name. He turned to her and asked what had happened. She said she was going to the forge, since she had recently found a great place. If he had time, would he like to go with her? He agreed to go with her and thought that there was still time before the appointed time. Later, they came to Whitebeard's shop, and she said with a satisfied look that it was a famous place she had found, known among those in the know. He was confused by this and thought that this was a very familiar store. After some time, he was flying in an unknown space, looked around and wondered, is he in the sky? An old man standing on a cliff next to him called out to him and said that he was sorry for bothering him. MC looked at him and thought that he had a feeling as if he had seen him somewhere, but he couldn't remember. The old man's body began to disappear, and he said that he would use the last remaining strength to penetrate his brain while he was sleeping to talk to him. He must immediately go to the old peak, the Windy City. Otherwise, the world will collapse very soon. He thought about the destruction of the world. It's something similar had happened before. He felt as if his body had become very heavy and thought, is this the feeling of falling? He woke up, was surprised by what he saw, and wondered why he was in the sky. A celestial dragon flew to him, landed on his back, thanked him, and said that he needed help just then. He remembered what happened earlier and thought that he was tired after defeating the wolf, so he rode home on the celestial dragon. He must have fallen asleep on the dragon's back at that time. Now that he thinks about it, it seems to him that someone told him something important in a dream, but he doesn't remember. Later, he reached the trading city of Radial. He finished eating and said that it was delicious. He called Lime and said that they had to go. He came to the Adventurers Guild, saw a few quests, and said that there was nothing special there. Rico came to him, called him, and asked if he was looking for a quest. He turned to her and said that he was doing it right now. She asked if there was a profitable gathering quest, if he wanted to go together. She thought it was a chance for the two of them to be alone. Feely came to them and called him. She came closer and asked if he wanted to go with her to kill monsters. The neighboring village was suffering from goblins. He thought about it and thought that this was a chance to be alone. Feely pointed at her with a displeased look, called her a monster, and said that it was her again. She was embarrassed by this, and she loudly said that she called him first. She loudly said that the order did not matter. Aisha passed between them and said that they should all leave. She grabbed his hand and said they should go. He complained of pain from her grip, and they loudly said that she shouldn't touch him. He belonged to her. She laughed, apologized, and said that it was an urgent task, so they should let her use the privilege of being an older sister. They tried to stop her, and Yuri thought he was being ignored. The adventurers envied him because he was popular among cute girls. The guild master was passing by them. What happened caught her attention, and she asked, so it was him. Sometime later in the eastern forest, Aisha said that she apologized for taking him away so suddenly. He turned to her and said that there was no problem. She said that this quest was a direct order from the guild master. The essence of the task is to defeat 100 magical creatures. He said that this number is simply enormous, so that's why she needed his help. She said with a smile that he shouldn't belittle her. She could easily manage on her own. He asked, then why did she need him? She was a little embarrassed by this question and said that the thing is, she didn't know the reason either, but he was assigned as a partner for this quest. He thought that assigning a partner, if you only need to defeat creatures, then it should make no difference who you team up with. Then why did they choose him? She said that she can't refuse the guildmaster's order. She calls it a service quest. High-ranking adventurers cannot refuse the guildmaster's request. In return, they will receive special treatment from the guild. In any place, rights and responsibilities are interrelated concepts. Even if he is an adventurer who adheres to the principle of freedom, when he joins the guild, he cannot avoid certain responsibilities. He thought it was understandable. There had been talk before about promoting him to rank B. He refused because he didn't want to be forced to do quests he didn't want to do. He felt like it would be better for him to continue being an F-rank adventurer. He said that it was clear that being a B-rank adventurer wasn't easy. She laughed and said that he shouldn't be surprised to hear that. She was currently ranked 7th in A rank. While he was stuck at F rank, she had been promoted. He asked that to get that rank, she had to do a B rank quest 4 times in 1 year. She said that he was researching the topic well. However, that only meant that he could pass the rank promotion exam. From there, the main test began. He thought that was understandable, but for an eternal F rank, such stories didn't matter. She said that, however, that's where things get more complicated. There's a big wall between B rank and A rank. Especially the top 4 A rank adventurers are a special case. Their ranking hasn't changed even once in the past 10 years. The protagonist thought that the pinnacle of adventurers, they were probably very powerful, but for an eternal F rank, they were just people he had no connection with. Aisha looked around and said that she suggested staying in the area. He looked to the side, noticed wolves, and said that they had guests. The system announced that it was a C-rank wolf pack. They quickly ran towards them, and both began fighting these monsters. She called him over with a cheerful look and asked if he needed help. He denied it and said that he was doing just fine on his own. He thought that together they would have an easy time. Then why was he needed here? He looked at his sword and thought that this weapon simply made one fall in love with it. She fought a crowd of monsters and said that it was more than just a good weapon. It seemed that with his F rank, it was a cakewalk for him. She couldn't lose to a cute junior colleague. She ran very quickly through the crowd of monsters and defeated them with one blow of her sword. He watched this with a small smile and thought that as expected, at this pace they would soon be finished. An unknown person was hiding in the forest next to them. who was laughing ominously with a sly smile. After defeating the monsters, Aisha called out to him and asked if he knew that she currently had 2 more defeated enemies. He agreed and said that she was amazing. He wondered if she was counting the number of defeated monsters. Later, he asked if perhaps he was able to defeat about the same number of monsters as she did. She denied it and said that he had defeated 4 monsters and she had defeated 2, so he was in the lead. She continued fighting against the monsters, and he asked why they didn't take a break. She said that if he cared about her, then everything was fine. They had almost reached the goal. It was just a little more. He thought that she had been fighting non-stop since this morning. As expected, she was starting to get tired. The task of destroying 100 creatures was a lot of work. He felt something strange, started looking around, and wondered what this uneasy feeling was. It wasn't a person, it was somehow strange. A huge monster quickly ran up to Aisha. He noticed it and called out to her loudly. She was confused because of this, and he quickly ran up to her, picked her up in his arms, and carried her out of harm's way. He put her on the ground, and she loudly asked, "What's going on here?" MC looked at the attacking monster, and the system notified that it was a B-rank guardian minotaur. He thought it was dangerous, although he believed that she wasn't easy to defeat, but she was tired. Now, what's puzzling is the situation. Just before this monster appeared, he felt a strange presence. It seemed to have disappeared. What if this monster was summoned by something? The situation might be more complicated than he thought. Aisha started running away from the loudly roaring monster, called out to it, and said that it was dangerous. He stood up, looked at the monster and thought that he would have steak tonight. He swung his sword and killed the monster with one blow. He thought it was a bit dangerous, but this sword was amazing. She said with a smile that it was as expected of her #1 student. She could give him 70 points, quite acceptable. He thought she was acting as usual. She came closer and said loudly with a little embarrassment that he shouldn't misunderstand her. She could easily defeat such an enemy even if she was alone. He smiled, agreed, and said that he knew she was strong. When he was with her, for some reason everything went wrong. After that, they walked through the forest. A man emerged from the shadows behind them and released a bright light with the flash of a camera and said that it was wonderful. Yuri covered his eyes with his hand and wondered who this guy was. The man said with a smirk that an F-rank adventurer could instantly kill a B-rank monster. That's interesting. Aisha looked at him and said that this was probably what she had been told. He called her over and asked who he was. She said that this guy's name was Kage, the last survivor of a rare race of shadows. He's a freak who makes a living by uncovering other people's secrets. He's a 4th-ranked A-ranked adventurer. He was a little surprised by this and thought that this guy was one of the 4 top adventurers she had spoken of. She said that, in other words, this quest was a double quest. This quest was to test his strength. The guildmaster assigned the quest to 2 people, her and Cage. He said, with a wide smile, that she shouldn't be upset. There was no reason why he couldn't accept service quests. He thought he understood everything. The extermination of 100 monsters was just facade. She invited him to participate in the quest as her partner and also forced him to follow her. The one who arranged this was the guildmaster, a real swindler. He started to walk away from them and said goodbye. Unexpectedly, the protagonist told him to stop in a serious tone. He put pressure on him and thought he didn't know who the guildmaster was, but he ruined his mood. He extended his hand and said that he should just hand over the camera. He didn't want to stand out in a strange way. This caught his attention, and he said that, however, this was pressure from an F rank. Aisha called out loudly to him, asking him to wait and saying that his opponent was ranked 4th in the A rank. He raised his hand with a wide smile and said that it was too late. He released a shadow trail on the ground, which moved closer to him and fired shadow arrows. This attack left a wound on his face, and he was surprised by his speed. Cage ran up behind him very quickly, laughed, and said that this is it. He began to attack him with a sword made of shadow, but he turned around sharply and blocked the blow with his sword. He looked at him with a smile and said that it was impressive. His movement seemed worthy of an A rank. He created his clones and asked, however, what would he say about this technique? Does he know which one is real? MC said in a calm tone that he did not know. He delivered several quick strikes with incredible speed and hit all the cameras attached to the clones. He was very surprised by this and asked, did he attack 6 people at the same time? This is a big sensation. He looked at him and thought that this guy was really impressive. He cares more about the plot than the outcome of the battle. He took a camera out of his mouth, called him F rank and said that it was sad, but the real camera was hidden here. He began to spin, standing on one leg, and said that his role is to convey the sensation that he is. They will see each other again. He disappeared into the shadows, and he thought that this is a useful ability. If they have to fight further, they will have to be very careful. Aisha looked at him in surprise and asked who he was to be able to push back that monster. He calmly said that he was an ordinary F-rank adventurer. After some time, the guildmaster looked at the recordings from Kage's cameras, was surprised by this, and thought that the 4 best adventurers had been unshakable monsters for more than 10 years. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the ultimate weapon, she asked with a worried look. Does this mean that his strength has reached S rank? She thought that there was currently no S rank adventurer in this country. The title of the pinnacle does not come so easily, however. He might have the skills for it. She said that she needed to be confident in his abilities. After that, people saw a large notice that caught their attention, and they began to discuss it. This attracted the attention of Yuri, who was passing by, and he thought that it was noisier than usual inside the guild. He looked at the notice, and it said that this was a message for all adventurers. Starting tomorrow, all adventurers will receive a special quest. They must use their full strength and subdue the strongest monster they can. They want to once again confirm their abilities based on the rarity of the magic stones they bring back. It is planned to change the rank of each person based on the test results. Moreover, those who refrain from completing the quest will have their licenses revoked. He thought, it seems that what was written surprised everyone, and his license will be revoked if he does not participate. His attention was caught by Aisha, who said that she understood everything that was happening here. He called her and asked if she knew anything about it. She agreed and said that, however, it was mostly an assumption. They say that she took action after receiving Kage's report. The guild master came to them, called him, apologized, and said that her name was Mary Blossom. He read the information about her, was surprised by what he heard, and she asked if he could spare a little time. She wanted to talk to him. He looked at her with a serious expression and thought that she used Aisha and Kage to keep an eye on him. He did not have a very good impression. He asked what she wanted from him. She said that an A-rank adventurer from a neighboring town told her that someone was faking their adventurer rank. He reported that this adventurer possessed power comparable to that of an A rank, and it didn't seem like he was putting any effort into raising his rank. After a few seconds of silence, he calmly said that it was terrible that such a person existed. She adjusted her glasses and said that it was clear that he was a talkative guy, just like the report said. However, would he be able to say the same even looking at this? She showed a C-rank recording magic stone. She showed a hologram in which Masuti agreed and said his name. He said that this wasn't the case initially. Frankly, he was humiliated. He has an A rank, but somehow he lags behind an F rank. However, he can confirm that his abilities are of the A rank. It is more than just a loss for humanity to keep people like him at a low rank. The protagonist looked at this and thought that he was more emotional than he was. She pressed the stone and said that there was other evidence. The hologram changed, and Philly said that she had known him for a long time. Among those she has seen, he is definitely at the top. She doesn't know anyone who can compare to him. Mary called her name and said that she is a newbie who was promoted to the top spot in D rank, having completed only the collection quest and without completing the subjugation quest. He was surprised by what he heard and thought that her rank had skyrocketed. Being a D rank just by completing collection quests, that's impressive in a way. She changed the recording again. There Dutch said that he doesn't think he has a dangerous mindset. He is sure that he is not a bad person. Of course they know him. He called Leon and asked, is he telling the truth? MC looked at him and thought that it had been a long time since he last saw him. He said that he thinks his abilities are very strong. He is hardly an F rank. How strong is he? If we talk about strength, then he is probably his strongest student. Was he thinking something bad? Those who say so are incredibly stupid. He is as innocent as a baby. It is thanks to him that he became so strong. She said that he is a seasoned adventurer with 10 years of experience and ranks 3rd in the C rank. Even he expresses that his strength does not correspond to the F rank. He will not be able to escape the answer. She pressed the device again and said that here is the last witness. Rico asked, do they want to ask about him? Mary said that he is a master swordsman. She was promoted to the 10th seat in the B rank, with great prospects for growth. He was surprised by what he heard and thought that she was great to have reached the B rank. She said that since this is the guild master's request, then she apologizes for disrespect. She is sure that he is strong. He is absolutely beyond rank. He is probably the strongest in history. It is hard to imagine that there is a stronger person than him. The secret of his strength? She would like to know for herself. However, she had seriously considered his strength before. Sometimes it seemed as if he were from another world. He thought that was to be expected from her. Looking at him, she realized the glimmer of his strength. Mary asked what he would say now that he had heard the evidence, insisting on an F rank. Yuri thought it was true that there was no way out, but he was not going to lose now. He said that, however, regarding promotion, he had already rejected it. He would not go back on his words. He thought that if he became a high-ranking adventurer, he would have to take on a lot of trouble. She agreed and said that she had heard this from her subordinates. It seemed to her that he valued freedom above all else. That was why they would like him to be promoted to an S-rank adventurer during this quest. She said that, frankly speaking, S-rank adventurers can gain the privilege of refusing guild orders. If he can advance from F to S-rank, he can lead a life no different from before. He wondered if he could rise to S-rank and live a free life like F-rank. It was interesting that the highest and lowest ranks were treated equally. Kage, in his shadow form, slipped between the people, jumped out next to them, and said that this was a sensation. Leon Gall of the Ikaku race also came to them and said that he understood from this that these conditions apply to them too. Maka Rondo was also sitting above and asked, isn't S-rank a suitable title for a saint? Roy Legend also walked towards them and said that he was excited about S-rank, finally having a chance to obtain this rank. Mary said that these people know how to listen. Aisha was surprised to see them and asked, how did the 4 best A-rank adventurers gather together? The protagonist looked around and thought they were the top adventurers. The rankings hadn't changed in 10 years. She said that of course, they planned to give everyone an equal chance to reach S rank. If anyone could surpass his achievements and become number 1, it would be a big deal. Roy approached him, extended his hand, greeted him, and said he'd heard rumors about him for some time. He thought that even compared to other A-rank adventurers, this man exuded a special aura. Does this mean this guy is the number 1 A-rank adventurer? He shook his hand, agreed, and said it was nice to meet him. Suddenly, a strong magical energy engulfed him, and he wondered if this was lightning magic. He looked at him with an arrogant smirk and asked, "Is this all his power?" He was surprised because his body was not moving, and thought that this was the first time he had seen such magic. Roy threw him to the side with great force, and loudly said that he should fly. He flew into the wall at high speed, and the other A-ranks asked, "Is this the end of the sensation? It's instant death, and even if he survives, he won't be the same as before. This guy is still as ruthless as before." Lime stopped him before he hit the wall, and he thanked him for it. He said with feigned surprise that it looks like this is just some ordinary person. He started to leave and said that the decisive battle will begin tomorrow anyway. There he realizes the true fear of an A-rank adventurer. He called him and said that they would see each other again. The 4 top A-rank adventurers dispersed, and the rest of the people also began to disperse. MC looked at his hand, trembling from the lightning, and thought that he had attracted the unwanted attention of an A-rank adventurer. Mary went to him and said that she was very sorry. She bowed and said that she might have dragged him into an incredible commotion. He said that it was fine. He was used to such things. Aisha went to him, handed him the bag that he dropped, and said that it was very hard for her to see it. These people are really problematic. With their power and resources, they do whatever they want. In particular, the A-rank Roy has the worst reputation. Outwardly, he looks good, so he is popular among the townspeople who know nothing about him. Behind the scenes, adventurers below B rank are treated like insects. This is a world where abilities speak volumes, so there's nothing that can be done about it. Especially the electric magic he used. It's a unique magic that only the descendants of heroes can use. Adventurers don't want to go up against such powerful magic. He thought that electric magic could only be used by the descendants of heroes. It was true that this magic was so powerful that an ordinary person wouldn't be able to resist it. He asked if he could ask one question. Mary said that she would answer everything she could. He asked if the purpose of this quest was really to test his strength. If she wanted to test his strength, there were surely other ways. It didn't seem necessary to do all that. She smiled and said that he seemed naive, but he had an unexpectedly sharp mind. That's right, the purpose isn't just to test his abilities, it's to select participants for a certain important quest. They will ask the selected participants to go to the Windy City, the old peak. He remembered what happened in his last dream and thought that the Windy City was the same name as the place mentioned earlier in his dream. Is this a coincidence? She said that it should be said that this quest is top secret. She can't say it at the moment. She turned around, started to leave, and said that she was looking forward to its results. The next day, a crowd of adventurers gathered in the courtyard of the guild headquarters. They said that the day had finally come and he was starting to get nervous. Their goal was C rank, so they must rise quickly, although it would be difficult. Yuri caught their attention, but he didn't pay attention to it and thought about so many people and so much enthusiasm. Rose approached him, greeted him, and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He turned to him and said that it had been a long time since then. He asked if it was true that he had fought with the best A-rank adventurer. He thought with a confused look that he had very keen hearing. He was the first A-rank adventurer he had met. They were comrades who fought together in the previous quest to slay the evil dragon. He asked if he had met him. He probably already understood, right? He wasn't saying anything bad, but it was better to refrain from making an enemy out of him. Those who were promoted to A rank and recognized were true geniuses, different from an ordinary person like him. He was a little surprised by this and asked what he was talking about. Wasn't he strong enough? He said with a smile that he knew his own abilities best. He didn't have A-rank strength. The fact that he was 5th in that rank was thanks to the guild. He asked with surprise, what did that mean? Not only were they in the top ranks of A rank, but there were also many talented young people with free spirits. They probably wanted someone who listened to ordinary people, even if it was just one person. They should end this dark topic here. Of course, he wasn't going to be a burden to A rank either. Aisha was also promoted to rank A. He would demonstrate his strength in this battle. The protagonist said with a smile that this was an important feeling. They must do their best together. Later, Mary came out to them and said that everyone had gathered. A total of 250 adventurers had gathered here. All adventurers registered in this city. Starting today, they will have 3 days. That's how long the promotion quest will last. They must defeat as many high-ranking monsters as possible during this period. They must bring the magic stones collected from the monsters to the guild for evaluation. Depending on the quality, quantity, and rarity of the stones, they will change their rating and grant them licenses. In the event of danger or refusal of the quest, the license will be revoked and the registration deleted. Dissatisfied adventurers said they were fed up with this. Why should he obey such an order? What about people who are not in good physical shape or who cannot move due to injury? If he is forced to participate in this and his condition worsens, will they take responsibility? Right, where are the guarantees? Wouldn't it be easier not to take it on at all? Besides, he heard that you can raise your rank without encountering monsters. That's right, even if they want to show off their skills, if there are no suitable monsters, they won't be able to demonstrate their abilities. This is pointless. They should stop this. Mary became very angry about this and loudly said that they should stop making noise and obey. The guards took her hands, asked her to calm down, and she ordered them to let her go and loudly asked, "What kind of dissatisfaction is this?" They are adventurers, complaining about their physical condition and demanding a guarantee. They should stop making fun of her. This is not in her competence. Some of them are ranked below their actual abilities. Some are content to remain in the high rankings for many years, even though they have no abilities. To eliminate such discrepancies in ranks, they should let her reassess their ranks and sift them through a sieve. Adventurers always face death. On rainy and stormy days, they greedily fight to obtain prey. With the scorching heat of the earth, which makes one feel weak just from walking, on icy peaks, where the cold penetrates to the very bones. Even nature bears its fangs in such poor conditions, plus their physical condition. It also depends on their daily physical and mental strength. Many people die under such circumstances. It is never just luck. Knowledge and experience, patience and perseverance, and only those who have overcome many obstacles and achieved their goal can be called adventurers. This speech raised the adventurers' spirits, and they loudly agreed with her. They said there was no choice, they would have to do it. He wanted to participate anyway. He wasn't really in the mood to do this, right? He should shut up? Rico said with a smile that she would once again show the guild her true strength. Feely said that she finally reached first place in D rank simply by gathering herbs. Dutch called Leon over with a smile and said they were fine. One of the adventurers asked if the key was finding a high-ranking magic stone, right? By buying expensive magic stones with gold. Mary adjusted her glasses and said that to prevent cheating, Cage, ranked 4th in the A rank, had been assigned a supervisory role. She asked him to keep an eye on all the adventurers. A copy of himself appeared next to Feely, and with a wide smile, said it was nice to meet her. She was very scared about this, but she agreed and said she would complete this quest. MC, with a slight smile, thought that, as expected of the guildmaster, she had won hearts in one fell swoop. Mary said she wanted everyone to demonstrate their abilities. Regardless of rank, 250 people in a fair fight, the battle for rank begins. Immediately after, all the adventurers ran to complete the quest. They ran into the forest and began hunting monsters, discussing their plans. He stood calmly in the forest and thought that it seemed like the entire forest was in a restless atmosphere. The eastern part is usually not popular, but it is full of adventurers looking for big prey. It would be strange to constantly encounter monsters. It looks like he will have a hard time today. What to do? Aisha was standing on a tree branch next to him, called out to him and said that he looked like he was in trouble. She jumped down to him and he said that he could not find a strong monster. She understood him and said that in times like these, you need to look beyond the horizon. She raised her sword above her head and said that when she was looking for something, she climbed to a high place. He thought it was primitive, but maybe it made sense. If you look from above, you can find something. She looked at a tall tree and asked, "Isn't this tree perfect? The climb is a little difficult, but the view will be nice." She climbed onto the branch of this tree with the help of her sword, began jumping to get higher, and said that they will find their target from the top of the tree. He took out lime, and she looked at him and asked what he was going to do. He took it in his hand and then threw it very high into the air. She was surprised by this and asked loudly what he was doing. He said that he was trying to search for enemies from above. She asked, however, how would he see them? She had never heard that enemies could be found by throwing slime. High in the sky, he saw 2 large clots of energy and fell down. Yuri caught it and asked if he saw anything. He made a sound and he called out to her and said that it seemed like they had found a strong enemy. They followed his lead to the right place. She was about to say something, but at that moment they felt a strong aura. At that moment they heard a loud male scream. She was surprised by what was happening and loudly asked what that shaking was. He felt something, ran forward, and Aisha ran after him. They came to a clearing where they saw Leon standing next to the body of a large monster. He turned around and looked at them. She said that he was the second-ranked A survivor of the unicorn race, considered the strongest species of beastmen. He possessed physical strength that surpassed even demons. He looked at him and wondered, is this the strongest race of beastmen? A cyclops was lying next to him, so the earthquake was caused by him. A gigacyclops, rank B, came towards them with a large club, and they all looked at him. He delivered a strong blow with his club, but Leon stopped the blow with one hand and said that he was too slow. Immediately after that, he jumped towards him, delivered a strong punch to the stomach area, and said that he should go away. With this very strong blow, he pressed this monster into the ground with a loud sound. The protagonist looked at him and thought that in strength and speed, he significantly surpassed B-rank monsters. Even among beastmen, he was very different from Poncho. A loud sound nearby caught their attention. He thought that, by the way, Lime detected 2 reactions. At this point, Maka looked at the huge monster running towards her and said that there was no need to be so rude, because intrusive men are not liked. She looked to the side, noticed the 2 of them, and asked if that wasn't Aisha and an F rank. She waved to them and said that it was an amazing coincidence to meet in this forest. She noticed a bear running towards her and loudly warned of danger. The terrifying B-rank bear dealt a powerful blow with its paw, raising a large cloud of dust, but he was surprised by what happened. She blocked its blow and used a medium-level sacred magic, Sacred Body. She looked at her and said that this woman is the 3rd-ranked A-ranker and uses rare holy magic. He looked at her and thought that she had strengthened her body with holy magic. Maka swung her fist with a smile and said that it was now a holy strike. She delivered a very strong blow to the bear's stomach, and she said that, as expected, she was a genius. He was also surprised by what he saw and asked, "Are these the most talented A-rankers?" She looked around, called Leon, and said that he was also here. He said that, as expected of her, although she had aged, her holy powers were still at their peak. She became very angry because of this, and loudly asked who he was calling old. She insulted him and threatened to rip out his tongue. Cage snuck up behind MC, called Isha and said that she was a little late. They had tracked down all the B-rank and higher monsters in the area. They should look for monsters elsewhere. He wished them both good luck and said that he was going in search of a new sensation. She said that if what he said was true, then they had better leave there. He agreed, they ran, and she said that they didn't have much time. He agreed again, and Maka noticed this and said that the 2 had already left. Leon agreed and asked, "So, this is the F-rank guy?" She agreed and asked if he thinks he has the strength to get to S rank. He didn't know that, and she said that although he is not her type, she liked his face. Yuri thought that he met 2 adventurers who are at the top of A rank and got an idea of their abilities. After that, they went through the eastern forest in search of a strong monster, but no results were achieved. Sometime later, at the tavern, Poncho said that on the first day, the result was not as expected. He sat in front of him and asked, "Is something wrong?" He denied it, apologized, and said it was just amazing to see him struggling. He put a plate with a dish in front of him and said it was a new signature dish. Pasta bolognese, rare in the world. This dish is made with 1 long spaghetti. It tastes quite ordinary, but in food, the effect, the impression, is important. He told him to look away, and he turned around and saw children eating this pasta. He thought with a small smile that the children seemed to like it. He put a glass of drink in front of him and said that this one too. He was confused by this and said that he didn't order this. He said with a cheerful look that it was a gift from the house, he should drink it and try. The protagonist asked if this made him a little happier. He said that, well, continuing the conversation, he, unfortunately, had no ideas about a strong monster. He said that I understand, he'll have to try looking elsewhere. His attention was drawn to Melodious, who loudly said that she said it was true. A huge squid monster crawled out of the sea. The adventurers must go there and defeat it, otherwise she won't be able to go fishing in peace. The man pushed her away and loudly said that this child was making too much noise. Because of it, the alcohol becomes tasteless. He looked at her and said, "So that's it, she's a girl." He started to get up from the table, and she asked in a worried tone loudly, "What's wrong with him?" He grabbed her hand and said that, "If you look closely, she has a cute face." She asked to let her go, but the adventurers asked, "Are people like that called tomboys these days?" There's something to it. He will teach her some adult entertainment. She began to resist and loudly asked to let her go. MC got up from his chair, thanked him and said that he always takes care of him. Maybe he could help him with the cleaning? Poncho guessed what he was going to do and said that he should try not to destroy everything here. He approached the adventurer holding May's hand, grabbed him and squeezed his hand tightly. He stepped away from him, screamed loudly, and his friend asked who he was. He calmly introduced himself. The adventurer found his name strange and asked what his rank was. He calmly said that he was an F rank, but unfortunately for them, his abilities were not at that level. They found this funny, took off their clothes, and told him that he should listen to him carefully. Now he will realize that he messed with the wrong people. He is Johnny, 17th in the C rank. This is George, who finished 18th in the C rank. He chose the wrong opponents, although it was brave. He calmly looked at them and thought that the names were ones he had never heard before. Unlike the B rank, of which there are only 10 in the city, there are countless people in the C rank. May loudly said that he shouldn't worry about her and should just run. The adventurer grabbed a bottle from the table, swung it, and asked loudly, "He's an F rank, right? He can't win. It's too late. He should die." He missed his blow, after which he quickly threw them in different directions with punches. Poncho was outraged by this and was very worried about his cafe. She was surprised by what she saw and thought that this man was amazing. The adventurers stood up and loudly asked, "How did he do that?" Some F rank was mocking them. He loudly called them idiots and said that if they were going to fight, they should do it outside. One of them kicked the table and loudly said that he should shut up. Yuri picked up some spaghetti from the floor, cast durability enhancement magic, and said that this would be enough for him to defeat them. They were outraged by this, took out their weapons, and said that this was their signature move, the art of acrobatic murder. They destroyed tables and dishes, and this really scared the customers, and he was very worried about his cafe. The adventurers threw all their weapons at him and loudly said that this was hell of tricks. He would die. It was a hurricane of knives attacking from different sides. He swung the spaghetti and deflected all their weapons. They were very surprised by this and could not believe it. Right after that, he hit them on the heads with the spaghetti, and they lost consciousness. May thought with surprise that this was amazing. She had never seen such a strong person before. Pancho leaned out from behind the counter and loudly said that this would happen. What should he do now? He apologized, turned around and asked if she was okay. She agreed, and he asked if she could tell him more about the squid monster she talked about earlier. After some time, they reached a sandy beach, looked around, and she called him and said that they were supposed to come here. Earlier at the cafe, she thanked him for listening to her and telling her name. She said that a week ago she went fishing as usual. The weather was bad that day, but they followed the captain's decision. However, the weather only got worse, and at that moment she noticed that there was something under the ship. The next moment, the ship was destroyed by a squid monster. Somehow, they managed to escape. But 2 days later, 3 other ships were destroyed one after another. No one can go fishing. She bowed and said that was why she was asking him. Could he help? He agreed to accept her request, and she thanked him. Currently on the beach, she thanked him for coming. He agreed, looked at her, and said that the swimsuit suited her. She was embarrassed by this, blushed, and he said that if you look at her like that, you can see a surprisingly feminine body. She walked away and said that he should stop looking at her. She was embarrassed. He was confused by this and asked, did he say something unnecessary? She asked, is he stupid by nature? However, how are they going to defeat this monster? Does he have a plan? He said that he is going to listen to everyone's opinions on the strategy. Feely went to them and called him. She happily said that she was delighted with the opportunity to go to the beach with him. He thanked her for coming, and she said that he should feel free to call her anytime. She looked away with a displeased look, and Rico asked in a displeased tone, what is with that look? He better think twice before dating this stubborn country girl. She turned away from her, laughed, and asked, what is she talking about? The only stubborn one here is she. With a body like hers, there is no need to look for monsters. They started fighting each other, and Tia approached him and said with surprise that she did not know he was popular with girls. They looked at each other with very dissatisfied faces, called the protagonist and said that they should leave her here. He approached them and asked what she said. They should stop. Fighting is bad. May called him and asked, will these beautiful girls really be useful? Then they calmed down, went to the sea, and Feely loudly said that it was a competition to see who would be the first to defeat the squid monster. Rico turned to her and loudly said that this is exactly what she wanted to suggest. Tia, with a displeased look, asked if she could find out how they were going to defeat such a monster. They turned to her with confused looks and asked, with a sword? She got angry about this and loudly asked, how can they even talk about immersing weapons in seawater? This is completely unacceptable. It's obvious. Salt water is the main enemy of metals. She won't allow them to do this. Feely was very scared because of this, went up to him, and asked why he called her. He said that he thought he would ask her to stop rust or something like that. She took out an E-rank copper spear and said that stopping rust is meaningless. Therefore, this time, they should use the weapon she made. They took this weapon in their hands, and he thought that, as expected from her, the quality is excellent. She thanked Rico for waiting, and she looked at her and said that they should settle this matter. They ran into the sea with smiles, and she loudly said that this is all she wants. Right after that, they were thrown back to the shore by a big wave, and they said that this strategy probably wouldn't work. There was no sign of monsters. May looked at them and asked what they were playing. He and Tia were pushing the boat towards the water, and she looked at them and asked, how could a monster be in such shallow water? They were confused by this and asked loudly if there was a boat. Why didn't they say anything? How shameful. Later, when they went out to sea on a boat, Rico called out to May and asked, although it was hard to say given the situation, but could she make the ship go a little faster? She thought about it, looked up and said that it was strange. The wind seemed a little weak today, although it's hard to tell, but she's a little heavy, isn't she? She was indignant about this and asked loudly what she was talking about. She was a perfectly normal weight. Feely walked up to her with a smile and asked if she thought she was eating too much. She turned around and said loudly that she only had trained muscles. She never skipped training as a knight. They looked at her and she said that all overweight people say the same thing. May agreed with this, and she asked, let's say she really did gain weight, so what? Compared to such a thin body like hers, it seemed she had many more advantages. Tia laughed, looking at the motor, and said that the power of science would save them when they were in trouble. She attached it to the edge of the boat, placed the magical wind stone inside, activated it, and the propeller began to spin underwater. The boat accelerated significantly. May approached it and said with surprise that she had never seen anything like it. She said with a little embarrassment that it was nothing compared to him. Feely and Rico looked at them with confused looks and asked if maybe they were useless. Later, she picked up the anchor and said that this was the place where the squid monster used to appear. When the boat stopped, MC and the girls jumped into the water. Underwater, they saw several low-ranking monsters. He looked around and thought that there were so many creatures here that he had never seen before. Feely tried to say something, pointing her finger to the side, but he didn't understand it. He used basic wind magic, an air helmet, and used it on everyone. She was surprised that they could talk and asked what he did. He said that he used wind magic so they could talk. Rico said that she had never heard of such magic. They swam forward, thanked him, and said that now they could handle any monster. They must do their best together. He thought that after that, they began to search for the right monster, but did not get the expected results. Later, when he was alone in the sea, a giant B-rank shark was swimming towards him. However, as he got closer, the monster suddenly changed direction and swam away. He thought the monster was smart and thought it knew it had a weapon, so he needed to be careful and not get close to it. However, it was definitely targeting it. He used elemental wind magic and released a wave that hit the shark's body and left a deep wound, causing it to agonize. He thought it had a surprising amount of life force. The monster very quickly began to spin and swam towards him with its mouth wide open. However, when the shark swam towards him, he caught its nose and thought that if they compared their strength, he wouldn't lose. A shark's weak point is its snout, right? At the same time, on the boat, Rico was drinking something and Feely said in a dissatisfied tone that they couldn't find it at all. She noticed a commotion near the boat and said that something was going on there. The body of a dead shark floated to the surface, and she was very surprised by this. He surfaced, and she called out to him loudly and asked what kind of shark it was. Yuri asked if he had been suddenly attacked. Could they help load it onto the ship? They were a little confused by this and said that they had a small problem. He climbed onto the boat, and May, looking confused, asked what they were going to do with this shark. He said that she didn't have to worry about it. He called Lime, who immediately jumped on the shark and devoured the body. She was surprised by this and said that this slime has an amazing appetite. Tia said that it completely ignores the laws of physics. Feely was holding a D-rank anglerfish, called it, and said that she caught something too. The fact that they were able to reach the depths is due to his magic. She was very happy about this, and he thought that for her, not used to underwater battles, this was a great success. Rico laughed and said that she was so naive. Next to her lay the body of a C-rank king octopus and asked how she felt about that. This was the monster she defeated. She was angry about this, and he thought that it was a pity. But today's target was not an octopus, but a squid. They called him and asked whose prey was better. Which of them would he choose? He thought that if we were just comparing the ranks of monsters, then it was Rico. If we take into account the rank of the person himself, then Feely was impressive. The octopus she caught began to move and grabbed all the girls with its tentacles. They screamed loudly in surprise and asked, "What was this? What an oversight. Is he really still alive?" This is not just an oversight on her part. Now is not the time to quarrel. The monster started to undress them. They called him loudly and said that he was not allowed to look here. She was experiencing such humiliation for the first time. What is this anyway? He should help. But under no circumstances should he look here, okay? The protagonist covered his eyes with his hand, considered this a difficult request, and said that everything would be fine. It seemed that he would soon stop moving. Then the monster closed his eyes, died. They began to dress, and Tia said that this was the octopus's last desperate attempt. Feely, looking displeased, loudly asked why he was so calm. This hurt her as a girl. The others were also dissatisfied, and said that this time she agreed with her. The young man showed no interest in their bodies. She was also disappointed. Is he really a boy? He said in a calm tone that he was just standing with his back to him, as he had been told. They dived into the water, and he thought that after that, they continued the search for the giant squid. But it was not easy. They climbed onto the ship. The girls were tired after the whole day, and Rico said that further searching was, frankly, too difficult. He agreed with her and thought that the sun had almost set. May calmly refused and said that now was the time. Everything was just beginning. It was almost dusk. Sea creatures become most active when they need to get food. In other words, this is where the real work begins. He thought she was right. When he fished, the best bites happened at this time. He said that they should try a little more. They agreed, and at that moment, a large monster emerged from under the water behind them. They saw a huge squid, and the system announced that it was an S-rank kraken. Rico was very surprised by what she saw and loudly asked, "What is this huge size?" MC took a spear in his hand and used rudimentary wind magic. He threw the spear at the monster's head, and it flew right through, but it survived. He thought it didn't look like there was much damage. Like that shark before, the life force of sea creatures is amazing. The ship began to capsize due to very strong waves. Tia grabbed the side and said with a worried look that the water was still rising and they were going to capsize. He called Lime, and he immediately grabbed all the girls and quickly swam away. He held on to the ship. Feely called out to him in a worried tone, and he said that they all should get away from there. Immediately after that, the Kraken struck with a tentacle and broke the ship. May was very worried about this, called out to him loudly, and remembered how her grandfather said that she should run faster. She called out to him in a worried voice, was about to say something about his legs, and he loudly called her stupid and said that he was the captain of this ship. The captain is the last to leave the ship. That is the pride of a sailor. She dived into the water, swam to the ship, and thought that no one would die on her ship. The girls warned her of danger. She looked to the side and noticed the Kraken attacking her with a tentacle. She closed her eyes in fear, but Yuri grabbed her and told her that she was in danger. He swam quickly on the board, and she called out to him in a surprised tone and asked loudly, "What is that?" He said that when he combined the ship's hull plank with wind magic, everything worked out perfectly. She jumped because she was worried about him, right? He thanked her and called her captain, and she blushed with embarrassment. The Kraken looked at them, attacking with several tentacles, but he deftly dodged all these attacks. He picked up a spear that was lying on the surface, called to her, and said that she should hold on tighter. He would speed up a little. Immediately after that, he flew up very high thanks to a wave, and she was very scared because of this. The monster hit them with a tentacle, broke the board, and she complained of pain. He thought that if it was an S-rank monster, then he would fight seriously. He used the highest wind magic, aerial glide. He dodged all of the monster's attacks and quickly headed towards Lime. He threw her there and said that it was the end. Feely looked at him in surprise and asked loudly, "Can he fly in the sky?" The protagonist called out to him and said that he should take everyone as far away as possible. May raised her head, called out to him, and said that he should be careful. He agreed and turned to the Kraken as they swam away. The monster roared loudly, pointed several of its tentacles at him, and he dodged and quickly flew towards it. He used magic that increased durability and increased striking power. He flew close enough and swung his spear. He threw the spear, pierced the monster's heads, and caught it on the other side. He continued to attack the monster from different sides, stopped and thought that this level doesn't seem to do much damage. As expected from an S rank, he swung his spear and thought that he needed to increase the power then. He didn't have time to finish his attack because the Kraken released its ink at him. It took advantage of his distraction, grabbed his leg with its tentacle, and pulled him into the water. The girls were very worried about this. The monster wrapped its tentacles around him tighter, and he wondered how deep he was going to dive. May and Tia were very worried about what happened, and Feely, with a slightly confused look, asked what was wrong with both of them. She turned to her with a very worried look and said that the water pressure, if a person was dragged into the depths, it would be fatal. She wasn't worried about it and said that, however, he would be fine. May, looking very tense, said that such a giant squid could dive to depths of 900 to 2,000 meters, while an ordinary person's body begins to experience problems at 50 meters. She began to worry and said that this couldn't be true. MC clenched his hands and thought that if this continued, it would be bad. He began to concentrate energy in front of him and used the highest wind magic, Storm Strike. The Kraken was very surprised when he noticed that it was already caught in the tornado he had created. Rico noticed the funnel that had appeared and asked what it was. She called Lime and told him to swim away quickly. The monster began to swim away, and he quickly caught up with it and asked if it had decided to escape. He created several magic circles on his hand and cast enhancement magic, strengthening muscle strength and impact dispersion. He thought that, moreover, thanks to the skill for memory, the power was tripled. He dealt a very strong blow to the monster's body. It was thrown back so hard that it flew to the surface at high speed. They were very surprised when they saw this, and his body fell back into the water with a loud sound. He also swam to the surface and said that he somehow managed to win. He swam up to them. Philly, looking shocked, asked loudly, "It was really a hopeless situation. How did he manage to win?" Rico loudly said that something was wrong. Had he become even stronger than before? They were even more surprised when he said that he just fought as usual and won. They asked loudly, "It can't be that easy for him to defeat it, right? How long will he continue to get stronger?" Then they quickly swam to the shore on Limey. They said that she was completely exhausted. She was tired from swimming all day. Tia looked away with a small smile and said that, however, this is really impressive. She looked at the body of the huge monster and said that it was amazing to think that such huge creatures lived in the water. The sea was truly frightening. May, looking sad, held the plank left over from the ship in her hand and said that her grandfather, whose ship had turned into such a plank, would probably be sad. Feely called her and asked, by the way, how much longer would it take to reach the shore? Rico said that it looked like it would take quite a long time. She turned to them and said that she really didn't know. Because the compass and all the instruments had sunk with the ship, they were navigating by the wind and the position of the stars. They became worried. Feely became confused and thought, does that mean that she and Yuri will be left in this endless sea? She looked at the girls and with a displeased expression thought that it was impossible. There was too much interference here. Rico loudly asked if they could manage with the help of one of her inventions. Tia said loudly that it was impossible. She hadn't even imagined that the ship could break down. He looked to the side, noticed a light, and warned the others about it. They noticed several ships, thought they would get help, and May said with a joyful look that it was Grandpa. They swam closer, and a sailor asked if they were okay. They happily agreed and thanked them. The sailors looked at the monster and said that they really defeated that squid. They would see them off, they should follow it. May loudly called out to Grandpa, bowed and said that she was asking for forgiveness. She had destroyed the ship. She stood there with a worried look, and he called her and asked what she was apologizing for. He said with a wide smile that she had surpassed him, having caught something bigger than him. After some time, the people on the shore saw the light from the lamps and loudly announced that they had returned. Everyone went down to the shore. Pancho called him, saw the Kraken's body and loudly asked, "What is it?" He came to see what was going on here after work, and here something like this was happening. Who would have thought that they would actually defeat him? What is he going to do with that monster? The protagonist said that he thought maybe he would feed it to Lime after he extracted the magic stone. He was surprised by what he heard and said that it was a waste. The Kraken is an extremely expensive, rare delicacy that appears on the market only once every few years. For them chefs, it is a dream, a chance to show off their skills. Large squid are practically tasteless, and over time after they die, the smell of ammonia appears. But with the Kraken, it is different. It is believed that the larger the size, the better the taste, and the higher the value. At such a large size, the price will be quite significant. If they put it up for sale, orders from elite restaurants from all over the world should flood in. Maybe they will sell it? He asked with a smile. By the way, would it be possible to buy a ship with the money from the sale? He said that it seemed that it would be possible to buy a not very big ship. He turned, pointed his finger at May, and said that then he owed it to her. She was surprised by this and asked if he was sure about this. He agreed. She quickly ran up to him and hugged him. She thanked him, and Pancho said that by the way, the remaining money will go to repair the cafe, so he counts on his understanding. MC agreed, and he loudly said that tonight they will celebrate. He will treat them to his signature dish, pasta with Kraken ink. It is such a luxury that even the royal family cannot afford. The captain approached him, called him and said that they have not seen each other for a long time. He turned to him, did not recognize him and asked if they had met somewhere. He folded his hands in front of himself and said that in this form it is not surprising that he does not recognize him. Baptiste transformed into his true form, but he still didn't recognize him. He was surprised by this and said loudly that he was the master who taught him all the intricacies of fishing. He remembered him and said that May's grandpa was that master. He laughed and said that the world is very small. He asked, however, why he was in human form. He said that it was a thing of the past. In the past, when relations between species were still complex, even Ketchi were subjected to rough treatment. It was a terrible time. He learned the art of transformation from an old master, and since then, when working, he takes on human form. Although it was a very long time ago, he remembers it as if it were yesterday. He probably died long ago, but he was an amazing old master. At the same time, in the old peak, the spirit of the wind sat in a dark tower, bound with several chains, and the girl said that he must tell everything he knows. He grinned and asked what she was talking about. She said that there was no use pretending to be stupid. She knew that he was using magic to contact someone. She looked at him with a smirk. There was a number 3 on her hand, and she said that she saw right through him.